गुणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Quoting legendary Gujarati poet Uma Shankar Joshi ji, વિશાલે જગ વિસ્તારે નથી એક જા માનવી પશુ છે પંખી છે પુષ્પો વનોનું છે વનસ્પતિ. In the vast expanse of this giant universe, human does not stand alone. There are bees, flowers and endless flora. May this flame ignite a similar inclusive scientific spirit inside the minds of our future innovators today. Today, we are celebrating the 3rd edition of National Space Day at Ahmedabad. It is the birthplace of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, who had emphasized on technological advancement and space research for societal benefits. To hear more on these thoughts that bridge the work done in high technology labs to everyday human welfare, and to welcome our guest today with immense pride and please, a thunderous round of applause. May I invite Director SAC, key pioneer of indigenous microwave remote sensing technologies, Dr. C.H.V.N. Rao, for his welcome address.
Yeah, namaskar. Very warm good morning to all. It gives me immense pride to welcome you all on this momentous occasion of 3rd National Space Day, which is being celebrated in our heritage city, Ahmedabad, which also happens to be the cradle of Indian space program. The most respectful and hearty welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Sir, Union Minister of Tourism and Culture. Sir, your presence here highlights the importance of this event. Sir has accepted our invitation at extremely short notice and took great pains to readjust his complete itinerary and to be here with us to address the space community. I extend my respect with a warm welcome to Honorable Guest of Honor, Sri Arjunbhai Modwadia, Sir, Minister of Science and Technology, Forest, Environment, Climate Change, Government of Gujarat. Sir has readily accepted our invitation to be the guest of honor and immediately readjusted his entire program. And he has taken pain to travel in the night by train to be here in the morning. Thank you, sir. My heartfelt welcome to our esteemed Chairman, Dr. Viran, Sir, Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman, Space Commission. Sir, we are very thankful to you for giving the opportunity to Space Application Center to host this national event. A special welcome to Dr. Pawan Goenka, Sir, Chairman in Space. Sir has kindly agreed to readjust his program. He traveled in the night and to accept our invitation and to address this gathering. Hearty welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries from state and central government departments, esteemed delegates from academia, industry, startups, bright students from across the country, our esteemed mentors, former Chairman ISRO, former directors of SAC and DECU, directors and colleagues from DAS ISRO centers, in space, Gaganyatris, Kartikeya Sarabhai sir, and all my dear colleagues. Today, we have with us the students from across the country who have participated in ISRO Robotics Challenge 2026, Bharatiya Antariksha Hackathon, and Professor Sarabhai quiz. Winners will be felicitated during this event. We have also planned engaging events, panel discussions with experts from government departments, academia, industry, on topics ranging from space science, global alliance, space industry, and a session on experience sharing by Gaganyatris. With a great pleasure, I extend my warm welcome and wish the program a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful words and setting such a profound tone for the National Space Day. Your inspiring address has truly ignited our collective enthusiasm for the journey ahead. Today, India's space journey is no longer confined to government missions alone. Driven by the visionary Indian Space Policy 2023, the entire space sector has been open to private enterprise, and history has indeed been written under the mission Agaman with launch of Vikram 1 by Skyroot Aerospace. As our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji said, हमारा रास्ता reform, perform और transform का रास्ता है. It is my privilege to introduce and invite our next speaker. Sir, your historic transition from leading the automotive industry to masterfully structuring India's private space ecosystem into a powerhouse is a game changer for the Indian youth. May I invite Chairman in Space, Dr. Pavan Kumar Goenka, sir, for his address, please.
And its satellite orbit. Union Minister of Culture, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, it's a privilege that there are two Shekhawatis on the stage on National Space Day together. Minister of Forest, Environment and Space Technology from Gujarat State, Arjun Bhai Modwaria ji. Sir, thank you very much for the support the Gujarat State is providing to us here in SAC, Indian Space, and the manufacturing cluster that Gujarat is working on. Secretary DOS and Chairman ISRO, Dr. Narayanan, Director SAC, colleagues from ISRO, in Space, and SIL, members from industry, universities, academia, and invited guests. It's a privilege to be here with you today on a day that belongs to the nation. 3 years ago, on 23rd August 2023, at 6:04 p.m. in the evening, Chandrayaan-3 touched down on the south pole of the moon, making India only the 4th country ever to soft land on the lunar surface, and the first to reach the south pole. In one moment, an entire nation looked up and felt little taller. National Space Day commemorates not just that landing, but what it represented. That when India decides to attempt something difficult, we deliver. And when we deliver in space, it lifts far more than a spacecraft. It lifts an aspiration of 1.5 billion people. To the ISRO team that made Chandrayaan-3 possible, and to every generation of ISRO scientists whose work made it conceivable, this nation salutes you. Every children in an Indian village who says, I want to build rockets and fly to space, is part of your legacy. If you look outside on the Indian Space Odyssey and the Board of Future Missions, you will see the journey that we have traveled over the last 60 years and a long journey ahead of us. Yesterday, I was with the Honorable Prime Minister 2 days ago, with the Honorable Prime Minister along with some space startups. And I reminded him, or I committed to him on your behalf, that the target he had given us 1 year ago on the second National Space Day of having 5 unicorns in space and 50 launches per year by the year 2030 is well within our sight. Now just imagine 50 launches per year from 2 launch centers, means 25 from each, means 1 launch every 2 weeks from Sriharikota and from Kulsekhapatnam. That's the task that this team has to deliver in 4 more years from now. You'll also see that from the last year, National Space Day till today, we have come a long distance we have covered. A lot of things have happened and a lot more that we have to do. And people here in this room, I'm sure, are all geared up to do that. And I'm very hopeful and thankful that I have the privilege of being here in the midst of you watching the journey of space that you are all traversing and making the whole nation proud. So I will come back later for my speech, a little longer speech, but for now, I want to thank the two ministers for being here with us today, and for all of you at 8:30 in the morning on Sunday to be here. I thought the hall will be empty, but so happy to see the hall is very full at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Thank you, sir, for your patience and very, very kind words. There is something extraordinary about space. It reminds us simultaneously how small we are, but how limitless our possibilities can be. Somewhere, something incredible is waiting to be known. Every technological achievement begins with a vision, and every vision becomes a reality only through perseverance, collaboration, and courage. It is my privilege and honor to introduce and invite our esteemed next speaker. His leadership and foundational decades of brilliance in liquid propulsion systems and cryogenic rocket engine technologies are the very wings launching Gaganyaan and our country's deep space dreams. With deep respect and a resounding round of applause, please, I invite Secretary, Department of Space, and Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization, Dr. V. Narayanan, sir, to address the august gathering today. Please, sir.
Namaskar. Very good morning to all of you. Most respected Chief Guest of today's function, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Honorable Union Minister for Culture and Minister of Tourism, Government of India. Guest of Honor, Sri Arun Bhai, Dev Bhai, Mohavadia, Honorable Cabinet Minister for Forest and Environment, Climate Change and Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat. The people who have built the organization, the space program of this country, the former directors, distinguished senior colleagues who are present here, Dr. Karthikeya Sarabhai, who is representing, I feel Sarabhai himself is sitting there. Let us give a big hand to him. He is there with us. Dr. Bhavan Goenka ji, Chairman in Space. The present leadership of Department of Space, directors of centers, units, autonomous bodies, in space officials, senior officials of Government of India, our industry partners, the young dynamic startup company CEOs, academic representatives, students, and my dear friends. It gives me great honor and immense pleasure to formally welcome all of you on behalf of the Space Community of India for the 3rd National Space Day celebration, which is happening in the city of Ahmedabad. It is a great matter of great honor and privilege for all of us to have a person with knowledge in multiple fields and contribution in multiple areas, starting from agriculture, Jal Shakti, and today, the Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, as the Chief Guest, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Honorable Union Cabinet Minister is with us. I think let us give a big hand to our Honorable Chief Guest on this occasion. Sir, your leadership in multiple areas are so much encouraging for the younger generation. When India got independence, 97.5% people were below the poverty line and we were looking for food grains from the other country. Today, India has become economically 4th stature and food grain production, we are a net exporter. Surely, your contribution as agriculture minister is really to some way contributed in this sector. And coming to the Jal Shakti area, the water security is very, very important for our country. When we are talking about 140 crore citizens, and water security is very, very important. It is one of this area the Department of Space is working. And your contribution as the Union Minister in that area is also so significant. And today, leading from the front, two important ministries, the tourism and cultural ministries. And cultural ministry, probably how many of you are aware, India is going to make a history of rolling out lot of data under his leadership. Probably you all will come to know, and India will be the best country in that area. What is the initiative he has taken? I think our thanks and salutation to you for your great visionary leadership in this area. And we are really honored to have you here to roll out, and your contribution in India's ancient knowledge tradition and linked with space technology is very unique. And coming to our guest of honor, one of the very dynamic personalities. I had the opportunity to meet a couple of times, and the type of demand he puts for Gujarat, even to the Department of Space, speak volume of his dynamism. And totally committed to science, technology and innovation, environment protection, climate change, nature resource management, and disaster preparedness for the Gujarat state. And we are so privileged and honored to have you as the guest of honor for this important function, sir. Sir, the presence of both of you and distinguished personalities makes this Space Day a unique Space Day for all of us. As it was told, 23rd August 2023 was a historic day for every Indian across the globe. And the Chandrayaan-3 soft landed near South Pole of Moon, and we are the only country and first country soft landed near South Pole of Moon and made every Indian proud. And dear friends, thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister of India, he has declared that day to be celebrated as the National Space Day. And today, we are having the third Space Day celebration. The first Space Day celebration was in Delhi with the theme Touching Leaves with Touching the Moon. And India Space Saga, that is, we explore the moon and planets, but our ultimate objective is bringing the benefit of space to the common man of this country. And the second National Space Day celebration was in 2025 with the theme Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan, ancient wisdom to infinite possibilities. It is in that context I had the great honor to meet Honorable Union Minister of Culture and Tourism. And today we are here for the third Space Day celebration. And 2 times we organized this function in Delhi, and with the advice of Honorable Prime Minister of India, he advised to take it across the country. And we were discussing which is the best place to start this function outside Delhi. And you all will agree with me, Ahmedabad is the best place to have this function. And there are unique reasons for that. You know, Dr. Sarabhai, the father of Indian space program, established the physical research laboratory here. And we have got a great organization, great center, the Space Application Center. After all, when you talk about the development of launch vehicles, satellites, ground segment, all are for what? All are for bringing benefit of space to the common man of this country. So without payloads, there is no satellite. Without satellite, there is no launch vehicle requirement. Without launch vehicles, there is no ground infrastructure requirement. So I consider the entire thing starts with the payload development. So that is the center what we are having here. So aptly, we decided this place. And again, you know, here it is a vibrant city with lot of startup ecosystem going in this part of country. We selected this place, and that is the reason we all are here today. And dear friends, today's theme is Viksit Bharat, innovating, collaborating, and aspiring to global space leadership. Please understand, a country which started the space program in 1962. 1963, November 21st, we had a tiny rocket from Indian soil. The rocket, tiny rocket, was given by America. 1st August 1975, for the first time, we demonstrated the space application in the country, keeping 2,400 television sets in 2,400 villages of 6 states of India. For that, we had to get the satellite signal, and it was ATS-6 satellite. From America, again, we borrowed and we used and demonstrated for the first time space application in the country. From that, we have come a long way. And the growth, if I have to tell with 2 examples. Last year, December 24th was a historical day. We lifted off the heaviest satellite from Indian soil, heaviest communication satellite from Indian soil, a 6,000 kg satellite built by US company, and we accomplished that mission purely on commercial basis using our Mark III rocket. That is the type of growth what has happened. It is not because of compulsions. American came here and they gave the satellite on commercial basis. It is because of the strength, because of the innovative approach of India. It was the faith on Indian system they came, and that was one of the greatest accomplishments. Another thing, we had accomplished a satellite called NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar satellite mission last year. It was one of the very costliest satellites ever built in the globe, and there were 2 payloads. One was the LSAR payload built by JPL. Another one was a SR payload built by India, mainly with the leadership role of the SAC. And sir, I want to tell to this August audience, the payload, whatever we have built, it is with almost 40% cost of the payload, whatever they have spent in USA. So that is the type of thing what is done. And the entire satellite was conceived and realized in India by Indians, and finally placed in the orbit using the Indian launch vehicle, the Mars 2, for which the cryogenic technology was denied by spacefaring nation. And today, using that rocket, we are successfully placed, and that is the type of growth what has happened. And coming to the country in the space area, when we started our program, we were moving our rocket pods using old bicycle. We were not having any other vehicle, only old bicycle. I think a couple of senior colleagues like Jnana Gandhi sir and all the people are there, they may be knowing, they would have directly experienced. From that humble beginning, today we have reached #1 position in 9 places. And it is the accomplishment of the entire space community, academia and industrial partners who have contributed. Chandrayaan 2. Chandrayaan 1, you all know, it found water molecule on the moon, and it made every Indian, along with US citizens, proud to find first time water molecule on the moon. Chandrayaan 2, you know who is having the best camera in the moon orbit? It is India. The camera built by Indians is the best camera in the moon orbit. The OHRC camera with 32 centimeter resolution. Chandrayaan 3, soft landing near the south pole of moon. And today, it is not only soft landing, we have got wealth of scientific data. Entire data is rolled out to the scientific community of the world. And one of the major achievements of Chandrayaan 3 was it integrated 140 crore Indians across the globe. That was one of the major achievements under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji. And coming to the Aditya L1, India is one among 4 countries which has built a satellite to study the sun. And today, 33 kilobit data is rolled out. And dear friends, today, really, we are standing tall. And 2020, the government of India rolled out the space sector reform. Today, after 64 years of space program, we are having 56 space assets. But what is required for the country is 200 to 300 satellites, at least in 5 years time frame. And all these things are not possible if you work only in the government sector. So it is in that aspect, the space sector reform is rolled out by government of India. When it was rolled out in 2020, we had hardly 1 or 2 startup companies. Today, we are happy to see 440 startup companies in the country working in this area. And I have to talk about the contribution of the startup companies. I think it will take hours, but I don't want to do that. But one of the recent achievement, the Vikram 1 successfully accomplishing its mission. First rocket built by a startup company, placing the satellite in the orbit in the first attempt. I think let us give a big hand to the entire team for that achievement. But we also should know clearly who are all the people behind this achievement. Absolutely no doubt, a young team with average age of 28 is behind that. And of course, the CEOs are going to give the talk. But InSpace has done its job perfectly by doing the proper authorization and hand-holding. And ISRO team, like a mother and father, always they were there with them for enabling this grand success. It demonstrates a cooperative work between ISRO, InSpace, and the startup company. And like that, we are hand-holding with the direction and guideline of Honorable Prime Minister, every startup company. Dear friends, coming to this year theme, when you talk about the innovation, actually, ISRO today, from 1975 today, when you talk about 50 space applications for the common man of this country, in the area of earth observation, communication, television broadcasting, disaster warning and mitigation, navigation, monitoring train movement in the real time, ensuring safety and security of every citizen of this country, the Sintur operation, we have done our part well. Really, the innovation is done extremely well, thanks to all the generations of leaders of space program. Let me salute each and every leader, each and every employee who have worked in this area for that innovative approach, bringing the benefit of space program for the common man of the country. Coming to the aspirations, you know, this year we have already set target to launch 8 launch vehicle missions and satellite missions. We are going to realize 12 satellites this year, this finance year, 12 satellites and 10 launch vehicles, and we are setting target for accomplishing 8 launch vehicle missions. And Gaganyaan program, you all know, it is not a simple program, it is a technology intensive program, and we have to develop human rated rocket and sending human beings safely to space and bringing them back safely is not that easy job. We are all working towards that. 8,000 tests are successfully completed till today, and we are in the final leg. We have to carry out the 3 uncrewed mission followed by the crewed mission. Sir, we are happy to inform that this year we are going to have the first uncrewed mission, then we will go for the crewed mission. And coming to Subhashnu Shukla, the Gaganyatri who was sent to the International Space Station, thanks to again Honorable Prime Minister of India who gave that vision of sending a Indian to International Space Station. It was 1984. Rakesh Sharma ji was sent to space, and first Gaganyatri was sent to International Space Station last year. Behind that safe travel, the Indians were there, and we have proved to the world the Indians are second to none, ensuring the successful travel of Indian to the International Space Station. Under the visionary and able guidance of Honorable Prime Minister of India, we are working towards the Space Vision 2047. We are going to build our own space station by 2035. We are going to have a couple of important scientific missions like Chandrayaan 4, Chandrayaan 5, Mars landing mission, Venus mission, and there are a couple of very important missions. At least we have set a target to launch 300 plus satellites in 6 to 7 years time frame with the support of startup companies and the government sector. And towards all these achievements, we want the wholehearted support of industry, startups, universities, research institutions, and very young people like those students who are here. And I would like to tell, whenever we make a rocket launch, please don't think that everything is built within ISRO. Probably people should not have got that type of misunderstanding. 450 industries are working with us. When a rocket is lifting off, 85% of the budget is going to the Indian industries. That's what is happening. And whatever target theme we have set this year is a very, very apt theme towards Viksit Bharat, innovating, collaborating, and aspiring to global space leadership, beautifully reflecting our journey. And dear friends, a country which started the space program 64 years back with bicycles and bullock cart, I can tell you one thing, by 2040, when we land on the moon, India will be second to none. We will be in par with any other spacefaring nations in terms of launch vehicle technology, in terms of satellite technology, in terms of ground infrastructure, in terms of application, in terms of scientific mission, and we will be second to none. And we are going to contribute for the Viksit Bharat 2047, a vision of Honorable Prime Minister of India. We are innovating to develop advanced technologies. We are collaborating with all the industry, startup companies, and academia for bringing together for the growth of space ecosystem in the country. And we are aspiring to global space leadership. No doubt, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India, today, lot of good things are happening. For example, a country which was looking for a satellite technology from other nations, a country which was looking for a technology, propulsive technology from other nations, we built a satellite, conceived a satellite, built a satellite, launched and donated to South Asian countries. Today, we are working for a leadership role for a G20 satellite. And thereby, we are already going through the global space leadership role. And towards all these things, I request all of your contribution. Before I conclude, let me thank Honorable Prime Minister of India for rolling out this function to be celebrated across the country, bringing scientific temper to the youngsters, and also salute all the space community people, the past, present leaders, past, present employees, and the startup companies, academia, industry partners. Before I conclude, once again, let me thank our Honorable Chief Guest and Guest of Honor for taking time to be with us in this very, very important function. Also, all the past leaders who are here, let me thank you specifically for your participation. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Inspirational words, sir. Thank you for outlining. ठीक है, अभी एवी वीडियो एंड प्राइस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है वो करके सर से पूछ लो आप एक बार। हाँ, वही स्पीच कर दीजिए सर। नहीं पूछ लीजिए आप सर। Beyond galaxies lies our horizon, quoting from the famous words by Robert Frost, two roads diverged in the woods, and I took the less traveled by, and that is what made all the difference. We now have a video with glimpses of the Indian space program highlighting our journey so far.
From a dream to a destiny, from a vision to a voyage that touched the moon. Inspired by Dr. Vikram Ambala Sarabhai, ISRO was born on 15th August 1969, igniting India's space journey. From the humble SLV to the mighty LVM-3, India has transformed dreams into powerful launch vehicles and cutting-edge satellites, advancing communication, navigation, weather forecasting, disaster management, education, healthcare, and a national development. A vibrant new chapter began in 2014 under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, driven by bold reforms, global collaborations, and ambitious missions. Then came a moment that echoed across history. On 23rd August 2023, Chandrayaan-3 soft-landed near the Moon's South Polar region, making India the fourth nation to land on the Moon and the first to reach this scientifically significant frontier. Vikram and Pragyan carried the dreams of 1 billion Indians onto the lunar surface. Recognizing this historic achievement, the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi announced 23rd August as National Space Day.
23 अगस्त को जब भारत ने चंद्रमा पर तिरंगा फहराया, उस दिन को अब हिंदुस्तान नेशनल स्पेस डे के रूप में मनाया जाएगा।
A tribute to India's scientific spirit and technological excellence. The inaugural National Space Day 2024 celebrated in a grand style at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi, presided by the Honorable President Srimati Draupadi Murmu, along with other eminent personalities. The second National Space Day 2025 was also celebrated at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi, in the presence of the Honorable Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh, bringing together scientists, innovators, industry leaders, students, and citizens, and inspired by the Honorable Prime Minister's virtual address. India's space sector has opened new horizons with the establishment of NSIL and InSpace under the Department of Space, empowering private industry and startups. The Indian Space Policy 2023 has further expanded this vibrant ecosystem, inspiring hundreds of startups and unlocking a new era of innovation and opportunity. As part of promoting the private space players, InSpace has taken the lead with the support of ISRO. The young team from Skyroot successfully launched the Vikram 1 to orbit. Also with upcoming Agnikul's Agniban signals a new era of private space innovation. Axiom 4 made history as Gagan Yatri Shubhanshu Shukla became the first Indian to reach the International Space Station. The joint NASA-ISRO mission, NISAR, soared to orbit. CMS-3 became the heaviest communication satellite launched from the Indian soil, and LVM-3 M6 Bluebird Block 2 showcased India's growing commercial space prowess. The data from Chandrayaan-2 and Chandrayaan-3 continue to provide valuable data and insights to serve the global scientific community. The semi-cryogenic engine program achieved a major milestone with a successful 175-ton thrust demonstration, while Gaganyaan moved closer to reality through successful integrated airdrop tests. And the future is even bigger. The Lunar Return Sample Mission, Chandrayaan-4, Chandrayaan-5, LoopX with JAXA, Next Generation Launch Vehicle, Bharatiya Antariksh Station, and an Indian Gaganyatri to land on the moon are shaping India's journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047. After 2 grand National Space Day celebrations, the journey now moves towards with the zonal outreach initiatives. Third National Space Day 2026 arrives at one of ISRO's lead centers, the Space Applications Center, Ahmedabad, with the inspiring theme Towards Viksit Bharat, innovating, collaborating, and aspiring to global space leadership. From humble beginnings to the lunar frontier, the journey continues, and the sky is no longer the limit.
The journey continues and sky is the limit. We have been waiting to hear from our Honorable Minister, sir. I know all of you have been eagerly waiting for this moment. I now invite Srimati Neelu Sethji to introduce our guest of honor and invite him for his address.
माननीय अतिथिगण, देवियों और सज्जनों, आज नेशनल स्पेस डे के इस गौरवपूर्ण अवसर पर हमारे बीच हमारे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर ऑनरेबल श्री अर्जुन भाई मोडवाडिया जी की उपस्थिति हम सभी के लिए अत्यंत सम्मान और प्रसन्नता का विषय है। Honorable Shri Arjun Bhai Modwadia ji is presently serving as the Minister for Forest and Environment, Climate Change and Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat. His distinguished journey reflects a unique combination of engineering, education, public service and leadership. उन्होंने बैचलर ऑफ मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग की शिक्षा प्राप्त की और बाद में गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी से एलएलबी भी किया। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भी उनका महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा तथा वे सौराष्ट्र यूनिवर्सिटी की सेनेट और सिंडिकेट से लंबे समय तक जुड़े रहे। After serving for nearly 9 years with the Gujarat Maritime Board, he chose to dedicate himself completely to public service in 1993. He entered active public life in 1997 and was elected MLA from Porbandar in 2002. He also served as the leader of opposition of the Gujarat Legislative Assembly from 2004 to 2007. उनकी पब्लिक सर्विस की यात्रा निरंतर आगे बढ़ती रही और वे 2007 तथा 2022 में भी पोरबंदर से पुनः निर्वाचित हुए। Today, his presence connects this celebration of India's achievements in space with our aspirations for innovation, technology, and a Viksit Bharat. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm and respectful welcome to our esteemed guest of honor. Sir, I am honored to invite you to address the gathering and inspire us with your valuable thoughts and vision. Welcome, sir.
Honorable Prime Minister, sir, have given the slogan, विकास भी और विरासत भी। विरासत की जिम्मेदारी जिसको दी गई है, ऐसे ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर फॉर कल्चर एंड टूरिज्म गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी, चेयरमैन इसरो वी नारायण राव जी, चेयरमैन इन स्पेस पवन कुमार गोयल जी, डायरेक्टर स्पेस एप्लीकेशन सेंटर मिस्टर राव जी, industry leader, academia, scientists, startups leaders, and dear friends. We are here to celebrate the National Space Day, conceptualized by the Honorable Prime Minister to commemorate India's safe landing on the lunar south. The place was given name as a Shiv Shakti. Dear friends, the historical connection between ISRO, Ahmedabad and Dr. Vikram Sarabhai is the bedrock of our space journey. He conceptualized and founded the mission space in Ahmedabad. And now everyone knows what ISRO is there, what InSpace is there, what Space Application Center is there. Gujarat is also fortunate enough to have the leader like Narendra Modi as a chief minister over here. He founded Science and Technology Department in 2006, and now we have 6 verticals under the Science and Technology. One of the vertical is space technology. We are moving forwards as India, we are moving forwards to unbundle the space technology. Previously, everyone was thinking after studying to settle down in as a engineer, technocrats in reputed organization, work comfortably and retire. Now our young generation have a different mission and different vision. They are not the job seeker, but become the job keeper. Nowadays, they are conceptualizing their own idea and making their own startups. Day before yesterday, I met almost 12 successful startups leaders. And they have a big vision and big dreams. Some of them have already made them dream true over here. One of this startup is Agista. They have already planned to establish their manufacturing facility at Gujarat Space Park near Ahmedabad, and they will manufacture small satellite over here. Other proposals of the startups are in pipeline. We have enough capacity in Gujarat Space Park over here. I'm very much thankful to Government of India, particularly in space, for supporting us in establishing common testing facility in this particular Gujarat Space Park. I invite startups and industry leaders to come in the Gujarat and establish their manufacturing facility at Gujarat Space Park. Our Honorable Prime Minister always take challenge and convert it into the opportunities. We had a challenge during COVID-19. Everybody in the world are worried about the vaccine, but our Prime Minister have taken challenge and asked our industry leader, scientists, to invent and manufacture the vaccine over here. Within 3 or 4 months, we invented vaccine. We manufactured the vaccine, and now we are leader in the world in manufacturing the vaccine. Similarly, Prime Minister have taken challenge to have a manufacturing facility for the semiconductor. And within 3 years, we received almost 12 proposals for manufacturing the semiconductor. And out of 12, Gujarat have 6 semiconductor plant over here. 3 have already been gone to manufacturing. So within next 5 years, India would be a leader in semiconductor ecosystem. And Gujarat will lead this ecosystem transformation. We have already established Indian AI research organization over here. We are going to establish quantum mission over here. We have a #1 university in the biotechnology field, Gujarat Biotechnology University over here. We are establishing BSL-4 facility over here. It would be a #1 in India. So all science and technology field, we are trying to have excellence in all the fields. As far as the science popularization is there, we have Science City over here, in which so many galleries is there. So we are #1 in the science tourism too, sir. Almost 10 lakhs people are visiting every year in the Science City. We have almost 24 regional science center and district science center in 24 districts, and also popularizing science and technology in school and colleges too. I am very much happy that today the Space Kumbh Mela is here, and Gujarat is fortunate enough to have as a host over here. I'm very much thankful to the Space Ministry for choosing Ahmedabad as a center for celebration of the National Space Day. Thank you very much.
I request Secretary Doss and Chairman ISRO sir to please present a memento and shawl to our guest of honor. Please, a big round of applause for Shri Arjun Bhai Devbhai Modwadia. Space technology, along with scientific exploration, is the path towards ease of living and plays a big part in governance. Our next speaker is Honorable Union Minister. I thank him for gracing the occasion today with his presence. उनके बारे में कुछ कहना सूरज को दिया दिखाने के जैसा है, तो मैं सर आपसे अनुरोध करती हूँ कि आप ऑडियंस को एड्रेस करें, प्लीज.
मैं अपनी बात शुरू करूं उससे पहले धन्यवाद दे दूं कि मेरे परिचय कराने के लिए समय व्यर्थ नहीं किया, क्योंकि अर्जुन भाई ने जितना समय कुल अपने भाषण में लगाया था उससे ज्यादा समय मुझे लगता है कि उनका परिचय कराने में लगा दिया था. When I asked to attend this National Space Day program, और मेरे मन में जो पहला प्रश्न आया था, that neither I have studied science, nor I know the S of the science. Neither I have got an opportunity to work in any scientific organization, or my visits to the scientific organizations and interactions with the scientific people is also I can count on my fingertips. Then why am I? And I'm sure that most of the people putting up here, they must also be having the same question in their mind. Though Dr. Narayan, he tried his best to justify my presence here. I'm so thankful that थोड़ा बहुत इन्होंने ठीक कर दिया. आज के इस नेशनल स्पेस डे, जब देश तीसरी बार अपनी उपलब्धि को एक उत्सव के रूप में और साथ ही साथ एक संकल्प के रूप में मना रहे, आज इस कार्यक्रम में हम सब के बीच उपस्थित वरिष्ठ राजनेता, एक लंबे अनुभव को संजोए हुए गुजरात सरकार के सम्मानित कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर आदरणीय श्री अर्जुन मोढवाडिया जी, मंच पर उपस्थित सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड चेयरमैन इसरो आदरणीय डॉक्टर वी नारायण जी, मंच पर उपस्थित चेयरमैन इन स्पेस आदरणीय श्री पवन गोयनका जी, स्पेस एप्लीकेशन सेंटर अहमदाबाद के सम्मानित निदेशक, जिनके आग्रह पर मैं आज आप सबके बीच में उपस्थित आया, मुझे यह सौभाग्य मिला। आदरणीय श्री डॉक्टर राव, इस सभागार में उपस्थित देश के स्पेस साइंसेज में और इसके अतिरिक्त भी विभिन्न साइंटिफिक स्ट्रीम्स में काम करने वाले सभी सम्मानित वैज्ञानिक, तकनीकी संस्थानों को रिप्रेजेंट करने वाले सभी सम्मानित विशेषज्ञगण, स्पेस इंडस्ट्री और साथ ही स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम के विभिन्न प्रतिनिधिगण, सभागार में उपस्थित युवा वैज्ञानिक साथियों, विद्यार्थी मित्रों, देवियों, सज्जनों, पत्रकार साथियों, आज इस तीसरे नेशनल स्पेस डे के अवसर पर आप सबके बीच में उपस्थित होना, जो स्पेस एप्लीकेशन सेंटर अहमदाबाद ने आयोजित किया है, मेरे लिए अत्यंत सौभाग्य और प्रसन्नता का विषय। मित्रों, कल इस कार्यक्रम के निमित्त जब मैं यहां पहुंचा, मेरे पास कुछ समय की उपलब्धता थी। मैंने आग्रह किया कि मैं इस कार्यक्रम में जाऊं और उसके ऊपर साथ में न्याय कर सकूं, उससे पहले उसके लिए मैं कुछ देर तक स्पेस एप्लीकेशन सेंटर में जाकर के आप जो कर रहे हैं, जो कुछ देख रहे हैं, उस विषय को समझना चाहता हूं। क्योंकि इससे पहले विभिन्न दायित्वों के साथ में काम करते हुए, इसरो की टीम के साथ, इसरो की वैज्ञानिकों के साथ में, इसरो के प्रतिनिधियों के साथ में विभिन्न विषयों पर अनेक बार बातचीत करने का अवसर मिला था, लेकिन होलिस्टिक एक्सपीरियंस, what exactly Space Application Center is doing and how they are transforming our life, उसे समझने के लिए मैं जब वहां गया, मैं आज जिम्मेदारी से इस मंच पर खड़े होकर के इस बात को स्वीकार करता हूं कि भारत विकसित होगा, ये संकल्प जो है ये कई गुना उसके बाद में मेरा दृढ़ हुआ है। मित्रों, आज जब हम इस थर्ड नेशनल स्पेस डे सेलिब्रेशन के लिए एकत्रित आए, हम सब देख सकते हैं मंच पर लिखा है, आज का विषय है टुवर्ड्स विकसित भारत, इनोवेटिंग, कोलैबोरेटिंग एंड एस्पायरिंग टू ग्लोबल स्पेस लीडरशिप। मेरी दृष्टि में ये तीन शब्द केवल तीन एस्पिरेशंस मात्र नहीं है, और ना ही ये केवल नेशनल स्पेस डे की थीम हो इस तक सीमित। अभी तो मेरी दृष्टि में इनोवेशन नए भारत की शक्ति का आधार है, कोलैबोरेशन भारत की संस्कृति की विधा है, representation of Indian culture and thought process and wisdom since ages, और ग्लोबल लीडरशिप नए भारत की आकांक्षा है। और इन तीनों की केंद्र में जो सबसे बड़ी शक्ति भारत के पास है, वो है भारत की युवा शक्ति, भारत के युवा। इनोवेशन, कोलैबोरेशन और ग्लोबल लीडरशिप, ये भारत की विकास की यात्रा जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सशक्त कदमों के साथ 140 करोड़ भारतीयों के द्वारा प्रारंभ हुई है, उनकी सामूहिक संकल्प की शक्ति के साथ अग्रसर है। मैं ये मानता हूं कि ये तीन एस्पिरेशंस उसके सबसे बड़े महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ के रूप में हैं। मित्रों, आज जब हम मानव सभ्यता के एक महत्वपूर्ण टेक्नोलॉजिकल ट्रांजिशन के दौर से गुजरना, परिवर्तन हम सब जानते हैं कि वो शाश्वत है और निरंतर घटित होता है, हर क्षण परिवर्तित होता है। हम जानते हैं, हमारे ऋषियों ने, मनीषियों ने इस बात को जाना कि प्रत्येक घटी, प्रत्येक पल पहले पल से कुछ अलग, और लगातार मानव सभ्यता के इतिहास का यदि अध्ययन किया जाए तो निरंतर परिवर्तन हो रहा है, निरंतर इवोल्यूशन हो रहा है, निरंतर विकास हो रहा है। लेकिन पिछले कुछ वर्षों में जिस गति के साथ में परिवर्तन हुआ है, दैट इज अनप्रेसिडेंटेड। हजारों हजार साल की इस विकास की यात्रा में जितना कुछ परिवर्तन हो पाया था, उससे कई कई गुना ज्यादा परिवर्तन, विकास वो पिछले 50 साल में हो। पिछले कुछ शताब्दियों में जितना परिवर्तन हुआ था, उससे कई गुना ज्यादा पिछले 10 साल में हुआ। पिछले 10 साल में जो कुछ हुआ था, उससे ज्यादा पिछले 1 साल में परिवर्तन हुआ है। और जितना परिवर्तन इस हजारों साल की यात्रा में हुआ है, उससे हजारों हजार गुना परिवर्तन आने वाले कुछ वर्षों में या कुछ दशकों में होने वाला है। मित्रों, आज का समय स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का समय, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का समय, क्वांटम टेक्नोलॉजीज का समय, आज का समय रोबोटिक्स का समय, ह्यूमनॉइड्स का समय, आज का समय एडवांस मटेरियल्स का, सेमीकंडक्टर्स का, ऐसा समय। और इसके साथ साथ में हाई परफॉर्मेंस कंप्यूटिंग की इरा में जब हम प्रवेश कर रहे, जब हम 250 क्यूबिट क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग से लेकर के वी आर एस्पायरिंग टू मूव टुवर्ड्स 1000 क्यूबिट, आने वाले समय में जीवन परिवर्तित होगा निश्चित रूप से। लेकिन जिस तरह से साइंस अल्टीमेटली इंटीग्रेट हो रही है इन पिरामिड फॉर्म, आने वाले समय में ये सारे टेक्नोलॉजिकल स्ट्रीम्स जो हैं ये अलग अलग नहीं रहेंगे। आने वाले समय में इनकी कन्वर्जेंस जो है वो मानव जीवन को, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी को और जियो पॉलिटिकल पोजीशनिंग, तीनों की दिशा को तय करने वाला है। मित्रों, मैं मानता हूं कि जिस राष्ट्र के पास में आने वाले समय में यह कन्वर्जेंस की ताकत होगी, 21वीं शती में टेक्नोलॉजिकल लीडरशिप के साथ साथ में इकोनॉमिकल लीडरशिप भी और टू इंस्पायर ये कैपेसिटी भी उसी देश के पास में होगी। मित्रों, भारत के स्पेस प्रोग्राम को यदि हम समझें, अभी आदरणीय चेयरमैन साहब ने जिसकी चर्चा थोड़े से संक्षेप में हम सबके सामने की, तो उसके मूल दर्शन को, द मोर बेसिक फिलॉसफी बिहाइंड दैट वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड, वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड। मैं आज जिम्मेदारी से एक बात कह सकता हूं, और विक्रम भारत साराभाई साहब को श्रद्धांजलि व्यक्त करते हुए एक बात कह सकता हूं कि अंतरिक्ष में भारत की यात्रा जो है वो संसाधनों से प्रारंभ नहीं हुई थी, अंतरिक्ष में भारत की यात्रा संकल्प से प्रारंभ हुई थी। साथियों, भारत की अंतरिक्ष यात्रा जिस समय प्रारंभ हुई थी, भारत आजाद हुआ था, कुछ वर्ष हुए थे, हमारे पास संसाधनों की सीमितता थी, our capacities were limited, लेकिन हमारे पास में साधन सीमित थे, लेकिन हमारे पास में सपने उस समय भी सीमित नहीं थे और आज भी सीमित नहीं। मित्रों, हमारे पास विशाल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बेसिक नहीं था, लेकिन फिर भी हमारे पास में वैज्ञानिकों का विशाल आत्मविश्वास, विक्रम साराभाई साहब, प्रोफेसर यशपाल जी, ऐसे अनेक लोगों का जो आत्मविश्वास वो चट्टान की तरह भारत को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए खड़ा था। हमारे पास उस समय दुनिया के जो एस्टैब्लिश्ड स्पेस पावर्स थी, उन सब के बराबर क्षमता नहीं थी, लेकिन हमारे पास डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई जैसे विजनरी लोग थे और उनका विश्वास था कि यदि भारत के जैसे देश, जो विशाल देश है, जो विविधतापूर्ण देश है, कंट्री ऑफ डायवर्सिटी है, जिसको विकास की चुनौतियों का अभी समाधान करना है, तो उन्होंने कहा कि अब तो उस देश के लिए, भारत जैसे देश के लिए एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी जो है, दे कैनॉट बी ए मैटर ऑफ प्रेस्टीज। ये आम नागरिक के जीवन में उतर करके हम उसे कैसे परिवर्तित कर सकते हैं, प्रभावित कर सकते हैं, इस दृष्टिकोण से हमें काम करना पड़ेगा। और ये जो दर्शन प्रोफेसर विक्रम साराभाई ने भारत के स्पेस जगत को दिया, इस दर्शन ने भारत के स्पेस प्रोग्राम को एक विशिष्ट चरित्र प्रदान किया। डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई ने जो सपना उस समय में देखा था कि जब भारत अपनी बुनियादी आवश्यकताओं के लिए संघर्ष कर रहा था, जब अनेक चुनौतियां हमारे सामने मुंह बाए खड़ी थी, आजादी के बाद की चुनौतियां, उस समय का संकट, देश को आगे बढ़ाना, यह हमारे लिए बड़ी संकट था। देश के करोड़ों लोग उनका पेट भर सके उतना अन्न भारत के पास में नहीं था। जिस देश को अन्न जुटाने के लिए दूसरे देशों के सामने हाथ फैलाना पड़ता हो, संघर्ष करना पड़ता हो, वो देश साथ में विक्रम साराभाई जैसे, वो देश सौभाग्यशाली था कि विक्रम साराभाई जैसे सपूतों की ताकत के आधार पर हम स्पेस के में क्षेत्र में कैसे आगे बढ़ करके देश के जनजीवन को प्रभावित कर सकते हैं, देश को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, देश को सशक्त कर सकते हैं, इसके लिए काम कर रहा था। तब उन्होंने कहा कि भारत का अंतरिक्ष में भारत का प्रवेश दुनिया के किसी दूसरे देश या विकसित देश जिन्होंने यह क्षमता हासिल की है उनकी नकल करने या उनके पदचिन्हों का अनुसरण करने के लिए नहीं होगा। विक्रम साराभाई ने कहा भारत स्पेस में, अंतरिक्ष में इसलिए जाएगा ताकि भारत साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से अपने देश और अपने सामान्य नागरिक के जीवन को परिवर्तित कर सके, बेहतर बना सके। लेकिन यदि हम आकाश और ब्रह्मांड के विषय में चर्चा करें तो यह भारत के लिए कोई नूतन विषय नहीं था। जब विश्व की अन्य सभ्यताएं जो भारत की सभ्यता के साथ विकसित हुई होंगी, ऐसा मैं नहीं कहता, लेकिन उसके बाद में कुछ सभ्यताएं जो विकसित हुई होंगी, जब आज से कुछ हजार वर्ष पहले तक भी जब उन सारी सभ्यताओं में रहने वाले लोग अपने आप को पशुओं से पृथक करने के लिए, टू डिस्टिंग्विश देमसेल्फ फ्रॉम द अदर एनिमल्स ऑन द अर्थ, जब उसके लिए वो संघर्ष कर रहे थे, अपनी इज्जत को बचाने के लिए वो पेड़ की छाल या जो है जानवर की खाल लपेटने की विधा सीख रहे थे, उस समय में भी भारत में वैज्ञानिक सोच के व्यक्ति विश्व के यथार्थ जीवन के, यथार्थ अंतरिक्ष और खगोल का अध्ययन कर रहे थे। मित्रों, इसलिए भारत में ये जो जिज्ञासा अंतरिक्ष के प्रति है, ये कोई नूतन जिज्ञासा नहीं है, कोई नया प्रयोग या अभिनव प्रयोग नहीं था, अपितु वैदिक चिंतन में अंतरिक्ष की, द्युलोक की और पृथ्वी को, इन तीनों को एक गतिशील व्यवस्था और आपस में जुड़ी हुई व्यवस्था के रूप में हमारे ऋषियों ने, हमारे मनीषियों ने देखा था। न केवल देखा था अपितु उसकी गणना करके उसके समाधान हम सबके सामने प्रस्तुत की थी। लेकिन उनसे आज मैं नहीं कहता कि हम वहां से शुरुआत करें, लेकिन मैं इतना जिम्मेदारी के साथ में कह सकता हूं कि उनसे यदि आज हम कुछ सीख सकते हैं तो वो है that curiosity is the mother of invention, innovation and knowledge. जिज्ञासा ही ज्ञान की शुरुआत करती है। आर्यभट्ट, वराहमिहिर और उसके साथ भास्कराचार्य जैसे अनेक महान वैज्ञानिक हुए, जिन वैज्ञानिकों ने पृथ्वी के घूमने की गति को, पृथ्वी के घूमने की दिशा को, ग्रहों की गति को और उसके साथ साथ में पृथ्वी और सूर्य के बीच में सारे संबंधों को, हमारे सौरमंडल के सारे संबंधों को न केवल समझा था अपितु अपनी बौद्धिक प्रतिभा के आधार पर अनेक प्रपोजिशंस उन सब को लेकर के स्थापित किए। और आज जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम भारत की इस रिटर्न हेरिटेज को, मैन्यूस्क्रिप्ट्स को जब डिजिटाइज कर रहे हैं, जब हमने उनको एआई के माध्यम से एआई बैक्ड ओसीआर डेवलप करके, अपने एलएलएम्स डेवलप करके जब हम उनको पढ़ना और ट्रांसलिटरेट करना शुरू किया है, मैं जिम्मेदारी के साथ में कहता हूं कि जब वो ज्ञान विश्व के पटल पर आएगा तो निश्चित रूप से भारत ने कहां से शुरुआत की थी, इससे इंस्पिरेशन सारी दुनिया आने वाले समय में लेने वाली है। मित्रों, लेकिन मैं ये मानता हूं कि भारत की इस सुदीर्घ परंपरा की महत्ता केवल उसकी प्राचीनता में नहीं, कि हम इस बात पर गर्व कर सकते हैं कि हम निश्चित रूप से, हमारे पूर्वज जितने बुद्धिमान थे, they were so knowledgeable, लेकिन मेरे दृष्टिकोण से उसका अधिक महत्व इसमें है कि ऑब्जर्वेशन, कैलकुलेशन, लॉजिक और मेजरमेंट, ये सब, इन सब के माध्यम से प्रकृति की और समझने की जो उनकी जिज्ञासा थी, उस जिज्ञासा ने उनको यह क्षमता प्रदान की थी। और इसके साथ साथ में एक बात और हमको स्पष्टता के साथ में समझने की आवश्यकता है कि आधुनिक विज्ञान का विकल्प तो हम चाहे अपने पुरातन ज्ञान को न माने, लेकिन इसके इतर हमको इस बात को अवश्य स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा कि हमारे आने वाली पीढ़ी में प्रश्न पूछने, अवलोकन करने, एनालिटिकल थिंकिंग करने और उसके साथ साथ में प्रपोजिशंस को 360 डिग्री हॉलिस्टिकली विजुअलाइज करके उनका अध्ययन करने। ये जो भारत की विधा थी, इस भारत की विधा को हम आने वाली पीढ़ियों में किस तरह से समाहित कर सकते हैं, किस तरह से हमारी पीढ़ियां उससे प्रेरणा ले सकती है, इसके ऊपर हम सबको काम करने की आवश्यकता है। मित्रों, भारत की स्पेस जर्नी का यदि कोई मूल्यांकन करे, अभी हम वीडियो दिखा रहे थे कहां से हमने शुरुआत की, साइकिल पर रख करके लेके जाते हुए से लेकर के आज हम उस मुकाम तक पहुंच गए कि जब हमको स्पेस के डोमेन में आज पूरा विश्व हमारी क्षमता को मानता है, पहचानता है, हमारी प्रतिभा को, हमारी क्षमता को स्वीकार कर रहा है। लेकिन अगर भारत जैसे देश के स्पेस जर्नी का मूल्यांकन केवल जो क्षमता हमने अर्जित की, जो हमारी प्रतिभा के आधार पर जिस तरह से विश्व में प्रभुत्व हमने कायम किया, मात्र उसके आधार पर नहीं हो सकता। भारत की स्पेस जर्नी का यदि मूल्यांकन करना है तो विक्रम साराभाई जी के दृष्टिकोण से अगर मूल्यांकन करना है तो हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि हमने कितने सैटेलाइट लॉन्च किए, हमने कितने मिशन पूरे किए। उसका वास्तविक मूल्यांकन जो दृष्टि उन्होंने दी थी उसके अनुरूप यदि हम करेंगे तो हमको इस दृष्टिकोण से करना होगा कि अंतरिक्ष की हमारी क्षमता से हमने धरती पर कितने जीवन बदले। हमको इस दृष्टिकोण से मूल्यांकन करना होगा कि हमारे विकास से किसान के जीवन में क्या परिवर्तन आया, उसने क्या लाभ अर्जित किया। हमको इस दृष्टिकोण से इसका मूल्यांकन करना होगा कि समुद्र में जो मछुआरा नाव पकड़ लेकर के मछली पकड़ने के लिए जाता है, वो क्लोरोफिल सेंसर्स के माध्यम से समुद्र के पानी का अध्ययन करके जो सूचना उसको मिलती है, उस सूचना के आधार पर उसको कितना लाभ होता है, उसके जीवन में क्या परिवर्तन आता है। हमारे इस प्रतिभा से, हमारे इस प्रभुत्व से, हमारी इस क्षमता से हम वेदर फोरकास्टिंग पर कितना बेहतर काम कर सकते हैं, हम डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट में किस बेहतर तरीके से, किस प्रभावी तरीके से काम कर सकते हैं, हम रिमोट एरियाज को कम्युनिकेशन, एजुकेशन, हेल्थ केयर, इन सारे विषयों से किस तरह से जोड़ सकते हैं और उसके साथ साथ में हम गवर्नेंस को किस तरह से और अधिक प्रभावी और पीपल सेंट्रिक बना सकते हैं। भारत की इस क्षमता का आकलन हमको इसके आधार पर करना पड़ेगा। एंड दैट इज द स्पेस फिलॉसफी ऑफ इंडिया एनविजन्ड बाय प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई। और उन्होंने कहा कि स्पेस फॉर सोसाइटी, स्पेस फॉर डेवलपमेंट, स्पेस फॉर ह्यूमैनिटी, और उसके साथ साथ में स्पेस फॉर द बेटरमेंट ऑफ द theory of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, which has been given by our ancestors. The theory of सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, इस सब के लिए हम किस तरह से इस सब का उपयोग कर सकते हैं। मित्रों, आज इसरो के डेटा प्रोडक्ट्स, एग्रीकल्चर को, वेदर मॉनिटरिंग को, फिशरीज को, माइनिंग को, हमारे कम्युनिकेशन को, हमारे क्लाइमेट चेंज, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट, स्ट्रेटेजिक के प्रोग्रेस, इन सब के साथ में, इन सब क्षेत्रों में हम कर रहे हैं। और आने वाले समय में जिस गति के साथ में हम प्रगति कर रहे हैं और जिस तरह से आने वाले समय में नई टेक्नोलॉजीज इमर्ज कर रही है, आने वाले समय में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और रोबोटिक्स जिस तरह से हमारे जीवन को प्रभावित करने वाले, निश्चित रूप से ये सारी क्षमताएं हमारे जीवन को बहुत बहुत बेहतर बनाने के लिए काम कर सकते। मित्रों, इस इसरो मॉडल ने, जिसकी चर्चा मैंने अभी बात आप सबके सामने की, दुनिया को स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन का एक विशेष मॉडल दिया। और हम सब गर्व कर सकते हैं कि वो मॉडल केवल कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव मॉडल नहीं था, अपितु वो मॉडल पीपल सेंट्रिक था, क्योंकि इसके पीछे मिशन क्लैरिटी थी, इसके पीछे सिस्टम इंजीनियरिंग, इंडिजीनियस कैपेसिटीज, फ्रूगल इनोवेशन और उसके साथ साथ में टीम वर्क और रिसोर्सेज का ऑप्टिमम यूटिलाइजेशन हो। इस दृष्टिकोण से हमने आरंभ से लेकर के अब तक काम किया है। मित्रों, भारत ने हमेशा इस बात को सिद्ध किया कि ग्रेट साइंस डज नॉट ऑलवेज रिक्वायर्ड एक्स्ट्रावेजेंट एक्सपेंडिचर, इट रिक्वायर्स एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी क्लैरिटी ऑफ पर्पस। अब हमारी चुनौती फ्रूगल इनोवेशन से आगे बढ़ करके स्केलेबल इनोवेशन तक और उसके साथ साथ में नेशनल कैपेबिलिटी से आगे बढ़ करके ग्लोबल कमर्शियल कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस तक पहुंचने की। साथियों, भारत के वर्तमान में स्पेस जर्नी में आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय 2020 में किया, और वो था स्पेस सेक्टर रिफॉर्म्स का। प्राइवेट सेक्टर और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए जिस दिन स्पेस सेक्टर को खोला गया, इन स्पेस को प्राइवेट एंटिटीज के रूप में बनाया गया, प्राइवेट एंटिटीज को जिस तरह से प्रमोट किया गया, हमने इनेबल किया, उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग किया, उनको ऑथराइज किया और सुपरवाइज करने के लिए एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल मैकेनिज्म जिस दिन क्रिएट किया था, कुछ लोगों के मन में उस समय संदेह था कि इसरो की टेक्नोलॉजिकल और कैपेबिलिटीज के कॉमर्शियलाइजेशन के लिए आगे तो बढ़ा रहे, लेकिन कुछ लोगों के मन में यह संदेह था कि नॉन गवर्नमेंटल एंटिटीज के आने के चलते हुए इसरो जैसे संस्थान की महत्ता कुछ कम हो जाएगी। लेकिन आज मैं 6 वर्ष बीत जाने के बाद मैं जिम्मेदारी के साथ में कह सकता हूं कि यह केवल पॉलिसी रिफॉर्म नहीं था, अपितु यह भारत की स्पेस जर्नी की दूसरी बड़ी छलांग के रूप में था। और ऐसा इसलिए कि जब हमने पहली छलांग लगाई थी, हमने हिंदुस्तान ने जब स्पेस में एंटर किया था, वी एंटर्ड इनटू स्पेस, वहां से हमने वी आर एंटरिंग विद दीज एफर्ट्स एंड इनिशिएटिव into we are entering space into the economy and the global economy of the world. और मैं ये मानता हूं कि this is not only the privatization, but it is the democratization of opportunities which are lying in front of us. मैं ये मानता हूं कि प्राइवेट पार्टिसिपेशन का अर्थ कभी भी इस तरह के हमारे एस्टेब्लिश इंस्टीट्यूशंस की कहीं उनकी भूमिका को कम करना नहीं था, अपितु इसरो जैसे संस्थान की कैपेसिटीज के हैंड्स को मल्टीप्लाई करना, उनकी अपॉर्चुनिटीज को मल्टीप्लाई करना, उनकी शक्ति को मल्टीप्लाई करना। आज कटिंग एज रिसर्च, स्ट्रेटेजिक कैपेबिलिटीज और डीप स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन और नेक्स्ट जनरेशन मिशंस पर हम सब ने देखा। बाहर जब मैं एग्जीबिशन को देख रहा था, मैं मानता हूं कि इन सब के साथ होने के चलते हुए इसरो जैसा महत्वपूर्ण संस्थान और अधिक फोकस कर सकता है। और साथ साथ में प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री, स्टार्टअप्स, सैटेलाइट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स और लॉन्च सर्विसेज, कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, ग्राउंड सपोर्ट स्टेशंस, स्पेस बेस्ड एप्लीकेशन के निर्माण करने वाले और डेटा एनालिटिक्स को काम करने वाले स्टार्टअप्स जो हैं, हम ऐसे विषयों को और अधिक तेजी से आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, हमारे मिशंस को और भी कम समय में पूरा कर सकते हैं। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन ऑफ स्पेस जो है, दैट इज अ डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन ऑफ स्पेस अपॉर्चुनिटी। अब आने वाले समय में मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हुई जब मैंने सुना कि किस तरह से गुजरात सरकार, माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो फाउंडेशन रखी थी उसको आगे बढ़ाते हुए स्पेस साइंस में और बेसिक साइंस स्ट्रीम्स में किस तरह से इन क्षमताओं को संवर्धन के लिए काम कर रही हैं। मैं ये मानता हूं कि इस तरह से प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री का, स्टार्टअप्स का, एकेडमिया का और इन्वेस्टर्स, इन सब का साथ आना आने वाले समय में ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सेंट्रिक मॉडल जो हमारा स्पेस के क्षेत्र में हुआ करता था, उससे आगे बढ़कर के हम इकोसिस्टम सेंट्रिक मॉडल में प्रवेश कर चुके। मित्रों, अंतरिक्ष अब केवल साइंस और स्ट्रेटेजिक कैपेबिलिटीज का क्षेत्र नहीं बचा है, अब एक ग्लोबल इकोनॉमिक फ्रंटियर बन रहा है। और इन स्पेस के डिकेडल विजन को यदि मैं देखूं तो मैं निश्चित रूप से कह सकता हूं कि भारत की स्पेस इकोनॉमी जो 8 बिलियन से कुछ अधिक अभी है, इसको 44 बिलियन तक हम आगे किस तरह से लेकर के जा सकते। एक 10 साल में ये हमारी जो क्षमता हमने अर्जित की, जो डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई ने जो नींव रखी, उस नींव के आधार पर अब हम जब भारत को विश्व की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था से, जो विश्व अपेक्षा करता है कि भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था आने वाले समय में हम हर 8 या 7 या 8 साल में दुगना होने वाली है, उस क्षमता को बढ़ाने के लिए स्पेस सेक्टर एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कंट्रीब्यूटर के रूप में आने वाले समय में काम करेगा। लेकिन मैं ये मानता हूं कि केवल 44 बिलियन इकोनॉमी तक पहुंचना मात्र हमारा लक्ष्य नहीं है। हमारे लिए प्रश्न यह है कि ये सारी टेक्नोलॉजी जो है ये भारत में किस तरह से बनने लगे। इसके साथ साथ में हमारे लिए प्रश्न यह है कि इन सब के करने से हमारा लिए हाई स्किल जॉब्स किस तरह से क्रिएट हो। हमारे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट प्रश्न यह है कि इस सब को करने से हमारी इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी जो भारत में बनेगी, उनका कॉमर्शलाइजेशन और मोनेटाइजेशन करके हम किस तरह से आने वाले समय में इस अपॉर्चुनिटी, इकोनॉमिक अपॉर्चुनिटी को मल्टीप्लाई कर सकते हैं और हम कितनी भारतीय समस्याओं का उसके लिए समाधान कर सकते हैं। भारत सरकार ने उसके लिए डेडिकेटेड वेंचर कैपिटल फंड क्रिएट करना और इसके साथ साथ में डीप टेक इनोवेशन को एक कैपिटल सपोर्ट देने के लिए तो उसके साथ में काम किया ही है। लेकिन आने वाले वर्षों में, जैसा मैंने कहा कि आने वाले समय में जिस तरह से ये स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे दैनिक जीवन में जिस गहराई के साथ में इंटीग्रेट होने वाली है, तो हमको आज निश्चित रूप से इस पर भी विचार करने की आवश्यकता है कि हमारे सामने जो है किस तरह की चुनौतियां आने वाले समय में आने वाली। मित्रों, आज जब हमारे सैटेलाइट्स जिस तरह से डेटा जनरेट कर रहे हैं, जो एनॉर्मस डेटा जनरेट हो रहा है, उस जनरेटेड डेटा को, क्योंकि रॉ डेटा इट इज नेवर गिव्स यू इंटेलिजेंस, अपने आप में डेटा में कोई इंटेलिजेंस नहीं होता। हमको बहुत सारे एनालिटिकल टूल्स पर, हमको जब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जिस तरह से हमारे जीवन में प्रवेश कर रहा है, उसके आधार पर हमको इन पॉसिबिलिटीज को तो कई गुना हमको सबको बढ़ाना ही है, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ में हमारे साथ में सामने अनेक तरह की चुनौतियां भी इसके चलते हुए खड़ी होने वाली। एक तरफ स्पेस साइंस आने वाले समय में जिस तरह से हम पानी के लिए, खेती के लिए, मछुआरों के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, मैं ये मानता हूं कि आने वाले समय में हम स्पेस के एबिलिटी को हम अपने मॉन्यूमेंट्स के बेहतर रखरखाव के लिए उपयोग कर सकते। हम स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी के आधार पर, लिडार सर्वे के आधार पर इस सबको इंटीग्रेट करके, अपने एनालिटिकल टूल्स को इस्तेमाल करके हम अपने सारे इस तरह के मॉन्यूमेंट्स को सदियों तक आने वाले समय किस तरह से सुरक्षित रख सके, उनके ऊपर किस तरह का जो है डीजेनरेशन हो रहा है, इसको हम स्पेस कैपेसिटीज के साथ में मॉनिटर कर सकते, इन एबिलिटीज के साथ में हम सब बढ़ा सकें। ये एक तरफ हमारे लिए अवसर के रूप में खड़ा है, हमारे पास में अवसर के रूप में कि हम पर्यटन के क्षेत्र में किस तरह से जो है एआई कैपेबिलिटीज और स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजीज को इंटीग्रेट करके हम किस तरह से उसका उपयोग कर सकते हैं, ये हमारे पास में जो है एक अवसर के रूप में खड़ा है। लेकिन आने वाले समय में हमारे सामने कुछ चुनौतियां भी मुझे दिखाई देती है। जिस गति के साथ में स्पेस के ऑर्बिट में, बिकॉज ऑर्बिट इज नॉट एन इनफाइनाइट सोर्स, इट इज ए फाइनाइट रिसोर्स एंड इट इज अ शेयर्ड रिसोर्स। जिस गति के साथ, जिस तेजी के साथ में आज पूरी दुनिया में सैटेलाइट्स को छोड़ने की होड़ मची है, और उस सैटेलाइट्स को छोड़ने की उस होड़ के कारण से जिस तरह से डेब्रीज जो है अंतरिक्ष में क्रिएट हो रही है, आने वाले समय में वो ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन न बने, इसके लिए भी आज से भारत जैसे देश को और इसरो जैसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को टू टेक इट एज ए चैलेंज, और इसके ऊपर हम सबको काम करने की आवश्यकता। आने वाले समय में जब बहुत तेज गति के साथ में क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हम सबके सामने आ रहा है, तब ऐसे समय में हमारे सामने यह भी एक चुनौती होगी कि जो डेटा हम क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, जो डेटा हम कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं, वो सारा डेटा हमारे लिए एक सैंक्टिटी के साथ में किस तरह से उपलब्ध हो, किस तरह से आज जिस तरह की साइबर अटैक की चुनौतियां हम सबके सामने खड़ी हैं, और जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं उन सारी चुनौतियों के होते हुए हम आने वाले समय में जो हमारे पास में डेटा आ रहा, जो एनालाइज हम डेटा करके हम उसको उपयोग कर रहे हैं, वो डेटा हमारे लिए उपयोगी बना रहे, वो करप्ट न हो सके या करप्ट न किया जा सकते, क्योंकि आने वाले समय का वैश्विक प्रतिस्पर्धा और जियोपॉलिटिकल वार जो होगा वो केवल और केवल टेक्नोलॉजिकल क्षमताओं को बाधित करने के आधार पर होगा। हम किस तरह से उसके लिए फायरवॉल्स क्रिएट कर सकें, क्योंकि एक चूक, यदि किसी किसानों के खेत में खेत की अध्ययन करने वाली आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की एक चूक जो है, वन एरर कैन इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू इंपैक्ट ओनली द एनालिटिकल टूल, वो पूरे लाखों किसानों के जीवन को प्रभावित कर सकती है। इसलिए इन सारी चुनौतियों के दृष्टिकोण से भी हम सबको संकल्पबद्ध करके काम करने की आवश्यकता है। मित्रों, मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूं अपनी बात समाप्त करने से पहले कि हम अपार संभावनाओं के द्वार पर खड़े, और उसके साथ साथ में भारत एक अदम्य उत्साह के साथ में, एक संकल्प के साथ में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आगे बढ़ रहा है। वी आर अंडरगोइंग ईरा ऑफ ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, एंड व्हेनेवर a country, an organization, a society or a nation that gets an opportunity to get transformed, then each and every stakeholder has its own responsibility. हर सदस्य की अपनी भूमिका होती है, अपना उत्तरदायित्व होता है। और उस समय में जो जितना अधिक क्षमतावान है उसका उत्तरदायित्व उतना ही अधिक होता है। और मैं ये मानता हूं कि मंच पर बैठे हुए और मंच पे सामने बैठे हुए भारत के विज्ञान और स्पेस के क्षेत्र में काम करने वाले सपूत जो हैं वो निश्चित रूप से बड़े हैं। they have better capacities and capabilities, तो उनकी जिम्मेदारी भी उतनी बड़ी है। हम सब मिलकर के इस जिम्मेदारी को एहसास करते हुए भारत को विकसित करने में अपनी भूमिका को सशक्तता के साथ में निर्वहन करें, ताकि आने वाली पीढ़ियां गर्व कर सके कि इस अमृत काल में वो जो पीढ़ी थी उस पीढ़ी ने विक्रम साराभाई जी जैसे रखे हुए जो है नींव पर खड़ी करके आज भारत को विकसित करने का, विकसित होने का सौभाग्य प्रदान किया है। हमारे पास में ये अवसर है कि हम भारत को ट्रांसफॉर्म कर सकते हैं, हम भारत को बदल सकते हैं। और ये सौभाग्य जो हम सबको मिला है, विशेष रूप से मैं युवाओं से कहना चाहता हूं कि आपकी पीढ़ी सबसे सौभाग्यशाली पीढ़ी है जो गर्व के साथ में यह कह भी सकेगी कि हमने इस देश को विकसित किया और उस विकसित हुए भारत में रहने का सौभाग्य भी प्राप्त करेगी। आपके बाद आने वाली पीढ़ियों के पास में यह सौभाग्य नहीं होगा। आपके बाद में आने वाली पीढ़ियां यह गर्व से यह तो कह सकेंगी कि हम विकसित भारत में रहते हैं, लेकिन यह गर्व नहीं कर सकेंगे कि हमने भारत को विकसित किया है। आपके पास में यह दोहरा अवसर है। इस अवसर को उपयोग करते हुए हम सब लोग देश को विकसित करने के लिए आगे बढ़ें, संकल्पबद्ध होकर के काम करें। मैं तीसरे नेशनल स्पेस डे की आप सबको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आप सबको बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं कि हम आगे नए कीर्तिमान सृजित कर सकें, इस दृष्टिकोण से भी देता हूं। आप सबको बधाई। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय ज्ञान, जय विज्ञान, जय अनुसंधान। थैंक यू
सर। हम तहे दिल से आभारी हैं कि आपने अपने व्यस्त कार्यक्रम से समय निकालकर आज के कार्यक्रम को अपनी उपस्थिति से गौरवान्वित किया। आपने जो मंत्र दिया है, संसाधन नहीं संकल्प से संभव है। I now request Secretary DOS, Chairman ISRO, to please felicitate our esteemed Chief Guest, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, the Honorable Union Cabinet Minister of Culture and Tourism, Government of India. Okay. The award ceremony for the events that were conducted as part of the National Space Day will be, the awards will be given later, but I would like to announce the winners. The first competition is ISRO Robotics Challenge URSC 2026, and the winners are, the consolation prize goes to Icarus Indian Institute of Technology, Dharwad. The second consolation prize went to Galactic Gearheads, Pune Institute of Computer Technology, Pune. Special prize for innovation, the Golden Ratios from Sri Ishwar College of Engineering, Coimbatore. The third place winners are Titans, Yashwant Rao Chauhan College of Engineering, Nagpur. The second place goes to Quantum Realms, Amrita Vishwas Vidyapeeth, Chennai. And the first place goes to Arrow, Indian Institute of Technology, Nirma University, Ahmedabad. Vikram Sarabhai quiz was also conducted as an initiative between Space Applications Center and NCERT. The winners are in two categories, class 9 to 12th and class 6 to 8th. Please give a big round of applause. So the moment all of you have been waiting for, we will continue with the award ceremony now. The team awards for the competitions conducted as part of National Space Day 2026. So we continue with the program today. I request all of you to please settle down. So the first event is IROC Team Awards. I request the teams to please join on the stage, and I request our guest of honor to please present the awards to the winning teams. The first team, Consolation Prize, Icarus, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Dharwad. I request the team members to please join on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. The next prize, Consolation Prize, Galactic Gearheads, Pune Institute of Computer Technology, Pune. Let's give a big round of applause. These students have done a remarkable job. The special prize for innovation goes to the Golden Ratios, Sri Ishwar College of Engineering, Coimbatore. And at the third place, we have Titans, Yashwantrao Chavan, College of Engineering, Nagpur. The final round of ISRO Robotics Challenge was conducted at URSC Bangalore on 21st, 22nd and 23rd July 2026. The competition witnessed remarkable innovation, engineering excellence, teamwork and above all the spirit of exploration. The second prize goes to Quantum Realm, Amrita Vishwas Vidyapeeth, Chennai. The competition has been intense, the performance has been truly commendable, while every team deserves appreciation for their efforts. Today, we celebrate those who have excelled in the final challenge and secured the top positions. And the winners, the first place goes to Arrow, Institute of Technology, Nirma University, Ahmedabad. The next event is Bharatiya Antariksh Hackathon 2026. The third edition of this flagship initiative featured problem statements in the areas of geospatial domain, space science, image processing, AI, ML, and cybersecurity. The winners may please join on the stage as I announce your team's name. I request the dignitaries to give the awards and certificates to the winners. Third prize goes to Team ASAP from Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology. तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट सुनाई देनी चाहिए, हम इन बच्चों का मनोबल बढ़ाएं। The second prize goes to Team Flux Fixers from IIT Patna and IIT Gandhinagar. And the first prize goes to the Fellowship of the Ring, Dwarka Das De, Sangvi College of Engineering. The next event is Dr. Sarabhai Space Quiz. The next event is the Dr. Vikram Sarabhai Space Quiz, which was conducted for school students. The quiz was conducted along with NCERT by SAC Ahmedabad. It was hosted online on the Diksha platform from across the country. 3681 students in category class 6 to 8 participated, and more than 2000 students participated in class 9 to 12. I will announce the winners who are present today. From the West Zone, Lakshmi Santosh Jaiswar, Mayur Mangesh Dhalpe, Shwetal Praveen Pawar and Harish V. And the list of students from class 6 to 8, Kusmita De, Daksh Datta, Siddesh Gajanan Jadhav, Faza Anwar Sheikh, Karthik Shri and Kuwar Abhishek Singh. Please, all of you, join on the stage. They are very small children. Please give a big round of applause. I request representative from NCRT, please join on the stage. Professor Rajendra Pal, please join on the stage. Thank you, sir. We'll now move on to the next segment. As part of the National Space Day 2026, various outreach activities were organized by DOS ISRO centers across the country to encourage curiosity and scientific temper in our youth. We now have a video highlighting these events. Can you please play the video?
in space, seniors, visionary space scientists, distinguished dignitaries, participants from industry, startup, academia, and my dear young students. It's a distinct privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks on the 3rd National Space Day being organized by Space Application Center, ISRO, Ahmedabad. Today, as we gather under the inspiring theme, towards Viksit Bharat, innovating, collaborating, and aspiring to global space leadership, to celebrate not just our space technology milestones, but our collective effort to place India in the pinnacle of global space leadership and economy. We are profoundly inspired by Honorable Prime Minister's vision for a self-reliant India and our ascent to global leadership, serving as a motivation and strategic guiding light for every mission undertaken by ISRO. First and foremost, I express our deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. Sir, your visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to leverage space application and technology is remarkable. Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Tourism is actively collaborating with ISRO to safeguard India's national heritage for national development. Your presence today inspired us to push the boundaries of what is possible. I extend heartfelt thanks to our guest of honor, Sri Arjun Bhai Devbhai Modwaj ji. Sir, your support for scientific ecosystem in Gujarat is deeply appreciated, and your presence strengthens the synergy between regional progress and national scientific excellence. I would like to thank the leadership of Secretary DOS, Chairman ISRO for his strategic stewardship and providing the platform to showcase India's growing space technological capabilities. I would like to thank Chairman InSpace for his guidance and agreeing for the keynote speech. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all DOS ISRO centers for organizing the zonal event during National Space Day 2026. The 2026 National Space Day celebration were held across 7 zones, as you have seen in the video. Each zone was led by major DOS centers like SAC, URSC, VSSC, SDSC, NRSC, NESAC, and IRS. In totality, more than 140 outreach events were conducted, touching more than 1.6 lakh students and public across the country, ensuring the spirit of National Space Day reach nook and corner of the country. These events engage diverse audience through space exhibitions, space on wheels, competitions, talks promoting space awareness, innovation, and STEM interest and career opportunities. 3 national level competitions were held as part of National Space Day 2026. The ISRO Robotic Challenge, which began with 319 teams, culminated in the grand finale featuring 20 top teams. The Bharati Antariksh Hackathon, which drew enthusiastic participation from over 1 lakh students and innovators nationwide, showcased creativity in solving real-world challenges through space application. For the first time, a pan-India Dr. Sarabhai Space Quiz in coordination with NCRT was conducted at 2 levels, class 6 to 8 and class 9 to 12 across 5 zones. A total of more than 5,800 students participated in this quiz, wherein 30 students are the final winners. These outreach events successfully promoted space awareness, innovation, STEM interest, and career opportunities while reinforcing the vision of Viksit Bharat and India's global leadership in space. An event of this scale requires extraordinary coordination. My immense appreciation goes to the SAC team for their strategic oversight and wisdom in managing this event meticulously. A special thanks to Director SAC for his exemplary leadership for organizing this milestone event. Finally, a special thanks to all the industry partners, startups, innovators, academia, young students and media, and my team from ISRO headquarters for making National Space Day 2026 a resounding success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Please rise for the national song and the national anthem.
शस्त्रश्यामलां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् शुभ्रजस्म पुलकितयामिनीं फुल्लकुसुमित ध्रुवदलशोभिनीं सुहासिनीं सुमधुरभाषिणीं सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् कोटि कोटि कंठ कल कल निनाद कराले कोटि कोटि भुज धृत खल कर वाले केवल मातुरी अबले बाहुबल धारिणी नमामि तारिणी विपुदल वारिणी मातरं वन्दे मातरम् तुम्हें विद्या तुम्हें धर्म तुम्हें निधि तुम्हें कर्म त्वं हि प्राणः शरीरे बाहुते तुम्हें मा शक्ति हृदये तुम्हें मा भक्ति तुम्हारी प्रतिमा गरि मंदिरे मंदिरे वन्दे मातरम् त्वं हि दुर्गा दश प्रहरणधारिणी कमला कमल दल विहारिणी वाणी विद्या दायिनी नमामि त्वां नमामि कमलां अमलां अतुलां सुजलां सुफलां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् श्यामलां सरलां सुस्मितां भूषितां धरणीं वरणीं मातरं वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session of this glorious event. Quoting our very own group captain Subhanshu Shuklaji's words from ISS, today's India looks ambitious, fearless and confident. Sare jahan se acha. The next program will start at 11:15. Please come back for the program at 11:15. Tea and coffee is arranged. I request all SAC dignitaries to go to Confluence, 3rd floor. Thank you. I again request all SAC delegates to please go to conference third floor. Please come back at 11:15 for the next session.
And I am Prachi, and we are delighted to be your host going forward. The inaugural proceedings have set the tone for today's celebration by reminding us of India's remarkable journey in space and the possibilities that lie ahead. We now seek your attention towards the keynote address to introduce our keynote speaker and set the context for today's address. May I invite Dr. Abha Chhabra, Member Secretary, Local Organizing Committee, to kindly introduce Chairman in Space. Please, ma'am.
Namaste and a very good morning. National Space Day greetings to this August gathering of distinguished guests, esteemed scientists, dignitaries from academia and industry, space enthusiasts, and young ignited minds. Today, as we honor India's incredible achievements in space exploration and look forward for a future driven by innovation and aspirations of global space leadership, it's my absolute privilege to introduce our keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Pawan Goenka sir here, an alumnus of IIT Kanpur and Cornell University. He is an acclaimed industry leader and currently serving as the chairman of Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, everyone know as Chairman in Space. Sir is seamlessly bridges world-class industrial leadership, technology, and India's rapidly growing private space. Under his visionary leadership, InSpace has been at the forefront of implementing the space reforms in the country, facilitating private sector participation to boost the space economy and create a self-reliant, sustainable ecosystem. Dr. Goenka sir is instrumental in shaping the Indian Space Policy 2023. Under his esteemed guidance, InSpace has launched the decadal vision and strategy for Indian space economy. The strategy roadmap is being implemented through various initiatives by InSpace. Prior to driving India's commercial space revolution, Dr. Goenka sir has spent decades at the helm of Indian industry as the Managing Director and CEO of Mahindra & Mahindra Limited, earning international acclaim and as a pioneer in Indian automotive engineering and manufacturing. Dr. Goenka sir is credited with building a strong R&D ecosystem and a robust product portfolio for Mahindra. He is widely recognized as a statesman of the Indian auto industry. In addition to all these achievements, Government of India has honored him with Padma Shri in 2025. Sir is a proud recipient of several awards and achievements. He was honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award for his unparalleled contribution to the automotive industry by the Automotive Component Manufacturers Association in March 2022. A fellow of SAE International and National Academy of Engineering, US India, and previously he has led major industry bodies including SIAM, SAE India, and the board, and also ARAI Governing Council. Sir currently serves as the chairperson of the Board of Governors at IIT Madras and as an independent director at Sun Pharma, chair of the Ministry of Commerce and Industries Scale Steering Committee. Dr. Goenka sir is a very well-known name, a visionary leader, a very well-known leader, and it's my proud privilege and pleasure to kindly invite Dr. Goenka sir to deliver the keynote address to this August gathering. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Dr. Pawan Goenka sir. Sir, please welcome. आपका हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं हम.
Good morning. As the minister had joked earlier, that the introduction may be longer than the speech. But thank you so much for that very nice introduction. Dr. V. Narayanan, Secretary DOS, Chairman ISRO, all the leadership of ISRO that's present here, present as well as past leadership, colleagues from ISRO, InSpace, NCIL, industry leaders, participants, students, academicians, media. I'm privileged to be here in front of you on this very special day, the third National Space Day of India. I'm going to start off from my last paragraph in the opening ceremony speech, where I had mentioned to the ISRO team that made Chandrayaan-3 possible, and to every generation of ISRO scientists whose work made it conceivable, this nation salutes you. Every child in an Indian village who says, I want to build rockets and fly to space is part of the legacy that you have built over 60 years. Vikram Sarabhai started or laid the foundation of Indian space. Professor Satish Dhawan made it stronger, and every chairman after that has added to that legacy of ISRO and made it stronger and stronger. And we are fortunate to have today with us the 11th chairman of ISRO, Dr. Narayanan, who has further taken the overall direction of Indian space sector and providing leadership, very able leadership to the Indian space sector. Thank you, Dr. Narayanan, for being here with us, providing the leadership. Now, there's a lot that has been talked about of the space reform. In fact, our chief guest this morning really succinctly described what the space reforms are all about. And very simply, it is about multiplying several-fold what ISRO has done over the last several years and will continue to do over many, many more years. So the legacy of ISRO is now inspiring a whole new generation of builders, as the last few weeks have shown so vividly. Just 2 months ago, in the same hall, on 10th of June, InSpace hosted our 10th Industry Connect. Over 400 CXOs, founders, and policymakers were spending 2 days on where India's space sector stands and how it must scale from capability to capacity. And 2 months later, I returned to this same hall, and in these few weeks, so much has happened. On 18th July, Skyroot Aerospace launched Vikram 1 from the second launch complex at Sriharikota, the first orbital class rocket designed, built, and flown by an Indian private company, first time right. With it, India joined a very small group of nations that have demonstrated private orbital launch capability. I congratulate Pawan and Bharat, who are here, and the entire Skyroot team once more, for the success is India's success. Now, I should say that the success of Vikram 1 and the reaction that Vikram 1 received was something that was way beyond what even I had expected. The launch was picture perfect, and the reaction was as big as anything else that I have seen before, as the whole country cheered for what happened. But I also want to place on record that Vikram 1's success was as much a story of institutional leadership and partnership as a private enterprise. Skyroot's excellence was unparalleled, no doubt, and so was the support from ISRO, from VSSC, from SDSC SHAR, from Lane Safety, and the coordinated review and safety clearances that enabled the launch on time and first time right. In fact, Secretary Doss personally reviewed multiple times on what was happening and ensured that the whole of ISRO machinery is behind this launch. Pawan himself described the process as one with 0 delays. So thank you, ISRO, for enabling this launch. This is what the Indian space sector working together looks like at its best. Beyond these headlines, an equally important story is unfolding across the ecosystem. A new generation of startups building steadily on real technology. And just to mention a few, Astro-based space technology is building Everest, a full flow staged combustion methane engine, an architecture that I am told only SpaceX has flown anywhere in the world. Serendipity Space working towards in-space pharmaceutical manufacturing in microgravity, a frontier even the world's largest companies are only now opening. Serendipity has completed a near space test. Cosmosurf, developing active debris removal and controlled deorbiting, a growing global need. ULOOK, building radio frequency intelligence satellites of increasing strategic importance. Take Me to Space, building orbital compute infrastructure, turning satellites into flying data centers from AI workloads in orbit. XD-Links, Orbit Aid Aerospace, Biomake, Stanyark, InSpacity, Trustworthy Dynetics, each building on real technology and real customers across satellite platforms, in space servicing, LEO positioning, propulsion, and more. Some of them are just getting started, but with very big ambitions. So momentum is not only technical, it is financial too. More than $140 million has already been raised this year on a robust revenue pipeline and a growing order book that now includes foreign customers. The cumulative valuation of our top 4 or 5 companies has crossed $2 billion. Last year, when on NSD, the Honorable Prime Minister gave us a target of 5 unicorns and 50 launches a year by 2030, it seemed impossible. And today, with the industry investing in technology, infrastructure, and capacity, and ISRO and InSpace standing behind them, it looks within reach. 2 months ago, in this very hall, we asked the question, how do we scale? How do we build capacity? Today, we are already watching the answer take shape. I've often talked about 6 enablers to take us from where we are to where we want to be. For India to translate this momentum into a full-scale industrial space economy, the 6 enablers, that is infrastructure, skilling, access to capital, capability, demand generation, and an enabling environment. Let me share very briefly where we stand on each one of these. Infrastructure. ISRO's facilities continue to be made available to the wider ecosystem. The In-Space Technical Center in Ahmedabad is operational, and for its phase 2, an investment of 400 crore is now approved, which will significantly expand shared testing and development facilities. The SLC at Kulsakapatnam is being offered to the private sector for operation and management. Space manufacturing clusters are coming up in Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, and many of the companies sitting here today are now investing in infrastructure beyond the need of the day. Skilling. In-Space has created certified 900 professionals with 17 short skill courses. 34 engineering institutes are now offering space tech education, and many more are planning. The model rocketry and CANSET competitions are engaging hundreds of students. The pipeline is being built, but industry must also meet us halfway through internships, hiring, and curriculum partnerships. Access to capital. As the numbers I mentioned reflect, investor confidence is rising sharply. Government-backed instruments now cover the journey from grant to growth capital. 1,000 crore VC fund of In-Space is now operational, and a dedicated 900 crore R&D fund for academic institutions is in the pipeline. The capital architecture is beginning to take proper shape. Capability and technology. The SSLV TOT, India's first ever transfer of a complete launch vehicle to industry, is complete. And over 110 technologies transfer agreements have been already facilitated. Under the Satellite Bus Service Program, Astrom, Ajista, and Dhruva Space have been contracted to develop an indigenous LEO satellite bus. So startups need not build the full stack to reach orbit. An intent has been announced to transfer PSLV and LVM3 technologies, more in the planning phase. Demand generation. In the medium term, the government must be the anchor customer. There's no doubt about it. Work is on full swing on this. SBS set of satellites are already in the pipeline. Several AOs have been completed to do pilots for user ministry requirements. ISRO and In-Space are working together with user ministries to aggregate data and application requirements, and then announce upstream and downstream opportunities for the industry. Similarly, work is on for a complete PNT framework strategy for broadband satellite communication, including LEO constellation. An enabling environment. A lot has been done. Guidelines for the planned re-entry of space objects have been recently released. Guidelines for hosted payload authorization and on safety and security will be soon released. We will still need to work on simplifying some of the processes that we have, and on time it takes to give approvals and authorization. Still need to work on making In-Space a truly single window. The space bill is still pending. None of these 6 are yet where we want them to be, but the direction is now set and the progress is very visible. So while we are witnessing this progress, let me pause and say something plainly, because it matters lest we forget. The Indian space story has always been and will continue to be at its heart an ISRO story. Every launch pad is Sriharikota. Every ground station, every payload that has flown with an Indian imprint carries within it technical wisdom that ISRO has built over 6 decades. Much of the talent now driving India's private space sector learned its craft within ISRO ecosystem, through ISRO, or drew inspiration from it. Many of those building rockets and satellites stand on ground that ISRO first prepared. The chapter we are now entering is one where that story finds new co-authors along with ISRO. Indian entrepreneurs are building at speed. MSMEs are stepping up. Students are choosing space as a career in numbers we have never seen before. Investors, Indian and foreign, are placing serious capital behind young teams. State governments are opening clusters and offering incentives. Policy reforms by the government of India opened the door for all of this. And above all, the entrepreneurs themselves took risks that no one of these countries had taken before. Each part matters. Remove any one, and the story falls apart. ISRO's own frontier continues to expand. PSLV, GSLV, LVM-3, NISAR, Aditya, Gaganyaan, Chandrayaan-4, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station, an Indian on the moon, and our future journeys to Venus and Mars. Just imagine this, some of the most demanding work anywhere in the world. And it goes on with the same ambition as ever. Around it, a wider ecosystem is now taking shape of startups, MSMEs, academia, investors. Much of it, as I said earlier, built by people who learned their craft in the ISRO tradition, in the ISRO ecosystem. And a lot of it draws on the trust India has earned, thanks to ISRO, over the last 6 decades. When an Indian startup wins a contract overseas today, the trust that ISRO has built travels with it. We are living through a transformation. And transformations can sometimes be somewhat unraveling, making somewhat nervousness. But every transformation is designed to lead to a better tomorrow. And this transformation is aimed just at that. When we look at where the space sector will be in India, both technically, in terms of R&D, in terms of scientific missions, and commercially, in terms of what we are able to do, how we are able to use the space technology for socioeconomic benefit, the future of Indian space tomorrow is, at least to me, looks extremely bright. India is building for the first time a full spectrum space economy. Not a single agency doing everything, but a national endeavor where ISRO, InSpace, NSIL, private industry, MSMEs, academia, investors, and central and state governments are reinforcing each other. Every one of you here is a builder of it. Take pride in what your work is making possible for the country. Let me just talk about the meeting that took place 2 days ago. Excuse me. This is my 6th speech during this week, so I think my throat is finally saying that's done. So 2 days ago, I had the privilege of introducing the founders of 20 of India's space startups to the Honorable Prime Minister at a round table he held with the sector. And he responded to each one of them with a genuine warmth and encouragement. 2 messages that came through with unmistakable clarity. First, the Prime Minister called on India's space technology to reach further into the everyday lives of ordinary people. The farmer, the fisherman, the disaster manager, the citizen in a remote village. He spoke of deeper collaboration between space companies and other development sectors, giving examples of space companies working with agricultural universities and departments to help farmers make better informed decisions and improve their livelihoods. Second, he spoke of India's ambitions to become a magnet for the world of global talent, capital, and markets. When the world thinks of space, it should look towards India. I share this not merely as a message from that room, but as an unmistakable signal from the highest office about the priority this sector now commands. To everyone in this hall, it gives us both the encouragement and the responsibility to build with even greater ambition. I want to just say a word to each one of you in this hall, different groups. First of all, to our friends from ISRO and especially SAC colleagues who are here. Many of you have spent decades building India's space capability, and the missions ahead carry it forward. Gaganyaan, Chandrayaan-4, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station, journeys to come, keep pushing the frontier. The deep science and first of its kind missions that only ISRO can attempt. Please continue on that path and guide the young ecosystem that is learning from you. To the young students in this hall, this is your moment. When I was your age, space was something a handful of nations did. India was just starting in the space era. Today, it is something India does, and increasingly something Indian companies do. There has never been a better time to aspire to work in space. Study hard, build things, break things, and learn from them. The next Vikram, the next Firefly, the next Chandrayaan, next data dissemination platform will be built by people sitting in this hall today. To academia, the frontier of science, the frontier of space is now being defined in advanced materials, next generation propulsion, in-orbit servicing, AI for space, and quantum communications. These are the next base technologies, and Indian universities must lead in them. Open your laboratories to startups, align curricula to industry, and take translational research seriously in space, and ISRO will walk this road with you. To our MSMEs and long-standing ISRO vendors, you are the quiet backbone of India's space story, and many of you are here in this hall today. The precision and quality you learned with ISRO over decades are exactly what the world now needs. The next step is to move up the value chain from components to subsystems to integrated modules and to serve not only ISRO, but the wider Indian and global market. The opportunity is as much yours as anyone else's. To our startups, you have done what no one thought possible 5 years ago. You are no longer providing that you can. You're no longer proving that you can. You are deciding how far. Hold on to the rigor and reliability that has made Indian space respected globally. And it's very important to hold on to that rigor and reliability, because if you move too fast, things will not work out. Speed must never come at the cost of quality or mission assurance. Agility and reliability must travel together. For India's large industrial houses, the next chapter cannot be built by startups in ISRO alone. A USD $44 billion space economy by 2033 needs your manufacturing scale, supply chain depth, and balance sheet strength. Every sector Indian industry has entered, power, telecom, steel, renewables, electronics, has been transformed at scale. Space is that next frontier. And to our investors, Indian and foreign, thank you for the confidence you have already placed here. What we ask now is patience. Space is a long cycle sector, not a quick return one. The returns, when they come, will be strategic as much as financial. To our friends in central ministries and state governments, but particularly the government of Gujarat, the space manufacturing park at GIDC Kharoj is exactly the kind of state-level initiatives this sector needs. I would encourage more states to follow and place on record InSpace's readiness to support each one of them. InSpace was set up to be the Sutradhar, a thread that connects policy and industry, technology and private execution, national ambition with commercial reality, and that is a role we take seriously. We are not a rocket builder. We are not a satellite operator. Our job is to make it easier for those who are. Every barrier this ecosystem identifies, InSpace will work to remove. Every serious opportunity that comes forward, we will support. In conclusion, I would like to say that 3 years ago, an entire nation looked up at the moon and felt its ambition lift. Today, that same feeling runs through an entire ecosystem in ISRO's laboratories, in startup workshops, in university classrooms. Every one of you in this hall is part of it. Some creating the missions, some generating the energy that carries India into space. India's arc in space will only rise from here, carried by ISRO's continuing missions, by industry's growing enterprise, and by the young minds in this hall who will one day lead both. And it is never, please, I urge you, never ever think about it as ISRO versus industry. It is ISRO and industry, both working together to make it happen. Unfortunately, media has created this sort of feeling of that somehow it's one or the other. It is not, because there's no way, as I said multiple times, there's no way industry can lead in space unless full support of ISRO is behind the industry. Without ISRO, there is no space industry in India. Mark my word very carefully. National Space Day is India's day. It belongs to every scientist who has ever poured years of quiet effort into a mission at ISRO. It belongs to every young founder building the future of space somewhere in India. It belongs to every student who dreams to go beyond the skies. Let us keep building together on a national mission, a national priority for national pride and for the world. Jai Hind, Jai Vigyan, Jai Anusandhan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful address. Your thoughts have given us much to reflect upon, particularly for those of us who are beginning our new journeys in the space sector. May I request Dr. V. Narayanan, sir, Chairman ISRO, Secretary Department of Space, to kindly join us on the stage and felicitate Dr. Pavan Goenka, sir, as a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much, sir. A story that began with an idea was built by a young team and has now reached the orbit. We are, of course, talking about Skyroot Aerospace and Vikram 1. Let's have a look at the journey through a video. Please direct your attention towards the screen.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Hello space, we have arrived and we have sun rising behind it. It is the dawn of a new space era.
आगमन मिशन is a grand success. सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई.
Sir, we are very privileged to hear you.
स्काईरूट ने दो काम किए हैं. एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी.
Shri Pavan Kumar Chandana, CEO of Skyroot Aerospace, Shri Naga Bharat Daka, COO of Skyroot Aerospace, and their team to please come on the stage and take over.
Hello everybody. So it really, gave me goosebumps watching the video again, reliving those moments. And it's been just over a month since the launch. And we all know the excitement it generated across the country, and also gives us new enthusiasm to take up new milestones going ahead. And it's really very happy on the space day, third space day, being in a city where, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai was born, who started the space program, and in fact, eventually went to name our rocket Vikram, which, became the first rocket, which reached orbit, and also one of the rarest events in the world, where the first attempt to reach orbit succeeded. A big round of applause to all the team members of Skyroot who made it happen. And you've seen the videos. In fact, it's been like quite a journey to develop this rocket. And today I want to highlight two specific teams, which made it happen. One is, of course, the incredible team Skyroot, which made it happen. In fact, incredible team of a mix of great talent coming together from veterans who build the space program to 20-year-olds, who have never built anything before, like straight out of college, who came, learned, became rocket scientists. All a mix of great talent. People from other industries who came here first time, they learned how to build extremely difficult technologies like rockets. And an amalgamation of all those efforts, resulted in the launch and success of Vikram 1. It's just the beginning. And as we speak today, in fact, we're moving the hardware for the second launch. So it's just the beginning. It's going to go and go. And it's a really incredible journey to start with. And the second very important team which would like to, in fact, the whole contribution to the government of India. So in fact, when we started Skyroot in 2018, and when we listed the risks, the biggest risk we thought was the regulatory risk. We thought we could raise the capital, we thought we could build a team, we thought we could build the technology, but we thought the regulatory risk is the highest, because at that time there was no policy when we started. And then a policy was announced, Honorable Prime Minister opened up the sector to private players. And then we thought, at that time, we thought maybe it'll take a lot of time to streamline the processes. A lot of time it would take to make it happen. But when I still remember Dr. Pawan Goenka sir, when he visited our office, very small office in a shared workspace. And a few years ago when InSpace was announced, that's when the regulatory agency started. And then brick by brick, I personally has seen the incredible journey of how InSpace was built. This processes, everything was streamlined, and I was very happy to say, from being the largest risk when we started, to in fact, we don't think as regulators any risk today. It opened up. In fact, the launches we saw today, zero delay because of any regulatory, any kind of processes by the government. Never seen probably, we all were brought up thinking that government takes time, government is not as efficient as we think, but really this is new India and phenomenal journey of InSpace. And also I think I would like to specifically thank the team ISRO. Already you see the launches. The moment regulation was announced, we were the first startup to have signed an MOU with ISRO, and now opened up as $1 billion infrastructure. The only you see the launch, their beautiful launch taking off, but all the infrastructure which went into the testing, if you see the launch pad, we launched from the historic first launch pad of India, and phenomenal set of ISRO scientists, many of them are here. They all contributed to the mission, like for several weeks, several years. of testing, several years of reviews, several years of, all efforts. We all worked as single mission. And today is like the National Space Day. I would like to tell, we're all one space team, all working towards India's national missions. ISRO, InSpace, Skyroot, all the startups together, entire industry together. This is a National Space Day. We all celebrate, taking the entire space sector of India moving forward. I would like to thank every team which contributed to this journey. And like I say, it's just the beginning of India's space journey, and it's a long, long, long way to go. And we all are in it together. And I wish, again, the Spotlight Skyroot team for making this milestone happen, and also all the support system, behind that. And also I remember the ISRO chairman, before the launch, a few days, Narayan sir called us and said, this first time we have to make it a success. We're all with you. And then that's what it happened. We were very cautious, we're very cautious. We have to make it happen. And then we all made it happen. Thanks, sir, for all the encouragement, to bringing together behind this mission. And everybody who contributed to this team, a big, big round of applause to all of them, and thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add just one point. The famous scientist Isaac Newton said long back that I could only look further because I was standing on the shoulders of the giants who walked on science before me. The only reason Skyroot achieved first time right is only because we stand on the shoulders of the giant work that has been carried out by all the ISRO fraternity. And some of them who have joined us, who have actively guided and mentored our team, are standing here. But all of them who painstakingly built for decades the ecosystem that enabled even the possibility for a private space sector to bloom in the country. Thank you so much. We'll forever be grateful for all the decades of efforts you put in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Skyroot. Please stay back on the stage. May I request Chairman ISRO, Secretary DOS, to kindly come upon the stage and felicitate the CEO, the COO, and the team of Skyroot Aerospace in recognition of their contribution to India's growing private space sector.
I also request the InSpace Chairman and Director SAC to join on the stage. Both of you please come. Dear friends, really, I'm so excited to be here to honor a successful team, Mr. Pawan, Bharat, and the entire Skyroot team. Heartiest congratulations on behalf of the space community of India, specifically from the Department of Space. I'm very, very happy due to a couple of reasons. Number one, when we were organizing the entire Space Day celebration, we thought we must congratulate, appreciate the startup companies, 440 plus startup companies. But then you all will agree with me, felicitating all 440 startup companies is not that easy. So we are felicitating them, means we are felicitating all the 440 plus startup companies. Now, let us give a very big hand to the young Skyroot team, who are average age is just 28 years. Please understand, two youngsters working comfortably in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, taking a bold decision, resigning. Resigning ISRO job is not that easy, and with great risk, both of them, Bharat and Pawan, coming out and starting this company. For that decision, I have to really congratulate you and compliment you on behalf of the entire space community. And dear friends, when couple of people really deserve appreciation, but I'm very small to thank Honorable Prime Minister of India. It is because of Honorable Prime Minister of India, the space sector reform was brought out. And I think let us give a very big standing ovation to our Honorable Prime Minister of India. Only because of him, this has happened today as a reality. Please get up and give a big hand to Honorable Prime Minister of India for his visionary leadership and the direction and guideline. Only because of that, we are going to felicitate our colleagues and we are up here. Coming to next thing, please understand, average age of just 28 years, close to 1,000 people working in this sector, in this company. I have seen them with what great aspiration. I think today only few of them are representing. I think all the 1,000, close to 1,000 people deserve appreciation. Let us give a big hand to all the 1,000 youngsters who are average age is 28. And another important thing, I am very, very happy. I am standing to my PhD guide. There are 3 PhD guides, Dr. Muthanayagam, Jnanagandhi sir, and B.N. Sridhar from IIT Kharagpur. And he, immediately after retirement, he was full-time there. Then I know, because I was groomed. I have learned lot of things. I know what is the knowledge he is having. I think entire thing he would have pumped in Skyroot for enabling you to do great job. And we have got another veteran, Selvaraju sir. I rate him one of the best SRQA engineers of the country. That's what my assessment. And he is a designer of avionics par excellence. A strict SRQA engineer when he was engineer and chief when he was in VSSC. And then surely, whenever I meet Pawan, I used to say, if Selvaraju sir is clearing, I am comfortable. This is the simple statement I used to make. That is what he is. Another important person, Mr. Iswaran. When I joined, I was 2 grades lower than him. He was working in the solid propulsion area. And he went for MTech. That motivated me to go for MTech, to be frank, and he was with them. And in nutshell, I think it is a great teamwork. And one person standing on the extreme left, I think very ably enabled them, in-space chairman. When in-space chairman is there, it is not only in-space chairman, the entire in-space team. Raju, so many people are there. I think they deserve appreciation. Then another important thing is ISRO team. Surely, as he told, I think ISRO team has done its job. I think we never thought people are working for a private launch. People thought they are working for ISRO launch. This was the mindset of entire ISRO team. And I think let us give a big hand to ISRO team also. And one more person, we are missing him here. Doesn't matter. The ISRO system is very vibrant and successful because of open work culture and dynamic review mechanisms. And today, the MRR system, chaired by Dr. B.N. Suresh, I think he is not there. And outstanding work they have done, outstanding work. Please understand, MRR chairman is sandwiched between 2 people. One is Bhavan and Bharat, pushing for schedule. Another person, myself, I used to tell only one thing to Dr. Suresh sir, in the first attempt, it should be successful. Schedule, don't worry, don't yield it to them. And it should be successful in the first attempt. That will bring glory to the country, glory to the nation. It is not Bharat and Pawan or Skyroot success, it is the country's success. So I used to tell him, sir, don't yield for anything. It should be a first successful mission. Towards that, whatever is required, please put in place. And I think the team has done an outstanding job. Dr. B.N. Suresh and the MRR team deserves high level of appreciation. I think let us give a very big hand to them. Now with that, dear friends, it is a small appreciation, but then it's a great thing. I would like to tell one thing. I had the opportunity for the first time to go to the stage to get to the 10th standard first rank award. 100 rupees was given in my school. I still remember when I took the award, I thought I should become first rank throughout my academic career and I should be a successful person. That was the oath I took and came down. So hope you need not declare today, but take similar oath when we recognize you. So with that, it is our great honor to recognize this team representing 440 plus startup companies. I think let us go ahead with a small recognition. So once again,
Thank you, sirs. Sir, I please request you to please stay back at the stage, and the Skyro team can join us in the audience. InSpace has played a pivotal role in engaging Indian industry and startups. In recognition of these efforts and the work undertaken by InSpace towards nurturing industry participation, we now have the privilege of felicitating Dr. Pavan Goenka sir, Chairman InSpace, on behalf of the InSpace fraternity. I request Dr. V. Narayanan sir to kindly present the memento. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. And to commemorate the continued efforts of ISRO in advancing India's space capabilities, we now have the privilege of felicitating Dr. V. Narayanan sir, Chairman ISRO, on the behalf of ISRO. May I request Dr. Pavan Goenka sir to kindly present the memento.
No, this recognition is not for B. Narayanan, it is for the ISRO team. I request all the ISRO directors, whoever is there, ISRO unit and center directors, please come to the stage. Because it is for you, it is not for individual. Please come.
And this is for all the support that ISRO has been giving for the industry in the last 4 years. Absolutely, I mean, from InSpace side, I can say that there has never been any hesitation in anyone to go out of their way to support industry, whether it is the JPIP being done in various labs in VSSC, SSC, LPSC, URSC, or things happening in SAR. The amount of effort that is going in from ISRO, I don't think people recognize that, understand that what ISRO is doing and how much effort they are putting in for the space reform sometimes gets lost. So I just want to make it very clear in this August audience that as chairman of InSpace, I truly appreciate the effort put in. And Dr. V. Narayanan personally has always been very, very blunt with everyone in ISRO, that whenever industry needs anything, you have to do it, even if it means delaying some of your own programs. So thank you very much for that, that direction that you have given. Something that happens behind the closed doors, and today we are making it clear in an open ceremony like that Dr. V. Narayanan has always been very supportive of help to industry in every regard that ISRO needs to provide. And I've said in my speech, and I'll repeat again, that without ISRO, there is no space industry. And everyone, the 450 startups who are making very good strides, they're riding on ISRO's shoulders, and they'll continue to ride on ISRO's shoulders. And my request to all of you standing here on this stage is to please continue providing the support. Sometimes the demands may be unreasonable, but these are demands coming from your younger brothers or from your nephews and nieces. So please provide that demand, that support to them, even if they're being unreasonable at times. Thank you very much for all the support.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you to all the dignitaries for joining us on the stage and receiving the award. Moving forward, behind every successful mission stands a community of scientists, engineers, researchers, technicians, educators, and support teams. Technologies may define what is possible, but people determine how far those possibilities can be taken. The theme of the first panel is cultivating the next generation for an exciting career in space science and technology. The discussion will be about bridging academia and R&D institutions with opportunities offered by Department of Space ISRO and how academia can advance their curriculum to train the future workforce in space science and technology. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Mehul Pandya, Scientist Engineer G, Group Director, Space and Environmental Sciences and Applications Group, EPSA, SAC, the moderator for this panel, to introduce the panelists and set the tone for the discussion. I am pleased to call on stage the panelists, Dr. Anil Bhardwaj, Director, Physical Research Laboratory, PRL, Dr. R.P. Singh, Director, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, IIRS, Dr. P.K. Jain, Director, Program Management and Authorization in Space, Professor Dipankar Banerjee, Vice Chancellor, Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, IIST, Dr. S.P. Agarwal, Director, Northeastern Space Application Center, NESAC, Dr. Mahendra Sharma, Joint President, Ganpat University. So, we request you to kindly join us on the stage. I humbly request you, sir, to please take over.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman ISRO, Chairman InSpace, all the stalwarts of Indian space program, all the dignitaries present in this particular hall. I am very delighted and glad to invite you for the participation in the first panel discussion on the cultivating the next generation for an exciting career in space science and technology. I'm very delighted and glad to have a panel of stalwarts and experts consisting of eminent scientists from ISRO and Department of Space, centers and units. They are experts in Earth observation, planetary sciences, and space exploration research. Directors of ISRO centers, prominent academicians, and very importantly, representative from InSpace. I will not take much time for introduction, but it's my duty to briefly introduce each panelist. The first panelist is Dr. Professor Anil Bhardwaj, Director PRL. He is a world-renowned space scientist, and his primary research field is planetary and space science and solar system exploration. He has made outstanding contribution in various fields, especially solar system exploration, X-ray astronomy, theoretical modeling for air glow emissions, photochemistry in planetary upper atmosphere and ionosphere. He has been PI of various instrumentation in Chandrayaan-1, SARA instrument, Manka on Mars orbiter mission, and he has led the team for Chandrayaan-2 orbiter payloads, Chandrayaan-3 lander and rover missions as well. And he is fellow of all the 3 national academies and received many awards. Just to give 2 most coveted science awards, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize and Infosys Prize. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Second panelist is Dr. R.P. Singh, Director, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing. Dr. Singh has been was at Space Application Center since 1991, and he has joined IRS Director in 2022. His major contribution has been towards various EO Earth observation related sensor system studies and retrieval geophysical parameters, and he has worked on developing various applications over a period of more than 3 decades. He was also a principal investigator in a science instrument called TIS in Mangalyaan 1 mission. He has been also received many awards, including Professor P.R. Peshwarity Memorial Award. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Professor Dipankar Banerjee, Vice Chancellor of IST University, is an accomplished astrophysicist who has joined IST in 2024. He has served as a director, Aryabhatta Research Institute of Observational Sciences, ARIES, Nainital from 2019 to 24. And he was also a senior professor at IIA. His research interest is in sun and the solar atmosphere, and is involved in various theoretical and numerical modeling analysis. He has also received many awards and recognitions. One of the major thing is his Science Working Group co-chair of Aditya mission and also involved in NASA's Punch mission. He is also fellow of many of the National Science Academy. Thank you, sir, to join this panel. Thank you very much. Then Dr. P.K. Jain, Director, PMAD InSpace, Ahmedabad. He has joined InSpace as a founding director, program management and authorization, with a prime responsibility to enable and felicitate the Indian non-government entities to the ISRO facilities and support, along with authorizing space activities undertaken by Indian entities. He has 36 plus years experience in DOS ISRO in areas of space policy, regulatory framework, space project and program management. He also has many awards. I'm not going into detail. Thank you very much, sir, for joining this particular panel. Dr. S.P. Agarwal is Director, Northeastern Space Application Center in NESAC since year 2021. Prior to this assignment, he was the group head at IIRS, Indian Institute of Remote Sensing. He is an accomplished scientist in the field of remote sensing GIS, especially for water resources management and disaster management. He has received several awards, including Eminent Engineer Award, ISRS President Appreciation Award, and National Geospatial Award for Excellence. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining this panel. With this brief introduction, as this particular panel will discuss the theme called Bridging Academia and R&D Institutions with Opportunities Offered by DOS ISRO, and how academia can advance their curriculum to train the future workforce in space science and technology. To set the context for this particular panel, when we are standing at very important juncture in this space history, what we have been hearing from the morning in this 2026, after the space sector was open to private players in 2020, followed by Indian space policy in 2023. And as it was mentioned by respected chairman, sir, also that in 2014, we had only one registered startup. And as of now, the number has grown more than 440 in India. This multifold increase in space activities would also require a large number of, trained workforce, which we would like to see from the universities, college, and what kind of careers students would get attracted to. So this would be the key point in today's panel discussion. So let us start this discussion, because as we know that there have been a lot of fundamental science and engineering subjects from engineering point of view, aerospace and system engineering, electronics and communication engineering, basic science, physics, maths, chemistry, astrophysics, astronomy, space data science, computing, and there are now newer themes which are being added related to, as we were discussing in the morning also by the stalwarts, the AI, ML, robotics, quantum computation, quantum communication, astrobiology, space biology, medicinal and pharmaceutical related research also. So let us begin this panel discussion, and I will initiate this discussion with Professor Anil Bharadwaj. As sir, you are representing the Physical Research Laboratory, the mother institution in the Indian space program. And can you just give and set a context by giving some of your thoughts on the space exploration activities in India very briefly, and what kind of opportunity or challenges it is going to throw us?
Thank you, Mahil. And let me first of all greet everyone for the 3rd National Space Day being organized by Space Applications Center. As was told in the morning in the inaugural session, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai started the space program in the country by setting up the Physical Research Laboratory, which happened in the year 1947, very soon after we became independent. And it was his vision to use the space science and space technology for the benefit of the country. So PRL has been fundamental in terms of instrumentation development and doing fundamental science. And that's how it has all begun in the year 1947. In fact, the first rocket launch, which took place on 21st of November 1963, actually carried experiment developed in Physical Research Laboratory. Fast forwarding, we have seen the various space exploration program in the country, starting with the Chandrayaan-1 mission, Chandrayaan-2, Chandrayaan-3, and now we are talking about the Chandrayaan-4 and 5. We also had the Mangalyaan, the Mars orbiter mission exploration of Mars. We are talking about going to the Venus to explore in much more detail and about landing on the Mars. So all these programs are essentially leading to making the technological development in the countries, because we need technological development in the country for doing such kind of missions which are quite complicated. And if you see that the requirement in the country is with respect to not just one area. We need people from different domains of the research and development and technology, whether it's all branches of science and technology, engineering, and the basic sciences. And once we are talking about the Gaganyaan, we are also talking about the space biology, space medicine, space tourism, space food, and technologies which is required for such kind of programs to be taken up. So essentially, you need people from different domains of science and technology coming forward to take part in this endeavor, which is huge in the country in terms of opportunity, because we are not just talking about going to space, we are also talking about building our own space station and leading to the human landing or Indian landing on the moon. So once we talk about such kind of large endeavors, we need larger community to take part, and that's how the startups are making a good effort in this direction, and that is what is the future for the country today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving us brief background. I'll come back to you later on in the panel discussion. Dr. R.P. Singh, as we are aware, IIRS has a rich legacy of education and training in the fields of Earth observation, geoinformatics, and photogrammetry. Throw some light on some of very important and useful training courses, because there are many students also present in the audience, and which branches or themes are emerging as one of the important options for better career options and growth also.
Thank you, Dr. Mehul. I would like to talk about something like a background of IIRS. And as we all agree that the success of ISRO and the space program was started by the academicians and the interactions of the professors from PRL, ISC Bangalore, and many national institutions. So any program, the academics and the training and the capacity building has a foundational role to play upon. And very interestingly, when the ISRO was being formulated or being talked about, even that time our visionaries had thought of having one particular institution, a dedicated institution, that time called IPI, the Institute of Indian Photo Interpretation Institute, where it was already envisaged that whenever the data start coming up, whenever the pictures will come, who will interpret and what are the technologies of that era. So I consider it was a very visionary step, and because of that, this 1966, it was established, and a PG diploma course from then till today is take place every year. And in my opinion, this course provided I would say, momentum to the technology remote sensing, which was known to very few people. And it was only an interpretation in initial stages. Now it is done through a lot of computing and digital processing. And similarly, later on with the demands, the MSc courses, and currently the PhD courses are run in the department. So a student interested in coming to that, learning geospatial technology and geoinformatics, do visit us. We have a programs of even a 4-day for the decision makers for a week or 2 weeks, even 2 months and a year. So depending upon if you are doing research or if you are in industry, you wish to understand some technology for some period, please visit us. And every week you can find 1 or 2 programs dedicated on certain topics, and this institute that way is catering to the expanding of this, I would say, this technology through whole country. Thank you.
Yeah, what kind of newer subjects from ISRO side we envisage to get, in the some of these IRS courses also? Can you?
Yeah, as I said, currently we were dealing the photo interpretation, then the digital technology camp. Nowadays I see there's no practical experiences. The generating from data to intelligence, as was been talked by the previous experts also, that we have to use that artificial intelligence, machine learning. Now not only few images, even thousands, lakhs of images has to be analyzed. So I found students has a huge interest whenever the courses are done with this newer technology. And that's how the institute has started teaching these new techniques, including GeoGPTs, addressing large language models, taking decisions quickly and putting into curriculum. And this I have found is a huge success, and a lot of people come to see that this technology they learn so that they can find solutions of the images or the multiple images they can process.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, Professor Dipankar Banerjee, you are the Vice Chancellor of Asia's first Space Science and Technology University that has tailor-made courses and, degree programs for space science and technology. So, and about almost 2 decades, ISTians have been serving, by and large, ISRO centers, and some of the they have been there in startups also. They are actively contributing. We have seen some of excellent, students taking up these startups to the very next level. Now, my question would be, what is your opinion on India's new growing space sector's needs vis-a-vis education and training being imparted to students at IST? Now, after 18-19 years of, IST, and is there a modification needed in course and curriculum? Just we'll begin with this brief, discussion.
Thank you, Mehul. Thanks for this opportunity. I think IST has been contributing to the space program for many years. Even today, the first prayer you sang, you heard was from IST students who was in the campus few months back. And the anchor person also today is a IST graduate. She moved to SAC few months back. So I think it's a really honor for institution like IST to be able to contribute to the space program of the country. And today, IIST has a even more bigger responsibility in terms of, also supplying the trained resources to the industry and also the startup. So that way, I think our responsibility as an institution is manifold, increased. Also, that demands that the other academic institutions like IITs or other even private universities, those who are very much interested to jump into the space technology domain, to help them to design their curriculum. And thankfully, it has already started happening. So we have already MOUs with quite a few IITs. There are private universities who are ranked within 50. Their VCs even visiting IIST and interacting with our faculties to find the possibilities of introducing undergraduate program in space technology, just not aerospace or avionics. This is also another very important element is today, space science and technology demands a multidisciplinary approach. I think my colleague, Anil has already pointed it out, how important it is to have this interdisciplinary, work, even in the primary education. In fact, the national education policy also demands that. Even if you have taken major in aerospace engineering, you cannot take a minor course from the aerospace department. You have to go to the other department, maybe physics, maybe, avionics or computer science, to choose other minor programs. So this is mandatory requirement for national education policy. So that is actually also enabling people to be able to, move into this multidisciplinary approach. And as you said that, we do need to look at curriculum at a periodic interval to look at the requirements. In fact, IIST has introduced the computer science and data science undergraduate with the same mindset, that because today, as you all know, that we cannot avoid without AI, without machine learning. So every student have to have certain level of expertise into these domains as well, whether they're coming from any engineering department. So that's how these kind of, changes in the curriculum are very, very important. And the other major important for an institution like IST is also to collaborate with other academic institutions within the country. In fact, interestingly, I just like to mention, in Trivandrum, there are now 8 different academic institutions and the different departments, starting from DST, DBT, CSIR, you name it, CDAC, ISRO. We are all joining hands to build a innovation cluster. So that will enable the faculties and the students to, work with together to get this multidisciplinary approach as well. So boils down to everything that, these kind of modification or, curriculum and your research domain also needs this, interdisciplinary collaborations across institution and industry also. We'll come back to that later on.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Before I move to Dr. Jain and Dr. Agrawal, Dr. Bharadwaj, PRL has been a hub of, researchers and students with a fantastic alumni. What kind of suggestions or, modification you would like to provide to academia, universities to inculcate, to support the research temperament as far as space science, technology courses and fundamental science to be pursued? So what kind of, from ISRO side, what kind of, advice or suggestion we should be giving it to some of the universities and, that academia?
Okay, so PRL, as you all know, is working in domains of space sciences and fundamental sciences, doing cutting-edge research. So our main goal is to generate human resources in the countries, which we do in different ways. One of them is by taking research fellows and educate them for doing the research. But in addition to this, we do it through internship programs where the students come for their summer 2 months of internships. Many students comes for their project training programs, which is like 2 months, 3 months to 6 months if they are doing their MSc projects or their MTech projects. The basic idea is to train these kind of manpowers for taking future research programs or contributing to industries, essentially making them understand the nuances of sciences and giving them practical trainings. As in PRL, we do research in various domains of sciences, which includes astronomy, astrophysics, geosciences, solar physics, planetary sciences, space and atmospheric sciences, theoretical physics, and atomic molecular optical physics. The domains are very wide. And therefore, our idea is to train the manpowers in all these different domains to take up research or development activities in the countries. They can contribute into academia, they can contribute into startups, or they can even make up their own startups. And this is what we are finding, that the students who are coming now to PRL, on an average, we train something like 500 students every year. Many of them are actually quite enthusiastic to understand that the country is growing in a big way in the space program, and there are much more avenues available to them now currently compared to them about a decade back, which is reflecting back in their own thought process of contributing to the space program in the country or any other domains of research in which they are widely interested. So it is essentially the matter of thought process which has changed because the country is now providing them much more avenues than it was available before. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir. Dr. P.K. Jain from InSpace. I have twofold question for you. Okay. What kind of opportunities exist for young researchers or students pursuing some of these courses for joining space tech startups and industries? And what challenges do you see for space tech startups to get this talented workforce?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Moel. Now, coming to the first question, what are the opportunities? So I think since morning, we have been hearing the momentum which has been created now in the country in the space sector, thanks to the space sector reforms brought in by the government. Now, just to give you some of the statistics, morning Chairman in Space also mentioned, when it comes to, and Chairman ISRO also, the number of startups which were in the single digit now have grown to cross 400. It's around 450 now. The funding wise, if you see, seeing the momentum, the global funding, which has now Indian space sector is attracting, it's beyond imagination. Last 5 years, now rather last 4 years, if we see the cumulative funding has about $500 million. And this year, of course, we are going to have more or less all, will break all the records. Thanks to again the launch of Vikram. We have already crossed 100, 125. We are already reached to this year itself. So that shows the confidence, trust by the global investment community on the Indian space sector. So certainly this is the right time, I should say, for any students and the children who have the passion and who have the hobby to fructify them and join the space sector. This is the perfect right time. Now, certainly, I should say, because of these reforms and because of this momentum, the avenues also have increased. Now, it is not the children, they don't have the choice of only ISRO, which so far we used to have. And of course, still joining ISRO is always a matter of pride for any child in the country. But even then, now the avenues are open. They don't have to go or seek the avenues outside the country. And this is very important part now in this particular, these years which we have seen. I would also like to say some of the in-space initiatives also in this regard. of course, in space, you know, as an enabler, it acts as a bridge now between academia. Now I'm talking about only the students vis-a-vis the industry. And we act as a bridge between the academia and the industry. And recently we have started connecting the academia to the industry for the internship program. And in the last year, rather the January 2026, in fact, 500 students were provided internship to the different industry, 75 number of industry who have come forward. So we always take the expression of interest where the industry come to in space, whomsoever they want to run the internship program. And afterwards, we again put another announcement of opportunity to academia, and then academia also reaches out to us, and afterwards we connect the industry and the academia, and then they go and then they take the entrepreneurship. This year also about more than 50 industry have already come forward to take the entrepreneurship, the internship from the students. It's ongoing. The last date is not closed. Second thing is, we have also started the immersion program, taking advantage of our own technical center. InSpace has its own technical center, and we are now providing 1 week of immersion program to the students and the academia, and we give them the hands-on experience on all the systems which technical center has, entire assembly, integration and testing, the simulation, design, all tools and the test equipment, the student. It's very popular. So far already we have conducted 5 immersion programs. And once we go for the Technical Center 2.0, certainly we are going to upgrade this particular feature. So that way, I would summarize that the students have a lot of opportunities in India. Some of the challenges for industry is again the skill development and the freshers who are coming, whether they are coming with the appropriate theoretical knowledge of the space segment or the space sector. And towards that also, we have again taken initiative. We have been collaborating with many institutes to run and initiate the space technology courses. And a lot of IITs and NITs have come forward. Already the courses have started. Last 2 years, this was our efforts. And many more and more the institutes are coming forward. We are also started to doing the Antariksha Prayogshala, one of the schemes we have done, wherein again the InSpace would set up the Antariksha Prayogshala in all the regions across the country. And then we will enable that those laboratories can be used by the students, not only of that particular institute, other neighboring institute, as well as the industry. So that way, we will be creating the lot of awareness and the good theoretical knowledge background, which can be ready to go to the industry. So I think with that, hopefully, we'll see in next 2 years' time that we will have a very good momentum, at least in this area also.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for providing this overview about InSpace role and some of how would you tackle the challenge of getting talented workforce. I would move to Dr. Agrawal Sahab. You have been involved in solving some of the real life problems through use of remote sensing data and geoinformatics, especially in the fragile ecosystem of Himalaya or Northeast India region. How do you think and how do we inspire young minds to solve and to take up these as a challenge and take these as a career option to be contributing to solve some of these real life, issues and problems of nation?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mehul. First of all, greetings on National Space Day to all of you. When we are talking about igniting young minds, in fact, the example of landing of the South Pole of the Moon itself is an igniting point. I remember the day when we have landed, soft landed on the south pole of the moon. Almost entire India, especially young mind, they were so much ignited. There were so much curiosity was there. So to ignite the young minds, I have three important points I want to tell. First is create curiosity for learning. That is very, very important. And ISRO should enable that we should create curiosity for learning. Number two, provide technology for experiment. This is also very important. And ISRO has the capability that we can provide technology to the academia, to the industry for the experiment for young minds. And third one, which is very, very important, and that is the give meaningful problem to solve them. For example, if you give a young mind a problem, that suppose in your village you are going to have a flood, how space technology can help? He will really ignite. He will say, yes, this is directly helping me. I was in that state level National Space Day program, and I was talking to them when I told, every day you are going to Pizza Hut or McDonald's and all these places, you know from where this pizza and all these things, generated. It is not from some, shop. It is basically from that, from the agriculture field. So agriculture is very, very important. And how space technology will help to enhance our agriculture production. If we will tell these young minds, they will certainly be inspired that yes, we should work in the space technology. To do so, I propose, ISRO is helping a lot in academia, industry also, as told by Honorable Chairman ISRO, as told by Honorable In-Space Chairman also. So I propose, ISRO should provide academia beyond sharing a knowledge only. So what we have to do? We have to look into it. So it is not only to provide the curriculum, we have to provide the satellite data, we have to provide the well-equipped laboratories, we have to provide the mentorship for the teachers also. And of course, we have to give them the real-time, real-world problem so that a total space ecosystem will be created in the academia. Hence, it will help our young minds as well. So this is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal. Now, at the fag end of this discussion, I would like to throw a slightly typical and difficult question about the Indian space ecosystem. When we talk about US space ecosystem, European space ecosystem, where academia, industry, and space agencies, they have a seamless, by and large, from decades together, they have that collaborations. They have very, smooth exchange of ideas and developmental activities. Many of the times, professors would be principal investigator of some of the space programs also, or space missions also. So what kind of differences we are, some of the takeaways we can have from those successful models? So I would like to throw this open question to panel. So I think, Professor Banerjee.
Yeah, I can take this. So first of all, I think Goenka sir mentioned in the morning that how important it is to connect with the industry early enough. So see, IST has been a unique institution, privileged to get all the students, trained or internships in different ISRO centers. But I think it is also important that the IST students goes to industry. So this is just giving example. So all academic institutions have to work with real-time, problems. Even what is industry's requirement has to be heard. And as you said, the maturity in the industry in terms of the research is still not there in our country as you are comparing with the Western world. To reach that stage, I think the collaborations between industry, academia, and government sector is very, very important. In fact, now I see even in IST, I'm telling you that different departments have similar kind of requirements. Today, we heard from even Minister he is even aware about the space situational awareness. You know, there is another domain I work with, the space weather. So these are common domain which has applications and requirement or users in the government sector, into the private sector as well. So the multidisciplinarity is actually really growing. So we need to work with the users. And as he was actually, Agarwal sir just was mentioning about real-time problem if you deal with. So this is again, IST has a unique opportunity because it has experiential learning. It has its own satellite, spacecraft building facility, undergraduate students build it, but all universities or other academic institutions do not have such privileges. So I'm glad again, InSpace is creating that Antariksha, Prayagshala in different, centers across the country. So that's the way forward. So the IITs also have to take up the same kind of a role. And it is happening. IIT Kanpur alumni were actually contacting me just last week. They are ready to invest money to have this. And I was so happy to note the 5 domain which, Goenka sir mentioned in the morning was exactly there in their list. So I think people are aware that what are the domains people have to work. And now as academic institutions also, we have to also engage our training and, programs, which is in line with the industry requirement as well.
Yeah, sir, this brings an important point. As the chairman ISRO sir mentioned in the morning that ISRO has already been there with the industry.
Yes.
More than 450 industries have been contributing through decades. There is a delicate bridge which has to be strengthened from academia side also. I think what we see that there is a lack
Definite
of,
gap.
so
Definite gap.
that is the main hurdle probably in this particular
True. There is a
area.
bit of a polarization. People are not too comfortable, and pure academic institutions. Since I came from such an institute, we have worked in always in silos.
They have bigger role to play. That's what I'm just saying from ISRO
So more
side.
MOUs, more programs need to be worked out.
Yeah.
Thank you. So it is very important questions. We have to take the best practices among the other developed countries, and we have to work in India. So I thought that entire ecosystem of ISRO, space fraternity, in space, industry, and education should be like this. Problem statement has to be defined by ISRO and in space. That is number 1. Then for that, R&D has to be done by academia, number 2. Then solution has to be provided by the industry. So this nexus is required in our country so that really all these 3 capabilities of 3 sectors can be utilized for the benefit of the common people. And this is how it is happening in other countries. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Singh.
I would like to put another point of view, slightly different. One is that to have this synergy between the ISRO centers and academic organization is very important. It has to be there. As you talked, it happens in many of the European and American space centers. And one idea is the way we talk about indigenous technology, the way we talk about indigenous instruments, we have to talk about indigenous content. The content of this technology, mostly we get from various sources. So unless we develop our own content, technology cannot propagate. So I would like to tell people that Chairman ISRO has taken initiative to write 100 books to generate content of various nature. And the work is going on, and soon we'll get those kind of content.
Yeah.
Such efforts are more needed to see that we not only have our own satellite or software, we have our own contents also.
Yeah, just for information to this larger audience, there is an initiative by Chairman ISRO, ISRO book writing campaign, where he has insisted to have at least 100 books in a very lucid way from school students level to the university levels. And Dr. T.P. Singh SPO office, they have been actually doing that particular activity with across all ISRO centers, and it is actually it has got great response, and we see that documentation over a period of, I think, 5 to 6 decades, whatever has been learned, those have been put in a very systematic way. Dr. Bharadwaj, would you like to add?
So I would like to put up the point that when you talk about industry, academia, institutions like ISRO and the startups, they're all different pillars of the whole system, ecosystem. Right now, with the country's way of moving forward and capabilities built up within the country, startups are coming up. We are not hearing about startups earlier. ISRO has matured to a level to support the startups. We have academia who is also supporting the research and R&D, which is happening within the ISRO and outside the ISRO system. So it is 2 or 3 major pillars which are now working together to build up the space ecosystem in the country, which is to move forward and multiply it. For multiplication, we need more and more people and more companies and partnership with startups and the industry partners. So it is essentially that the country is moving forward, and that is what we are seeing now in the country, that we have many startups which has come up, which is going to build up and multiply the numbers which we are seeing earlier. And for that to happen, the country and the government of India has enabled through different ways, for example, setting up the InSpace and ANSIL, as well as the academia support which is coming and the ISRO support, because ultimately it is the knowledge which is being shared across the whole system, which is enabling these startups to come up. So we need more and more startups to come up in the company, utilizing the base which is available with respect to the knowledge gained over the last 4 or 5 decades in the country.
Thank you.
Yeah, so see, as rightly told by Bhardwaj Saab, see, you have the 3 independent, right now, we say that verticals. We have academia, we have industry, and now we have the government. How do we enable them? And then anyway, InSpace now has been created precisely for that. We can act always as a coordinating agency and act as a bridge between the academia, industry, and this is what we have been doing also. Just one suggestion, last suggestion, which I want to, because now the Indian state space startups, they are severely short of the experienced manpower. And we know that their experience pool is only at ISRO. And this was sounded by Chairman InSpace also sometimes back, that why can't we think of some sort of a scheme wherein the ISRO experts can go on sabbatical to the industry, work there, train them, and come back. And that would probably create good expertise and all that thing. We have all talked about the academia state, but we need also, and we have seen the sky route, the success was based on the experience again by the ISRO scientist. Thank you.
Very interesting point and proposition. Thank you, Dr. Jain. So, because of paucity of time, we need to now wrap up this session. Before we wrap up, if organizers allow 1 or 2 questions from the audience, or just would like to request that when child is quite young in India, they have a dream of becoming astrophysicist, doing space research. What happens after 8th and 10th standard, that he or she wants to pursue some of the specific courses, so that JEE, NEET kind of, courses, and they deviate from some of pursuing this fundamental research. That is also point to be actually pondered by ISRO, industry, academia, that what kind of opportunities and great motivation we try to give. When we started putting some of information, because I was part of a Mars orbiter mission, Dr. Bharadwaj, Dr. R.P. Singh was there, and ISRO started putting many of those things on the social media from that point onwards, and it created a great, excitement and that kind of traction from the larger part of society. So those kind, Chandrayaan 3, it had a great euphoria, great attraction. So it is our duty to ignite, inspire the younger minds to take up some of these kind of challenges. If they are there in abundance, ISRO and industry startups, they will not have a, scarcity of this trained manpower. That's what I understand. So if organizers allow, we can have 1 or 2 questions. Otherwise, we can wrap up this session. Yeah.
I can just make one comment. We know about Gen Z now, but the other day I was trying to find out the definition between Gen Z and Gen Alpha. And I discovered that Gen Alpha is a younger generation who are growing only through digital media and social media. So I think we have to change our approach as well, because my own children are in Gen Z. So we have seen them growing, and we probably had certain traditional approach. And as you said, unless you are doing excellent in your studies, things are so competitive, they can't get through in any of these higher education systems and so on. So I think when, of course, we have to enlarge our reach, outreach has to increase a big way. And as I said, Gen Alpha has to be targeted through a different approach, showcasing how expanding this entire domain is. So there is opportunity in your academic institution, in the industry, in the government sector, in the application domain. So I think once the students see different opportunities, different options, they feel more confident to come to further space science domain. So I think this has been the main worry with a lot of youngsters, that how do we get into this? So our approach has to change.
Yeah, thank you, Professor.
I have a small point to say. When we see from a child perspective or a society perspective, all these technology jargons look very complex to us. Obviously, space and rockets also are very complex. So we the scientists has to demystify this complexity into a simpler explanation, so that the curiosity so it is our job of our, as all scientists, to see that things are portrayed and open our labs to them, so that the process become full of curiosity and acceptable to them. Thank you.
Yeah, with that particular word, curiosity, athaso brahma jigyasa, I would like to wrap up this session by saying thank you very much to the panelists. I don't want to name because we are actually crossing the time limit. I thank you. Thank you very much for your time, your comments and discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I thank the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs. This discussion has brought together valuable perspectives from education, research, and the space sector. May I request Shri Rajiv Jyoti, Director, Technical Directorate in Space, to kindly come upon the stage and felicitate the panelists. A small token, but a big thank you for all the inspiration and the support. Thank you, sirs. Please give them a huge round of applause for such an interactive and inspiring panel discussion. Thank you very much, sir. उपलब्धियों को याद करना, वर्तमान से सीखना और भविष्य के सपनों को जन्म देना, यही नेशनल स्पेस डे की भावना है. And with that inspiring thought, we come to the lunch break. All the invited guests and participants, please join us for lunch. And while you are there, please visit the participants exhibition. All the SAC employees, you please join the lunch on the 3rd floor in the Confluence Hall, and the rest dignitaries may join us on the 4th floor and the Capitol Hall itself. We request everyone to kindly reassemble back at 2 p.m. sharp for the panel discussions. Thank you. Thank you. I request everyone to kindly be seated. We are going to resume our program within 5 minutes. Please be seated. We request everyone to kindly be seated. We'll resume the program in 5 minutes. I request you all to please join us in the audience. AVM Shri Dhananjay Khot sir. No, no, no. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back. We now move to the second panel discussion. Just as space exploration pushes past new horizons, our program has plenty of stellar insights left to share. India's space sector is evolving into a broader ecosystem where ISRO and the Department of Space work alongside industry, startups, academia, investors, and research institutions. Our second panel is titled Scaling India's New Space Ecosystem. The conversation will explore how promising technologies move from the laboratory to reliable systems, how deep tech startups can scale, and how institutions and emerging companies can complement one another. Now, I would like to invite retired Air Vice Marshal Shri Dhananjay Khoth, Director, Strategy and Planning in Space, the moderator for this panel, to come upon the dais and introduce the panelists and commence the discussion. Please, sir. May I also call upon stage the panelists, Shri Upendra Kumar, Astra Microwave Private Limited, Dr. Vinod Chippalkatti, Centum Electronics, Shri Abdul Asif, Azista Industries Private Limited, Shri Abdul Asif, Azista Private Limited, Shri Pratik Mehta, Amnex Info Technologies Private Limited, Shri Pratik Mehta from Amnex Info Technologies Private Limited, Shri Sandeep Shah, Optimized Solutions Limited, Shri Munjal Shah, Paras Defense and Space Technologies Limited, Shri Lokesh Kabdal, Vyom IC Startup, Shri Vipul Patel, IIMA Ventures, and Shri Arvind Punekar, iCreate Incubator. Sorry, sir. Shri Avinash Punekar, iCreate Incubator. We humbly request you, sir, to please take over.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everybody towards the rear of the hall to please settle down for the coming discussion. Please settle down, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon to everybody gathered here. Dr. V. Narayanan, Dr. Goenka, all the dignitaries gathered here in this hall, entrepreneurs, members of the ISRO and IN-Space families, members of the media, academia, students, a very good afternoon. Compliments and congratulations on being here at the 3rd National Space Day, and welcome to the post-lunch session and panel number 2. The theme for this 3rd National Space Day is Vikasit Bharat. And when we talk about Vikasit Bharat in this context, we're talking about the role of space in Vikasit Bharat. When does Bharat really become Vikasit? It's when the benefits of everything that we do, among other sectors, space being an important one, an important enabler, when it seeps down to the grassroots and every Indian citizen is a beneficiary of the technologies that we bring in. That's when we are Vikasit. When it reaches every individual citizen. And space is an extremely important enabler of this possibility. It's one thing to develop capabilities. Over the last 70 years, ISRO has done a magnificent job of creating space capability. against tremendous odds, in an environment of frugal engineering with minimum resources, in the face of technology denial, and created a foundation of capabilities for all of us to build on. But where we are right now in the space reforms, it's not merely capabilities that are going to see us through, but this is where we ought to be talking about capacities. It's one thing to have a capability and demonstrated one. It's another thing altogether to have 100 or 1,000 copies of that. And we are here to talk about that today. And this panel is about building capacities and scaling up India's new space ecosystem. Scale cannot be achieved unless the entire ecosystem is in place. If you're not in balance, you cannot create scale. It requires not only the technologies which are to be scaled, but an ability to go to the market, the demand required, talent generation, capitalization, infrastructure development. And all of this is going to happen only if every stakeholder of the ecosystem comes together. In this very hall, we have representation from every element of the ecosystem, as we have on the stage as well. So we have a very interesting panel here today to talk about the ecosystem, representation from the non-government organizations, that is the industry itself, from the investor community, and from the incubation sector. So ordinarily in the armed forces, we won't call this a panel. This would be called a company attack. So, but we have a fantastic galaxy here of speakers from different areas. Let me introduce them very briefly in collectives. We have 3 members from the industries who create the final products. Somebody who represents the satellite manufacturing area, that is Azista. We have somebody from the applications area, that is Amnex. And we have also somebody from the PNT, or the satellite navigation area, and that is Vyomik, represented here. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. What's really under the surface, 9/10 of the iceberg, is the component and sub-assembly ecosystem. And we have 4 members here with a great heritage of building in that area who are represented on this panel. Through Optimized Solution, Paras Defense and Space, Astra Microwave, and Centum. Has everybody had lunch? Very happy to hear that. Let's also thank Centum and Astra Microwave, who were the lunch partners for today's event. And and then we have the lifeblood of any ecosystem is actually the capital that flows through its veins. We have the investor community here represented by Vipul Patel of IIMA Ventures. And the incubation layer is more like the connective tissue, the soft tissue that holds everything together. And that is represented by iCreate here, represented by Shri Avinash Punekar. So I'm going to start with the industry elements. And let me start with Astra Microwave. And really speaking, the core of my question is common to all of you in the industry, which is one, I would like you all to just describe in 30 seconds what it is that your companies do, how that's going to translate to scale in the space sector, which means I would like you to bring out your plans and aspirations. If there are any specific challenges that you think you face right now, could be brought out, and we'll take it from that point. So we have on my left here, starting with Astra Microwave, Shri Upendra Kumar, who brings about 30 years of experience in the defense and space area with Astra Microwave, which is one of India's oldest RF companies and has done fantastic work both for defense and in space. A great heritage of working with ISRO and DRDO over the years. And he heads the space vertical of Astra Microwave. So Upendra, all yours to bring us up to speed on what is it that the company does and what are your plans in scaling up and how does it feed into the space economy?
Thank you. Thank you very much, AVM Co-Chair. Respected Chairman ISRO, Chairman Space, Director SAC, and dignitaries of the dais and on the dais, and all my industry colleagues. As Astra Micro have been
as a public limited company, but still on my tally it is written as a private limited company. I think little misunderstanding here. Looks like we have been a public limited company for last 35 years and operating into the domain of defense and space. As far as space is concerned, we have been part and partial of the majority of the ISRO programs, as well as to name few like RISAT series, communication satellites, INS satellites, and all this. After opening this sector for NGs around 6 years back, we also thought of going up into the value chain, and we started creating the facilities, infrastructure at a system level. And right now, we have a facility where a small satellite can be integrated, a small payload of up to 600 kgs can be integrated at our Bangalore facility. And we also have a team now groomed which can taken care at a satellite level on this. And in between, thanks to the space, we got an opportunity to participate in PPP case of EOS constellation. And we have a lot of learning into it, and we are the technically qualified consortium there. So that is how the journey of Astra Microwave have been. And as far as our scaling is concerned, we have been now looking for at a system level requirements. We are already geared up at a system. We are looking for the exports also, talking to some of the players on the subsystems as we can supply. That's all I think about a little profile of Astra Microwave.
Just tell us a little bit about the global prospects for the area that you work in. What is the scope there? There's a lot of young entrepreneurs seated here. And in the RF space, electronic warfare and that space, what are the global and domestic prospects that you're working towards?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So basically in defense space, if we talk about, we have been part of both the programs, what in country has happened. And RF subsystems we have supplied, which is already EMI set, which in the space. And the second constellation, for that also our systems we have supplied. And now it is an integration stage. We are looking forward to give a solution at the Alent level, as well as SAR are concerned, as we have been part of majority of the SAR programs, thanks to the ISRO. We have a lot of handholding and learning. And we are proud to say that NISR, that what Ascent SAR has been done, those TR modules has been produced at Astra Microwave Products Limited. And we also have a technology transfer from space for SAR, for airborne SAR, and we are planning to upscale it at a satellite level. As far as our export is concerned, in India, we have been the beneficiary if we talk about the old lot, around 20 years back for offset. We have been doing huge exports in the electronics terms, in the TR modules and all those things. That work now has taken a second seat, and we are looking for mostly on indigenous programs. We have been approached by a couple of global players, which they want to start the work along with us. We are discussing with them. Things have not been precipitated at the level of announcing, but we are in the discussion, and we are looking forward to work along with them as in a partnership as a subsystem suppliers and AIT. That's all, sir, as on that, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for those insights. So definitely a lot of plans on going up the value chain here into satellite manufacturing and also into airborne payloads, including SAR, is what you're looking at. And that's wonderful. With that, let me go to Centum. Centum Electronics has been a very old member of the community that has been building things at the precision engineering level in electronics. They've been at the heart of a number of long programs within ISRO and other industries as well. And they're represented here by Vinod Chipalkatti. He's a person who straddles both the academia and industry areas with equal ease. A doctorate and over 100 published papers is his background, and he's been on the industry side for more than 2 decades now with Centum Electronics. Centum's work in satellite and launch vehicle components is very well known, but there are many other areas as well. Vinod, to give us a sense of what is it that Centum is looking at what's followed the space reforms and the opportunities now, and in scaling your area of work, not only for yourself, but also the opportunity that you see for all electronics manufacturers. Give us a sense of where we are headed.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon to all the dignitaries of the dais and on the dais. It's a proud privilege to be back explaining about Centum as an industry and the Indian ecosystem in particular as to how we are getting ready towards increasing the space economy. As you are aware, we are also a listed company, listed in National Stock Exchange for last 30 odd years. But our space journey started in 2000, and it is about 25, 26 years of long credentials that we bring to the table as industry partners in space electronics. Started as microelectronics component company, and ISRO centers have given the opportunity for us to move up the value chain to module subsystems, systems in both launch vehicle as well as in satellite and payload area. Today I can proudly say that about 100,000 modules have been in the orbit, in various orbits for the last 25 years. And the next natural progression which we have been working on in the last 4 or 5 years is building payloads. Payloads of the type of hyperspectral, payloads of the type of electronic warfare, covering the spectrum right up to 0.5 to 40 gigahertz, which are comparable to anywhere in the world. Payloads which are mini synthetic aperture radars. So we are a good blend of traditional space, new space combination, which means we are in alignment with the transition that is happening in the space ecosystem, both in terms of technological transitions, improvement in cost effectiveness, improvement in industrialization, improvement in scaling up, because scaling up, like you rightly said, is an essential ingredient that the ecosystem expects from an industry. So anything that is designed by us is intended for a larger scale manufacturing. So we are clearly in alignment with that, and as Centum, we do work with the large industries and definitely with the young disruptive minds in the form of startups. So we do work with good amount of successful startups today who are delivering their payloads and satellites. We feel we have that, being in the space industry for 25 odd years, having established quality, reliability, and a mini space ecosystem within the 4 walls of a Centum. It is our responsibility, apart from opportunity, to be a part of the ecosystem and be responsible to grow that ecosystem. That's how we look at it. And towards that, we do transition from participation mode to a meaningful industrial ownership mode, because we started as build to print to build to spec to now build to own, create IPs and make sure that the IPs are owned. We also are clearly in the focused area of scaling manufacturability, testability, all of those aspects. And most importantly, it's also important for us to contribute to the supply chain resilience, because having been in the non-space industry also and having been worked with multiple suppliers across the globe, we do bring supply chain resilience to the whole ecosystem, which means handling the export licensing procedures, making sure that the alternates are established. All of that is also very, very important and relevant in today's world. And then not to talk about or miss about the standards and the reliability aspects that ISRO have taught us. While there is a need for us to transform in commercial domain, move from traditional space to new space, but nobody is talking about reducing an iota of quality reliability requirements. We see the effect of what happens if we miss that part. So establishing, continuously nurturing quality reliability standards, making sure that they are not compromised, is another important thing. And as a senior industry, developing the talent within, it's very difficult to retain and develop talent in core engineering aspects today, because with so much happening in the IT, AI and other domains, to retain the talent and to nurture them in a core engineering, especially in the space electronics, in a city like Bangalore is also equally challenging. So I think we do have that responsibility, and last but not the least, the end objective is not only to serve our motherland, but to reach globally. That's our next milestone. While we are spreading our wings and footprints into the ecosystem of what India can offer, but the real goal is to go global. I think these are all the activities and aspects of what is happening within Centum, and we are very excited to be a part of this conducive ecosystem where we have the opportunity to contribute, collaborate, and then take the credit. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and we'll come back for a little more of some of the points that you mentioned here. I'm going to next go to Paras Defense and Space, and that's represented here by Shri Munjal Shah. He has been with Paras for nearly 3 decades now, and he's the managing director at Paras Defense and Space, a company which straddles an enormous range of activities through the defense area as well as in space. Paras has been at the heart of the optronics and optical payloads, creating the lenses and the mirrors and optronic systems that have supported ISRO's satellites over a long period of time. So I think anybody who owns the shares of Paras would probably relate very happily to it now. I think they're more than doubled in the last 6-8 months. Yeah,
3
I'm
times.
one of the beneficiaries.
3 times.
The interesting part is Munjal himself is an investor, has invested in over 20 companies, and he assures me that at least 5 of them are going to be multi-baggers. So as the panel chair, I lay first claim to knowing which ones those are. Later on, we'll talk about that. So Munjal, coming to Paras Defense's plans. Now, this is a giant in the making from the trajectory that I have studied so far on it. So what are the plans? Where is Paras headed from where it is right now? There are still niche areas in the optical, payload area, which we do not have, right? So when does Paras step in to fill those and make it truly Atmanirbhar? Give us that.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Chairman ISRO, Chairman in Space, Director SAC, and past and present directors of ISRO. Paras Defense offers the widest range of products and solutions in the country as compared to any medium-scale company. Today, we are the #1 company for optics manufacturing. I think #1 in defense, and probably the only company for space optics in India, especially large optics. Today, we are delivering ISRO large optics for ResourceSat program, for Cartosat program. In fact, for OCM, we have delivered optics. We have also, for Chandrayaan-2, the hyperspectral payload that was flown out, that is still flying. All the optics in the payload is by Paras Defense. And first time ever, grating, diffractive grating, first time ever in the country was realized by Paras Defense, and courtesy SAC, thank you very much. And with that, we got a lot of fame, and we also got a lot of business because of that. Today, in partnership with DRDO, Paras Defense built a complete hyperspectral payload as a lead system integrator. That mission was flown early 2026. Unfortunately, it couldn't reach to orbit, and it will again maybe fly next year. So Paras Defense, very strong in optics and optical systems. As a part to take this business global, we offer the widest range of optical systems in the country. We are building submarine periscopes. So submarine periscope is the most complex optical system across all services, across all platforms. And the only company in all of Asia Pacific to build submarine periscopes on turnkey basis is Paras Defense. Now we are venturing, or we are going to start building space complete payloads end to end. And for that, we are now starting our journey. We are investing 1,000 crore rupees on our own to build an optical park. We have already announced this optical park that will be set up in Navi Mumbai. And that is where we will do end-to-end complete payloads and give you a complete solution. So this is where we are now next going to invest and also complement to the space programs in a very big way. But I will just, in 1 or 2 minutes, I'll finish my introduction. Besides optical systems, we are also into high-power lasers. Today, if you do Google high-power laser system manufacturer, Paras Defense has been contracted to do the highest powered laser system ever designed by India. So what system has been contracted to us is like the highest ever designed. You know, high power laser is the biggest now new thing. for air defense application. And the largest system, one system 200 crore rupees, has been contracted to Paras Defense. It's a order with milestone payments. And we are also developing a lot of other laser systems which are little less range. Besides that, we are also into drone detection, drone jamming. We have 2 subsidiaries for UAVs, hydrogen powered UAVs. We are also into quantum communication. We are also now starting to offer air-to-air, mid-air refueling of fighter jets. So if you see, Paras Defense is working on all next generation technologies. So this is in short, we have also a bit more.
Can you give us an idea about the global business? How much is it?
So this year, on the optical side. In fact, just we'll talk of the optical business. 80% of the revenue of Paras Defense is going to come from exports. Top Israeli company, top French company, Carl Zeiss, Hensoldt, Germany, Carl Zeiss, South Africa, South Korea, and more. So optics, Paras Defense is going global. In fact, we feel that once our optics park is going to be ready, we will have more opportunities from overseas companies, probably a little bit more than India, for even space optics. So we have a lot of optics already being exported, and also optical systems also in exports.
That's very, very encouraging to hear. Much of the decadal vision it actually counts upon the export part. And so companies like yours, and I think everybody's got some global ambitions here, are going to play a very, very important role in boosting the revenues through the global exports that we intend to have in the space economy. So just one question, because I know that you do have to leave slightly early. What comes in your way? If you were to state your 2 top challenges, what would they be?
Challenges
in scaling.
For scaling up. So for me, I have no challenge for money, because I have money. So that is the biggest challenge generally otherwise. Second, also business, also we have visibility. So business visibility is also there. So the only challenge probably is the tech part, like, the skilled part, the skill level. So we have enough. I think today we have a lot of support from ISRO, ex-retired ISRO scientists, senior scientists, because they support Paras Defense, and they are full-time with Paras Defense. The best optics, optomechanical people, whosoever finish that tenure, we always request them to join Paras Defense and bring in all the 30, 35, 40 years of experience. But even after that, we still have so many projects that we need more and more people. So we have to we still take on a lot of young people and put them under training with them. But still, I think the only challenge to scale up is getting the people to be ready to be able to take many, many programs at a time. Currently, we can do maybe 4 or 5 programs at a time. But if we have more people, we could be able to do more programs, and that is what now we are working for. And the optics park that we are setting up is not only for manufacturing of optics and optical systems, but also it will be where the academia can be also part of. We can offer internships, we can offer training. Like, it is going to also be like an education center for people in our domain.
That's excellent, and we'll continue that discussion afterwards.
Thank you,
I think this takes us back to the last panel that took place here, and which was essentially about the talent development part. And that, I think, is a single point of failure that's staring at us if we don't tackle it early enough. Everything else is going to fall into place. But it's the talent development and human resource development. So all of the students seated here in this hall, you are going to be the most important ingredient for India to scale up its space economy and the space ecosystem. Thank you, Munjal, for those insights there. Let me turn to Sandeep Shah and Optimized Solutions. They're so optimized that they're based out of Ahmedabad, right? And Optimized Solutions is a company which is involved in product engineering and creating those layers of automation that actually run the engineering processes within any engineering ecosystem. So this is again one of those subtle layers, right? Not immediately visible to the eye. The other things are a little more perhaps visible to the eye. So do tell us, Sandeep, what it is that the company does, and how is that an element that is going to help the scaling up of the Indian space industry? And Sandeep himself is over 20 years in various roles in defense and space areas. 4 times an IDEX winner, who is an innovator himself and is the founder of Optimized Solutions, and done a lot of work with ISRO, among others.
Thank you, AVM Court, and thank you, Chairman ISRO, Chairman InSpace, as well as Director SAC and all the other directors over here. So just an introduction to Optimized Group, not so much probably known to people outside of SAC, probably as far as space sector is concerned. So I'll take a minute to just introduce. So at Optimized Group, we have Optimized Solutions Limited, which is the flagship company. We've been in the business of deep tech development for more than 2 decades now. Have worked with development of electro-optic systems as well as infrared systems, smart payloads with edge analytics on board. We are currently recipients of multiple technology transfers. We are also proud to say that some of the technology transfers that we have received from InSpace, we are also paying royalty on that because we've been able to consume the technology and have been able to build a business around that. Sorry. Oh, yeah. So we've been able to build businesses around that. So that's something we've done. We are also amongst the largest R&D teams in the field of deep tech around here. We have more than 68 people working purely on R&D for electronics, which is towards either RF or towards electro-optics, and with edge analytics or AI. We have been winners of 4 times IDEX competition, including Aditi, which is one of the largest ones. We are also fortunate to be building satellites, entire satellite as part of that activity for Earth observation. We've chosen to work on the frontier technologies most of our lives, and we started with testing systems. So our genesis is in ISRO, so it's like homecoming for us right now. In 2005, when I started the company, the first customer was ISRO and happened to work with the Chandrayaan mission as a tester. And from testing systems evolved into product engineering, build to spec, build to print, and now we have our own intellectual property, which is around TCTM, around RF modules, around NAVIC receivers, and a lot of activities that we do, which is not exactly the final product, but it is an ingredient to all these products. But as a group, we are present across the entire value chain. So starting from building products for the satellite or the spacecraft, now actually building 2 satellites of our own, sub 200 kilos each, and obviously we've been in downstream with the NAVIC receivers and some of the other telecommand modules. So now we complete the entire value chain. With our upcoming facility here, which is augmentation to our existing ISRO PAX 300 facility. This is a large facility of 10 acres, which is coming up, which will be fully operationalized in about 18 months from now. That will be ready for any kind of exports, apart from servicing the immediate needs of ISRO, which we are going to be ready with phase 1 in next 6 to 8 months.
Other than the ISRO requirements themselves, what other areas and what other industries do you underpin your work underpins?
Sure. So we are actually, sort of a product of ISRO. And one of the benefits of working with space is that the offshoots are many. So we started first with space, but then we immediately moved to defense. And as we speak, our largest customers are actually Army, Navy, Air Force, Bharat Electronics Limited, and some of the tier 1s of defense. Also, secondly, we also operate in the field of nuclear. And when you go just 2 steps down from whatever we are offering as products or services or solutions, everything is actually ISRO based. So we worked with ISRO to develop something, and then the offshoots are useful to us in all of these. We are an AS 9100D compliant company along with ISO 27001, which allows us to help the aerospace as well. But yes, Army, Navy, Air Force are our other customers.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those insights there. May I turn to the applications area? Space technology actually comes into our homes when it is converted into the applications which the end user actually uses. That could be government, that could be industry and enterprise, that could be armed forces, it could be you and I. And those people who we call downstreamers in local parlance, those are the ones who convert those and bring that into the homes of the user. Amnex is one of the older players in the electro-optical applications area for a long time, and we have Amnex here represented by Shri Pratik Mehta. He is the Assistant Vice President at Amnex, over 13 years, and he leads the large-scale agri-tech applications and distribution and delivery on those fronts. So tell us about what role are the applications or the downstream area poised to play when it comes to the scaling up? What are your plans and your strategies to actually scale up and reach a wider audience? And how, because that is what's going to translate into the upstream, energizing the upstream of the space area. Please tell us about it.
So thank you, AVM Code, sir, and thank you for providing this opportunity to respected dignitaries of InSpace, SAC, ISRO. Amnex, as Code, sir, mentioned, that Amnex is 18 years old company, Ahmedabad-based company, and we have been working in multiple, domains where agriculture is one of the domains. In agriculture, we have been working from last 7-8 years. And currently working with Ministry of Agriculture in 2 DPIs. So one is the AgriStack, that is the flagship project of Ministry of Agriculture, where that Amnex has developed that AgriStack domain portal. So in AgriStack, we know that more than 10 crore farmers are registered and they have their IDs. Every season, more than 15 crore surveys are being conducted on our application in terms of digital crop survey. And now we are also aligned with Department of Fertilizer, and through our application, the fertilizer bookings are happening. And almost 40 lakh farmers across multiple states went for this kind of booking. If we talk about the other application, one was the platform part where Amnex is strong enough. The second part is the Earth observation application. So we know that, from agriculture BU, when we deal with the satellite data, our end results would be for the government officials as well as for the farmers. So from the government point of view, they would get to know the acreage at certain interval at the parcel level, yield at the certain level at the parcel level or at a taluka level, right? So these informations are very useful. In this Earth observation applications, currently we are working with the government of Gujarat. From last 2 years, that project is ongoing, and SAC ISRO is playing a very important role, and they are one of the major committee members who are driving this entire project. So one part was the platform, second part is the Earth observation applications, and of course Amnex, apart from agriculture BU, Amnex is also working in multiple geospatial applications. So currently we are providing solutions to multiple municipal corporations or the urban local bodies. If we talk about scaling up, then we know that whatever results we generate, those results has to be reached to the farmers, because of course the government, the decision making could be useful by this data, but if the farmers are not using this data, and if through our results, if the farmers are not getting benefit, then it will not survive that much. So, in the Gujarat Agriculture Department, the project which we are doing, one part is the acreage yield, the health monitoring, but the most important part is the advisories, where the farmers lakhs of farmers are onboarded on our application, and they receive advisories in their local language. And here the scaling up would come, because if the central government is pushing all the states to have similar kind of system, because we know over the time we will have a limitation in the digital crop survey. You cannot have thousands of manpower put on ground to have each and every survey number and get the information there. So definitely a major role would come where you are generating a data using the remote sensing and then pass this information to the farmers so that they get a relevant data and they get different advisories. This project is already aligned with the Bharat Vistar scheme which the government has launched, where, the farmers of India are getting advisories based on this data. And this would be a very useful thing, because if the farmers get to know based on your satellite images that what is the, irrigation, when the irrigation is needed.
Pratik, I think the need is understood. What's the strategy in scaling up? And do you have global plans, and how do you push that? Very quickly.
Yeah, so my point is, we are working in 1 or 2 states. My point is, it should reach to every state. And the farmers, the kind of farmers the Gujarat government are benefited, the same way the Indian farmers should get benefit.
Okay, thank you. So you see a large government role in activating that area. Thank you so very much, Pratik. May I come to Azista here, and Abdul Aziz represents Azista, a new company, but a big one. New one in space. They were among the first companies to actually assemble and launch a satellite. It was towards the fag end of my own DGDSA tenure there. And we were very interested in seeing what a private sector satellite is actually able to produce. It was among the first examples that we saw was Azista imagery there. He works in business development. Abdul, for the defense and space areas, worked at Azista, both in B2B and B2G areas. Also deeply interested and involved in the infrastructure development, capacity building, and accelerating the environment through PPP areas. So that's those areas that he looks at. So please tell us, we know already that Azista, 3 large wings, you have a satellite building, area, and also the materials, facility that you have in Hyderabad, and also looking at development of applications to go along with that. So what is Azista looking at doing next? What are your plans for expansion? And in your area of work, your focus area of work, what are the prospects that you are looking at as opportunity, globally or domestically? What is to take your business up?
So thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm firstly privileged to be here on the Space Day.
Thank you, Munjal Shah, for being on the panel. On behalf of everybody here, thank you so very much.
I'm really privileged to be here on the Space Day along with our other industry partners. We have been part of lunar lander missions. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Azista has been a full stack solution provider, but as we move ahead in the industry for long-term activities, we look forward as a space industry's extended arm. We have put ourselves the infrastructure, the capacity. Importantly, as Sir mentioned, the competence to bring in and deliver space-related product. Partly the things which run are the R&D products. The other name for R&D, I would say it is indigenization. That is how we want to build up. Back in 2019, when we started, the indigenization content was, I think, close to just 30-40% of the satellite bus what we had. Today in 2026, I can confidently say we make about 80% of the satellite bus products in-house, including the payload. We have, I think earlier mentioned, we have put up a facility here in Gujarat, Ahmedabad, to mass manufacture payloads, optical payloads. These are majorly made of silicon carbide. That is where the material comes. We are one of the few countries across the globe who make payloads using a material of silicon carbide. It has its own importance and heritage in space to use it, irrespective of LEO, MEO, or even in the deep space missions. We understand scaling cannot happen overnight, even if we want to, or even if we invest. It is a phase which takes just not the infrastructure, capacity as well as competence. We have extended this full capacity to mass manufacture not only satellites for LEO, MEO, but also for 1K, 2K category of the satellite as well. We have converted our production from using regular structures to composite structures, because that is where the heritage comes. And we have built a lot of R&D and qualified at our ISRO facilities, which are space worthy to fly. So this is a kind of environment we have built. Now, what is the reason for us to build is we look forward Azista as a extended arm of the space industry within India. The infrastructure is there, competence is there, capacity is there, which can be leveraged to
I have a question for you. Now, in this panel itself, we had at least 2 people who are part of the component ecosystem and whose plans are now coming into satellite manufacture. They already have, they're working towards that part. Do you think there's going to be too many satellite builders? How is that going to play out?
I agree with you. Everyone would like to choose between a Porsche or another Lamborghini over there. It is always a healthy market to have an option to choose from. And I'm sure the requirement in the market, everyone can get a very good pie of a share to cater to
You think there's room for everybody?
So
you think there is room for everybody?
There is room
all the
for
people who are
everyone.
going into it.
Yes. I agree, because we have from last 2 years exponentially increased the export of our components, which is coming from our heritage and the deliverables what we are giving. And as I mentioned, it's going exponential, not linear. So I definitely confidently say there is a pie for everyone.
Thank you. I think that's a very positive this thing. Okay, let me now.
AVM code, if I can just add to your question there, okay?
Yeah.
So because we are also getting into the same area and we're also getting into the same locations and all. The export market itself is expected to be 16,900 satellites in the next 10 years. And that's on the LEO side of
60,000.
16,900. 16,900. That's just a NOAA space number. And I'm sure that it's gonna be increasing as we near a particular period, right? So if you look at the overall export market and then you look at Indian ecosystem, we are nowhere there. So from that angle, we are really not competing against each other as much as we are competing against probably those European manufacturers who have otherwise been.
I think that's an excellent angle to bring in. And if you aggressively go behind the global market,
yes,
I think then there's definitely room for everybody there. Yeah. So thank you for that insight there. Before I come to the youngest person on this panel, that's young Lokesh Kadbal of Yomic. Into a very exciting area of the PNT. I'm going to go to what I call the lifeblood of the ecosystem, and which is capital. Everybody remembers that movie from, I think, the 1970s. There was a song there, which said, which ended with "Sabse Bada Rupaya." So the story begins with whether that rupaya is available or not. Space is a great capital guzzler. We all know that, and the whole environment around us right now is in transition, even when it comes to capital. Representing here is IMA Ventures, represented by Vipul Patel. And Vipul has been with IMA Ventures for about 15 years now, or thereabouts. He leads the early stage investments at IMA Ventures. And this is an organization which has actually seeded over 400 startups and over 50 profitable exits. So a long heritage and among the earliest investors in space well before the space reforms. So Vipul, do give us an idea of the transition that's happening when it comes to the venture capital and private sector funding in India, in the deep tech and space tech sector. We do see that there is a transition. We do see that there is money coming in, right? So what exactly is changing as far as the approach is concerned? What is it that the investor sees? What else needs to be done to unlock the capital? So if you could briefly just shed light on these areas.
Thank you, everyone. And thanks, ISRO, SAC, and InSpace for this opportunity. So I represent Ahmedabad venture arm. It's called IMA Ventures. We basically partner with the founders in their 0 to 1 journey by providing capital, connect, and coaching. As Saraj mentioned, we have supported more than 400 ventures so far in our journey, including There are 16 space company we also are back. We are started our space investment long back from 17, 18 times. So I'll come to like, if you look at deep tech space in general, it started like 6-7 years back more as a thesis, right? And if you look at today, deep tech has become a strong financial asset class. So there is a clear transition from something started as a thesis and now it become a strong asset class. If you take an example of very specifically space tech company and take an example of Pavan and team is here, Skyroot, right? It's the first space company become now a unicorn. And if you look at their cap table and the kind of investors, the investor like a BlackRock, GIC or Ram Shriram from Google early backer, it's also very clearly demonstrating that now space or deep tech investment in India is no more a thesis, but it's a strong financial asset class. Again, at the same time, if you look at the number, investment number globally, right? And then we are lacking in terms of the kind of money required to grow this ecosystem. If you look at 2025 data, US is almost like $114 billion plus. China is $80+ billion. India is still at a single digit in terms of the kind of money is flowing to the deep tech. But at the same time, if you look at the new initiative, what government of India is coming with RDI, which is again a $12 billion. If you add might be a private capital is more than that, right? And I think these are the initiatives going to be putting more fuel to what has been created so far in the journey.
Why are the large ticket sizes not coming in that easily?
Yeah, so I'll come to that. I'll come to that, right? And at the same time, so what required? What required for Indian ecosystem to basically scale what we are doing at a certain way, right? So I'll give you an analogy of IPO. So if you look at India today, we are doing one IP, and I'm talking about the deep tech IPO. So if you look at deep tech IPO in India, we are doing one IPO a year. I am talking about the company like Ether, Sedemic, IdeaForge. If you look at and compare with the China, they are doing a 50 deep tech IPO. Now, if you look at what required for Indian ecosystem to be going that pathway. So if you look at, like, let's example for India has to produce 20 IPO, deep tech IPO 10 to 12 years down the line. So for that, they have to, or India have to basically seed more than 2,000+ deep tech startup a year. I am considering that out of 100 company, one company become go for the IPO. But if you look at today, and again I'm talking about the last year number, India seeded around 300 deep tech company. So we need 10x growth, or might be 8 to 10x growth in the basically a number of company needs to be started and backed at an early stage, right? So that's a high throughput model required. So first, high throughput model required. And second, I'm coming to less example, and that will create, and again, I'm very inspired by, might be about the work InSpace is doing, and that's why actually even we are able to create this 15 companies portfolio, right? So these are very strong cluster approach what InSpace has taken, where InSpace coming along with the private investors and creating the whole ecosystem has created. I think many more sector required this approach needs to be replicated, and that is the way we can only create a high throughput models of 2,000 companies a year. On the again, so these are one gap. Second is basically from the growth perspective. So again, if you look at with whatever the might be a $3-4 billion has been invested in the deep tech, still this money is right now is going from writing a smaller check. So raising might be a $500,000 to a 30 million. It's still an ecosystem exit in India. But if you talk about the company who required a $30 to $100 million, that's basically exactly areas where more money. But it's also this, because there are not enough fund, and that's where I think might be some of the global fund are coming and investing in India, and not good enough because there are only few in number. But if you create a high throughput model, and if you are generating those 2,000 companies a year in deep tech, and then basically out of that might be whatever, some company will go to Series A, Series, that will also create a large pool of capital for a growth. Because right now, even let's say example, if someone is setting up the large growth fund, how many companies right now can take a $30 to $100 million check? So it's a chicken and egg. We need to create on the high throughput model, at the same time enough investor who can actually do a growth capital. Right now, if you look at the ecosystem, is right now more like all venture funds that exist. I'm sure that now, like going forward, because all these companies on deep tech also started demonstrating traction, numbers, revenues, and that's what I think a lot of basically financial investors, including some of the banks or other capital, will also going to be unlocked. But I think this is going to be a transition. We have reached to very, very interesting journey from the last 6-7 years. From here, that is a way we can scale forward.
I think it's a transition for sure, but it's a transition that needs to be shaped by all of us who are here, and a lot of work there. Let me come to Shri Avinash Punekarji. Avinash ji is the CEO of iCreate, a very prominent incubation hub on the outskirts of Ahmedabad. IIT Mumbai graduate, he's a polymath and innovator with over 60 IPRs himself, has worked in corporate, serial entrepreneur, and currently heading, he's been in corporate both in the US as well as in India. Avinash ji, tell us about the incubation ecosystem as it exists in India. How does it compare with the global best? What is the journey ahead of us if we are to truly extract value out of incubation?
So, incubator, one, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, ISRO, SAC, and InSpace. Incubators in India are relatively a new phenomenon. It's just about a decade. iCreate has been one of the first incubators in a way. And most of our incubators have been academic incubators, and early stages, they were not really like supporting deep tech innovations, entrepreneurs as such. It was a lot of, it went towards, say, relatively easy areas like software, e-commerce, or use cases like that. Deep tech incubation is something which is still evolving. India has become the third largest startup ecosystem with over close to about 2.5 lakh startups now, DPIIT recognized. India does have now over 1100 or 1200 incubators as such. But when you look at incubators which are capable of supporting deep tech, with the resources are literally handful. You will not be able to find more than a dozen incubators which can support that. One of the prime reasons is most incubators having emerged from like actually the academia background or like the government support don't have that like actually financial muscle to like actually build the infrastructure required, the resources which are required, and the financial support which is really required. We lag behind seriously when we look at like actually the mature ecosystems, the incubator ecosystems in US. Israel has been a phenomenal like actually ecosystem. We've seen like even the European ecosystem, which is significantly different. When you look at the number of startups which are there in India, probably we have barely like 450, you can say, aerospace startups. Just one single agency, ESA, which has its own business incubator, it has over 2,000 startups which are there. It is able to like pump in almost 1.5–2 billion euros into the startups almost every year. Now, that's the kind of muscle which is really lacking. The incubators in India which are coming, we are still learning our ways. Academia is figuring out how to like actually interface, the research institutions are figuring out, and even entrepreneurs are figuring out how to work with each other. That was one of our problems, that our research never got translated into products or never saw the markets. A lot of research which was done was probably for publication or for patents. Right. That purpose served, we were not really taking it out into the market. But that trend seems to be changing, and incubators are playing a significant role in it.
Thank you so very much, Avinash ji. Let me turn to the youngest member of this panel, young Lokesh Kadwal, who's been waiting patiently. And so he is the co-founder, IIT graduate, and co-founder of Vyomic. And Vyomic is a young company which is entering into a very exciting and new domain, and which is that of low Earth orbit satellite navigation systems. Lokesh, tell us why LEO PNT, and what exactly do you see as the scope globally and domestically, of course, as far as LEO PNT services are concerned, and why you believe that they're going to be the next big opportunity?
Right. Thank you so much, AVM Code, sir. First of all, as the only startup in the panel, I hold a lot of responsibility, I guess. So respected Chairman ISRO, respected Chairman in Space, SAC Director, and other distinguished scientists and dignitaries. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So today, like 3 years ago, India landed on Moon, and ISRO has demonstrated that it has the capability to do all the complex space applications, space technology. Now we have moved to a new phase where it's time to enable as well as scale India's new space ecosystem, taking the capability from ISRO to the global infrastructure development. And this is what we are doing at Vyomic. We are developing next generation independent global LEO PNT satellite constellation. Because the current existing ecosystem, if you see, the GNSS, we have 4 major constellation players. India does not hold currently global navigation infrastructure. US, China, Russia, and Europe hold this capability. And this infrastructure is 50 years old. It is very weak in front of today's advanced threats. So the signals which are coming from these satellites are very, very weak. It's very easy to jam and spoof these signals. They are not very precise. So when we book any Uber or Rapido, we see a distance of, let's say, error of 10 meters or 12 meters or something, which will not bother us. But assume now this is the same case with a missile, which can miss the target by 7 kilometers or 10 kilometers. That would be very disastrous. So this is why the need of a LEO PNT system is required. All the advanced nations. So I'll give you an example. So like say China. China currently has the most advanced navigation infrastructure. Still they are developing LEO PNT architecture. US, apart from investing $2 billion every year to maintain and operate GPS constellation, there are 3 private companies building LEO PNT satellite constellation. So it's the requirement today which the world has realized that there's a need of multi-layer PNT architecture. Because if you see, PNT is an invisible backbone of the entire critical infrastructure of a nation. Be it from banking to financial ecosystem, be it from telecommunication to transport, power grids, be it from agriculture to construction, drones to missile, everything depends on PNT.
So where is most of your business going to come from?
So, so right now there's an augmentation market, which is already existing. So let's say people have realized precision in agriculture and construction, and it's already a $10 billion company, $10 billion revenue generating market. So moving forward, we will be establishing LEO PNT in these sectors. Defense is a very straightforward answer. Like we need sovereign capability in terms of resilient PNT. Let's say government is coming up with the mandates like one nation, one time. When we have such an important mandate, then the timing has to be very, very resilient. We cannot depend on a single signal which is not very robust. So that's why like the LEO PNT is very much important at this point of time. And it's not just a LEO PNT, it's a multi-layer PNT architecture which has to be there in place for the country. So as far as the discussion within space and other agencies have been there, I think ISRO can take up the opportunity to build the GEO layer and the MEO layer, which is more capex heavy than a LEO PNT. LEO PNT being an advanced and cost efficient infrastructure, a private sector can come up and develop the entire technology and build this multi-layer resilient architecture.
It's very interesting to note that over 40% of the global GDP is underpinned by PNT services. So that's the kind of importance there is, and that number is only growing.
So a couple of numbers are on this you have mentioned. So by 2030, $659 billion is the expected revenue out of PNT enabled services, $659 billion. There's a study which has been done by US NIST, which is National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is a federal agency under US Department of Commerce. Yep. And now it's not just the revenue which we are getting out of these services, it's the loss of GPS or GNS outages, the economic loss of due to the GPS outages. So under a study, US estimated a loss of $1 billion per day to the US economy due to the GPS outages. So these are large implications rather than just getting the revenue out of the market.
So the contribution of PNT to the global economy, non-space economy itself is very massive. And that's a great note to end this thing on. I'm just going to take maybe a question or two if there is anything there in interest of time. Yes, please.
Check.
Thank you. Very, very insightful session. And let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Somnath Mitra. I drive the Center for Research Commercialization at IIT Gandhinagar local. I am also very much involved in the internationalization of the institute. So I know a little bit about technology transfer, internationalization, and the likes. The question for the startups in this space, what are your thoughts on globalization of your startup? Because somewhere there was a mention of there is a market which is there, latent market which is there. So what are your thoughts on your roadmap towards, you may not do it tomorrow, maybe 6 months down the line, 12 months down the line, 24 months down the line. So my question is, what are your thoughts, strategy, plan for globalization, go-to-market?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Anybody can just jump in.
Right. So I'll take up this question since this is for the startup. So I think the roadmap for globalization is very clear. For us as well, we are building a global satellite constellation. So we will be providing global services. And we have phased out our entire constellation mission. So for the first, we will be doing demonstration. Next phase, it will be a region-specific constellation. That's to cover the entire India. And this is where the government has to play a larger role. They need to adopt it within the country. We need to make the sovereignty first, because then the global player will try to adopt. And there has to be a lot of mandates as well. So let's say if one nation, one timing will come, and there's a mandate from the government that all the receivers which have been used in India has to integrate NAVIC or VIOMIX PNT signals.
That's your India plan. His question is global.
Right, sir. So global players will only, we need to have some credibility, and that has to come from the sovereign nations, because before going to the global, we have to prove the technology in-house.
Okay. That's one idea and model. Yeah, Abdul.
As I mentioned previously, our exports are going higher day by day. The reason here is we're able to address the European Space Agency standards, NASA standards in the qualification of the products, what we are doing. This is building a lot of confidence in the across globe market to buy the products from India. So those are the things which I would like to add.
Vinod?
Yeah. Being in the industry for about 35 years, my perspective of globalization is slightly different, because we do export 75% of what we do to 25 different countries. Globalization, exporting space products to outside of India is exciting, interesting, but not easy. You must understand that the entire globe is also quite parochial, especially when it comes to space systems. Why do you think he will buy it from India when he has to first overcome and say no to his own ecosystem? First, a Frenchman has to say no to France, then to Italy, then to European Union, and then come to India. So you have two-dimensional barriers that you need to cross. One, quality, reliability, credentials. Second one is the price points. There is a natural wind that is flowing in terms of price pressures. So that is favoring us because of the obvious reasons that we can be extremely cost competitive. But the other one that I mentioned is non-negotiable. Unless you establish credentials of delivering on time, reliable, very, very credible products, you're not going to be so easily accepted. Having said that, the world is also observing, world is also going through a similar scenario. So I think we need to have an algebraic sum of all of these things and still continuously fire multiple cylinders within the industry platforms and then try and increase our exports. That's what I would say. It's not a very easy, fashionable statement that I want to export. It's not easy. They are not going to sit here and easily accept what we give. Thank you.
Can I just add one point to that? A number of startups that we see are not really looking at geographic constraints as such. You start designing products for the global market anyway. The thing which you talk about, the quality or reliability kind of thing, also comes from standards. And one of the areas where India severely lags is we have almost negligible presence in any international standards committees. Almost zero. It is dominated by China, Korea, Japan, US, Europe. Very insignificant presence of Indians on international standards committees. It takes a long time for international standard to actually come into effect. That entire evolution, we don't have visibility. The companies from China, Europe, USA are actively participating in defining the standards. And one way to deny the market is by defining standards which are not really achievable by others. That is how you can simply change the rules of the game, by defining standards in a different fashion. Another thing that we will have to do, both startups and industry and even the academia research institutions, is to increase our presence in the international standards committees defining all these standards. If we are present there, we know what is the future, we work on that. And that is something which I feel has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Very interesting question and some interesting insights there on the possible barriers and how to penetrate that. I think with that, I'm going to wrap up. And what I have learned and the insights I have gained from this panel here, I do understand how we think about it in space. But now I have a little better insight into how the industry itself plans to scale. What is it that they see as opportunity? What is it that they see as tailwinds? What is it that they see as challenges? So it's very clear that no scale up is going to happen unless we move on a wide front and in a balanced manner across every possible component of the ecosystem, whether it's finance, whether it's talent, whether it's technology and infrastructure development. Spin-offs, I think a great opportunity to spill over into other domains, something that has already started. Human resource and the requirement for talent generation commensurate with the demands as the industry scales. I think that's something that everybody needs to apply himself. I think Paras made a great point there, that they are there to help train and to do internships and to, I think industry contribution and industry participation in talent development is going to be a very important factor. Third largest startup ecosystem, and yet weaknesses as far as the incubation and acceleration layers go. So that's an area we need to look at a little closer. Standards, as again brought out by Avinash here. And of course, the bottom line remains quality, something that Dr. Goenka emphasizes over and over again. Quality comes first, scale next, and speed last. Speed is of essence, but we can't really compromise on this sequence. With that, I think all that's left for me is to thank this wonderful panel for the insights that they have brought, and may I request the audience to give them a big hand. Thank you so very much, everybody.
This was very informative as we are engaging startups in our ecosystem. Thank you, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to invite Shri D.K. Singh, Director, Human Space Flight Center, HSFC, to kindly felicitate the panelists. Please give him a huge round of applause. हमें यह बताते हुए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि हमारे सैक के वैज्ञानिकों ने 2 किताबें हिंदी में लिखी हैं और हम अपने पैनलिस्ट को वो अभी भेंट स्वरूप देना चाहते हैं। इनमें से एक पुस्तक का नाम है अथ संचार उपग्रह कथा, जिनके लेखक हैं श्री राहुल जैन, और दूसरी पुस्तक का नाम है अंतरिक्ष मिशनों के इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स उपतंत्र निर्माण एवं संयोजन, जिनके लेखक हैं श्री दिनेश कुमार अग्रवाल एवं श्री शिवेंद्र त्रिपाठी जी। आप तीनों से अनुरोध है, कृपया स्टेज पर आ जाएं। The first book has been written as a compendium of fabrication and assembly process, essential for payload mechanisms in Hindi by SAC scientists Shri Dinesh Kumar Agarwal and Shri Shivendra Tripathi. The second book is written by Shri Rahul Jain as a lucid explanation of spacecraft and its applications. Please give them a huge round of applause. Thank you very much, sirs. We now move to the final panel discussion, from the national ecosystem to the international dimension of space activities. Space is an increasingly shared domain. As missions become more ambitious, international cooperation, responsible use of space, knowledge sharing, and long-term sustainability become increasingly important. The theme is New Horizons of Global Alliances in Space Sustainability. The panel will explore emerging horizons of international collaborations in future space missions, including human spaceflight, Bharatiya Antariksh Station, remote sensing missions, data sharing, geospatial applications for sustainable future, particularly in the context of India being the host of BRICS Group. I would like to call upon Shri Krunal Joshi, Scientist Engineer SG, Human Spaceflight and Advanced Technology Area, SAC, former Counselor Space, Embassy of India, Washington, D.C., USA, the moderator for the final panel, to come up on the stage and introduce the panelists and commence the discussion. May I also invite the panelists? We'll just wait for a couple of minutes till the time stage is set up. Shri Rajiv Jyoti, Director, Technical Directorate in Space. Shri D.K. Singh, Director, Human Spaceflight Center, HSFC. Dr. Prakash Chauhan, Director, National Remote Sensing Center, NRSC. Dr. Rajiv UP, Director, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, VSSC. Shri Raghavendra MR, Director, ISRO Telemetry Tracking and Command Network, ISTRAC. Dr. D. Gauri Shankar, Director, Office of International and Interagency Cooperation, OIIC, ISRO Headquarters. Shri Gautam Sharma from VSAT Private Limited. Shri Shrikant Settikeri from Microchip. Shri Sujit Tennyson from Icon Electromatic Private Limited. And Dr. Karan Jani, Assistant Professor of Physics and Astronomy, Vanderbilt University, USA.
Thanks, Karan. Dr. Chauhan, so nice to see you in person finally. Yes.
We humbly request you, sir, to please take over. Mike.
Namaskar, very good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed the lunch, very smooth registration, exciting exhibition, flawless planning on the dais. So all this credit goes to our organizing team. And I think it is better to start with giving them a round of applause. I request all of you to please give a round of applause to our organizing team. Thank you. Thank you. Prakash Chauhan sir has already put it in the right context. We are 11 on the dais. So it's a T20 team. We have to really play very fast. I'll make sure that we get into the business very soon. So this is the most awaited panel of the day, not because it's the last panel, certainly, but one of the most star-studded panel of the day. Who's who of the Indian ecosystem, Indian space ecosystem is on the dais as well as on this August gathering. It's indeed a privilege to be among them and discussing about the ever important topic of new horizons of the global alliances and in sustainability, role of the alliances in the sustainability. From Nike Apache rockets to NISR, from Sight and Step to LUPEX mission, international cooperation has always been ingrained in the Indian space program. In this space age 2.0, where we talk about the global space ecosystem, here Bharat is not just part of this global space ecosystem, but Bharat is shaping it now. Let us understand from this esteemed panelist their views on the global alliances and how these global alliances are helping the Indian space program as well as how it is impacting India's role on the global platforms. I'll start with Shri D.K. Singh sir. D.K. Singh sir is the distinguished scientist and currently heading the Human Spaceflight Center, Bengaluru. He was here in a Space Application Center as an associate director and spanning the career of more than 35 years with roles and responsibility across the entities and considered as a world-renowned expert for the communication and navigation payloads and satellite. Sir, you are somewhere where the India's ambitious projects are getting shaped. Gaganyaan, Bharatiya Antariksh Station are the future projects. How do you see the global alliances will help us to realize this very ambitious project, and how other countries will get benefited from the Bharat's achievements?
Thank you, Kunal. Let me first compliment you very beautifully setting the context of international collaboration on space programs. coming to the human space program, you know, the scale of the program is mammoth. And it is not a simple engineering and technological problem. It is the problem of integrating the humans in the engineering system of a space. And such capabilities takes decades to build that expertise. The facilities required also are used. They are not easily and cannot be built at a very fast pace. So let us take our context. So we are in the Gaganyaan program, where we need the astronauts and related things. So we use the international platforms like the collaboration with Russia, where we use their expertise in the selection and the phase 1 of the training of our own astronauts. Then came the Axiom mission, where we had the exposure of how do we manage end-to-end space flight mission. So these are the opportunities to quickly close those gaps. Now over the years, once we build the full stack capability with all the infrastructures in place, I see we can, first of all, in the 5 domains, I think that we can play a role. First is, if we have the crew transportation facility, the capability like our own Gaganyaan, our own launch vehicle, this can be one of the crew transportation option available to world. So people need not invest too much on the development phase. These things can be easily done. We can do the cargo service to the station, provided we are able to scale it through the private industries in India. Then coming to the research part. The human research is one of the important aspects of the human space program. And everybody looks for the diversity of the subjects. So the human research collaboration can give the international researchers another dimension of human research. Third is Bharatiya Space Station. We are not building Bharatiya Space Station just for crew to go there and come back. We are building it as a laboratory in space. So the India can offer this as a platform for the international researchers, and they can get benefited. We can also offer a joint research opportunity where our academia can collaborate with the international academia, come up with the ideas, what experiment they want to do on the Bharatiya Space Station. Then when we set up our own, very soon you will see that we are in process of setting up a full-fledged end-to-end human space flight training capability with the huge infrastructure. Now, one side, we are seeing the commercial astronauts, they are going in space. More and more companies are coming to provide those kind of service. So the preparing the astronaut for such missions, our facilities can be used by the international players. Then last, we have the full capability. The recovery is one of the aspect where in the non-nominal scenarios, you should be ready to support the other country's astronaut. So in these 5 domains, I feel that we can play a major role once we have a full stack capability in the human space flight program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you have really set the tone for the panel. Not restricting the collaboration to 1 or 2 segments, but the entire value chain. That shows that the Indian leadership is thinking in a very broader terms now. But any such ambitious mission cannot be completed without your independent access to space. Independent access to space is a key in the game. And my next question to Director VSSC UP, Rajiv sir. Sir, we know that reusability and the recoverability is the key technology in the new generation launch vehicle. Can you please throw some light on how our new generation launch vehicle, we are adopting this new technologies as well as the usage of the green fuels and making us more sustainable in launch vehicle domain?
This is a very good question, because when we, in the context of the sustainable space development, when we are thinking, the most essential technology is the reusability. Especially in the context of launch vehicles, the major problem in having a large number of launches every year is the time taken to build the rocket stages and preparing them for the launch. This is taking a lot of time. So if we can have the capability to reuse the stages, then that time can be reduced. And the second factor is the cost. The large cost involved in preparing and making liquid propelled engines and all are very, very high. So if you have the reusable technology mastered, two ways we will be saving. One, we will be saving the money because we are reusing the stages. Second, we will be having larger launch frequency because the time taken for building the stages can be avoided, and we need to just refurbish the recovered stages and it can be reused. But this comes with a penalty. When you want to reuse a stage, for example, if you want to reuse the first stage of the next generation launch vehicle, you need to keep a little fuel remaining in the stage. You cannot use the entire fuel for the ascent mission. So what will happen? Your payload capacity will come down. So this is a place where payload enhancement has to be done. Otherwise, we will not be able to carry meaningful payload to the orbit. For example, if you want to use a PSLV and a recovery, the PSLV first stage full energy we will not be able to utilize. So along with the reusability, there are two technologies that should come. One is the capacity to take larger payloads by using advanced manufacturing and materials, by which we will be having a larger payload fraction. That is one technology required. Associated with that, another is if we can master green propellant technologies, the recovery can be more hazard-free. So these are the two other technologies that should go hand in hand. With in this particular area, international collaboration is very much essential, because when you are going to for the payload enhancement, advanced materials and manufacturing, we can have interaction and collaboration with the global players who are having very good capacity, like France is having aluminum, lithium alloy available, and its manufacturing and melting techniques they are having. So that can be utilized. Second is the countries who have already done the recovery, we can learn lessons from them and we can collaborate with them to ease our technology development easy. But along with that, the Indian ecosystem also we should use. Our startups and our industry are also having good capability. This should be integrated and used for getting a sustainable recovery missions.
Thank you, sir. Somebody who is a PhD in aerospace and somebody who has done the algorithms, control algorithms for the PSLV, GSLV, including Chandrayaan-3, sir, I think you have very aptly put the challenges involved in the recoverability and the how we can also learn from the industry. So that's a very, very welcoming statement, sir. Thank you. Everything boils down to the application at the end. How we are making use of the infrastructure what we have built. My next question to the Prakash Chauhan, sir, a visionary scientist and somebody who is known for his application domain expertise, somebody who knows the moon, Mars and Earth equally well. Sir, you are also in the long-term sustainability team and the UN COPUS. I would like to ask the question that, sir, now we are having the G20 satellite, we are having the BRICS settlement and understanding in the BRICS. We also had a South Asia satellite. How do you see, sir, this global South countries are getting benefited out of this multinational projects, and how is it shaping the India's image?
Okay, thank you, Kunal, and good afternoon to you all. I think this is a very excellent question that the space belongs to the entire humanity. Space is not for one nation, or it doesn't follow the international jurisdictions. So in that context, India has been doing international cooperation historically with many countries. We have launched joint satellites. But a unique opportunity which was announced by our Honorable Prime Minister when India basically led the G20 presidency, that India is going to launch a G20 satellites, which will essentially also host international payload, and it will provide very vital data for understanding the climate variability on various ecosystems. So already now that satellite has been approved, the payloads have been identified. We are going to have payloads which are going to tell you about the atmospheric composition, especially for the greenhouse gases. We are also going to have a payload which is going to tell you about the humidity built up in the atmosphere, which is also happening due to the warming of the atmospheres, which is directly linked to the climate change. And then there are payloads which are going to tell you about aerosols as well as about the forest fires. So all these issues basically have direct relevance to the developing countries, or so-called the South-South nation. Now, we are now at a verge of, in a transformational stage, as we have been hearing from the morning. Till now, India, we have used space for solving our own problems. But we need to now, go one step ahead and solve the global problems. So with this kind of a beautiful configuration of these G20 satellites and the kind of data which we are going to receive, we are going to help all this South-South nation in terms of addressing various issues related to climate change. And the problem with the climate change is that the world, the climate doesn't see the political boundaries. So there is a famous thing, it's called basically the climate disadvantage. Somebody is polluting, but somebody else is paying. So in that context, this satellite will play a very critical role. And we are already launched what we call the G20 data sharing platform, which already has been announced from Honorable Prime Minister. And then, of course, South Asian satellite was one precursor event of that. So this is going to lead to a new era of India's contributions to the global scale. And you talked about that UNUSA. These are the issues, especially the climate change and sustainable development is one of the key agenda at UNUSA, which basically attracts small emerging spacefaring nations. So I think this will leverage us, in a great extent as far as international space diplomacy is concerned. So that will be the wonderful outcome which we can expect from the G20 satellites. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for bringing in that space diplomacy. I'm going to trouble somebody else afterwards on this topic also. We have heard from the government leaders, and before going to somewhere more government leaders, I'll jump to some of the industry leaders. We have Mr. Gautam Sharma, somebody who is a postgraduate diploma in telecom management and the BITS Pilani mechanical engineer, who is leading the Viasat India. Viasat we all know for their path-breaking communication satellite development. I'll also ask the same question to Sujit Tensen from the Icon Electromagnetic, who is also a tech entrepreneur and having more than 25 years of experience in the aerospace defense. This question is common to two of you. You can pick whoever wants to answer first. Traditionally, we always talk about the G2G cooperation, and the burden of the cooperation is always with the government players. Could not be the next frontier where the space alliance be not simply the government to government alliances, but also connecting the private space ecosystem across the countries and bringing in innovation and synergies and space sustainability. Or in a simple terms, I have put it, can we have a private satellite operators coalition? Gautam.
Thank you for having me here. Before I answer your question, let me, for the interest of the wider audience, a little bit brief about Viasat. We are a global satellite service provider, present in almost 75 countries, and we connect hundreds of different governments and also in-flight maritime connectivity globally. We also give mission-critical strategic services through satellite communications to the Indian government, and a lot of other activities which we do here. We have 2 engineering centers in India, in Hyderabad and Chennai. So coming back to your question, in fact, I'll just add few things on the sustainability before I jump into the alliance piece. Viasat, we strongly believe in sustainability and standardization. I think these are 2 important things where we focus. And in fact, in 2025, Viasat, along with 130 organizations, we signed the initiative of ESSI, that is Earth Space Sustainability Initiative. Now, coming to the question on alliances, I think it is becoming very critical for the private industry to step in, and keeping sustainability in mind, we decided to set up an alliance called Equitas, which is between Viasat US as well as Space 42 company from UAE, which is part of the, UAE is part of the BRICS. And this actually gives an opportunity for us to have a standardized network rather than having silo networks, which usually you find everywhere. And also kind of utilize the release 17.3 GPP so that, your existing terminals can actually start connecting wherever you want to connect. So I think Equitas is one very good example of two operators coming together rather than building silo networks, setting up a common infrastructure, standardized infrastructure, and sustainably using spectrum as well as orbital resources. In fact, this alliance in a way gives 100 megahertz of spectrum. And as of today, almost 400 mobile operators worldwide have commercially signed contracts with this alliance. It means billions, almost a billion plus people will be able to use connectivity in areas where, the cellular connectivity doesn't, is not available. So I think, these kind of alliances will be very, very useful going forward. And in fact, this is open for other operators in case if they want to join this alliance. And even some of the countries can join this alliance, assuring that the sovereign requirements are taken care of in this case. And this also strengthens the mobile operators. They are the ones who actually have huge investments, and they continue to own the end customer. At the same time, they, for a customer, at the end of the day, connectivity is critical for them. They don't care whether these are about orbits or it is terrestrial or non-terrestrial. So I think this alliance will be useful. And in fact, there are a couple of mobile operators in India with whom we are engaged on this. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to share with you. Yeah.
Thanks, Gautam. Sunil? Sujit? Yes, Karan, yours. The next thing is
okay. Hello. Sorry for that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Krunalji, having me here. And thank you, appreciate this question. And this is an interesting question. This is more strategic than on the technology. And see, the global landscape, the space landscape is increasingly getting clustered by the constellations, the human space programs, the lunar missions, and everything. So, UN, that United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, they strategically emphasized the need for an international collaboration for the sustainability for the space applications. So this is include the space situational awareness, space traffic monitoring, debris management, and removal of the end of life satellites, etc. So what my understanding that, so currently the space business has been managed by the government to government because it's all been led by the national space agencies. Now it is moving towards to ecosystems. So meaning that it is beyond the government to government. It goes from the government and government to the industry, industries to the academia. That's exactly the things are moving around now. So the government who understand a nation's problems and the requirements, and the industry who come in to bring into the money and speed for the activities, and the academia, they will help you to provide you the research and also the new talents for your future developments. So when you have these recipes, these three combinations, you will be having a sustainable space program. And I really see that India is taking leadership on an inclusive space collaboration, the beyond the BRICS and the beyond the G20, taking a leadership between the global space leaders and the upcoming the space companies. So this could be a collaboration. It's a large collaboration from the industry, academia, and within the various countries. So this is really going to help us for that. And we should not be thinking which country is reaching there first. It should be how all the countries together achieving to give the best for the humanity. So that's what exactly I am seeing this as a sustainable the space program.
Thank you, thank you. It is good to know that not only market forces, but the sustainable space future is also bringing the private players together. That's good to know. You rightly said it's academia without which we cannot go further. Youngest number in the panel and somebody who has to catch the flight from here to US, I think after directly completing the panel, I'll ask Dr. Karan Jani. Dr. Karan Jani is an astrophysicist and the director of the Lunar Lab initiatives at the Vanderbilt University, USA. He is the founder and the principal investigator of the Laser Interferometer Lunar Antenna, LILA. Very fondly he says the cosmic dance. It is a NASA-funded gravitational wave and geoscience observatory for the surface of the moon. Dr. Jani has more than 200 scientific publications, recipient of the Special Breakthrough Prize in the Fundamental Physics, and twice he got featured in a Forbes list of 30 most prominent scientists below 30. So it's a very impressive profile, Karan, and thank you for joining on very short notice and very tight schedule. Karan, I would like to take you to some physicists and then we'll go to the space economy. But India is already part of the LIGO. We are detecting the gravitational wave on the LIGO on Earth. And now we are building a LILA on lunar surface. What is the next frontier in astrophysics? And where does India stand in all this scheme of things?
Well, firstly, thank you, Mr. Kunal, for inviting for Space Applications Center for hosting this event. It's always a privilege to be in the city, which is the birthplace of India's space program. So thank you. Can you hear me now? Well, thank you for that. Mr. Kunal rightly asked, so India is now part of this project called LIGO India, and I'll give you a context of what LIGO is. It's a gravitational wave observatory. For last thousands of years, we as humans think of looking at the universe through light, because that's what our eyes were used to seeing. And then Einstein had made a famous prediction in 1915 that it's not really the light, but it's the sound, which is the gravitational waves, which is how the universe really communicates with us in the most fundamental way. And that discovery happened only in 2015. I was part of that team. My founders of the field won the Nobel Prize in Physics. And when we would look back few hundred years from now, the discovery of gravitational waves is of the same stage for human civilization as humans landing on the moon. So these are very big breakthroughs. India has been strategically part of this alliance from the time we made the discovery. We are building a LIGO detector in India. It's one of the largest scientific partnerships between United States and India to build this precision experiment. And to give you a context, a gravitational wave from black holes passes this room every 15 minutes. So by the time our panel would end, several black holes would have collided. To measure that, you require precision technology, which is 1/1,000,000th the diameter of a proton. And that's the kind of a precision experiment we are making on Earth. Now then, we have already shown, then why do we have to go further? It's because gravitational waves are like electromagnetic waves. You know, we communicate through radio, but we look at the surroundings through visible light. In the same way, gravitational waves span several orders of different bands. What we are building on the moon, Leela, is actually the next band in gravitational wave we are opening up. A band that you absolutely, as of our current understanding, there is no place in the solar system where you can look at it, where you can detect this kind of gravitational wave. So that happens to be the next chapter for the field. Leela itself is an international consortium now of more than 25 academia, research centers, industry partners as well, spanning now US, Europe, and India. We in fact had a very recently signed an agreement with the Space Applications Center, ISRO, here in Ahmedabad for the long-term sort of planning and strategic planning of this experiment on the moon. More broadly, moon is the next frontier. We have the Artemis Accords, through which we have a way that nations can work together. But more than simply going there to put flags and boots, this time we are going there to build permanent infrastructure. And that infrastructure is led by the science motivation behind it. So for me, the key thing that connects, you know, the space diplomacy in future is really how we sort of participate for infrastructure on the moon.
Thank you, Karan. Thank you. Always exciting to hear from any astrophysicist, and you are always very captivating. Either it is a government, industry, or academia, everyone has to go to the regulator. And the regulator in the room is in space. So my next question is to Dr. Rajiv Jyoti sir. Rajiv Jyoti sir is the director of the technical directorate at the InSpace, where he provides the technical guidance and the leadership to the commercial space sector of India. And before joining the InSpace, he spent almost 36 years at the Space Applications Center designing host of microwave remote sensing payloads and state-of-the-art antenna systems for the INSAT and GSAT series. So my question to Rajiv Jyoti sir is, what kind of regulatory reforms would help Indian private space companies to participate as an independent industrial partner in multinational missions while leveraging the Indian space or the ISRO's space expertise?
Multinational.
Multinational.
Yeah, I think the InSpace as a part of a space reform, it was since inception, the implementation of the space policy is the main key role. So as per the space policy, all the private companies who are there in space sector, they InSpace act as a single window agency, and we hear their pain points. We hear how the space policy can enable them, and we have two roles, as we say, regulator as well as the promoter. So I will touch both this point on the issue of multinational global alliances. So normally G2G is very effective, okay, but when we go to B2B or B2G, there only we find that lot of traction is required. And right now, as I speak, InSpace has already enabled nearly more than 150 sort of MOUs with this, and lot of trust is coming from the Europeans and also other like-faring nations, especially those non-sparing nations where the aspiration for space activity is there. So the trust is more. So now we have to see the beginning has happened, but then how it translate into a reality, what type of commercial activity. But things are that we need to enable this. This will not happen automatically. The companies have to understand that we need to have a scale, we need to have a capacity, and also we have to have a quality, and then we talk about fast delivery. Because they are all time-bound projects. If suppose somebody is required to deliver, and it has to be done in time-bound. So first of all, the most important thing in terms of regulatory is that we have to enable most of the those enablement through government, like our SCOMET licenses, that approvals which are required for the government. Whether you talk about the custom duty clearances and also all on those where they get the exemption, that has to be faster. Department of Space and ISRO and InSpace, we are working towards that. But still we are seeing that it takes volume of time. And then other is the FDI approvals, the approvals which are required because the foreign money has to come for any contract to happen. If suppose something has to come, if it is against the contract, it's okay. But if it is coming as investment, the company cannot start the work unless until the investment, the FDI approvals are in place. So I know few cases where the last 6 to 8 months people are waiting for the approvals to come, and still they are not able to do any activity. So I think we have to enable the speed has to be increased, and then also we have to work on the other side, the promotion. That we have to understand, they have to understand that they have to deliver a quality, there won't be any compromise, as I think previous panel also was talking about quality. And they also have to worry about the interoperability and standards which are there, otherwise they will not be able to bid for even they won't be able to win the contract if they don't know the standards. So that awareness program about the standards, awareness program about their IPs, IPs have to be protected. So a lot of work has to be done from the promotion side, from right now, but we are doing it also, but a lot more efforts are required. Even towards not only IP and also in terms of security of their systems or safety of their, the security of the data and protection of their IP. So these are all those things which we need to ensure that that something work is going in progress, but more and more is required. And I want to react to the question which came in the last panel, that the participation of the Indian companies over the ISO standards, that also was discussed. So I want to give a little bit on that update from InSpace side. We have now adopted nearly 70, because ISRO has the best practices which are being followed out within the ISRO. Now they are not many of them are global standards, many of them are ISRO or ESA or NASA standards. So we have now come out with our ISO standards which are being adopted based on the need of the industry. And they have been adopted in BIS, the Bureau of Indian Standard. Right now they are more in recommendatory stage. Very soon they will be requirement will be there to ensure that they become a statutory body to ensure that they follow those. But at least awareness have started. And also the request to all the private companies who are having a technical knowledge to start participating into the standard making of at the international level. So that part also has to be done. So I think a lot of work has to be done before we say that we are almost ready the way to deliver a solution, not only for your own domestic, but also getting ready for the global demand or global contract or global multinational projects. I think that's the response I have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this comprehensive answer. And I stand corrected that InSpace is not only regulator, they are the enabler also. And when we talk about the globalization and other things, Raju sir has very aptly put the challenges like SCOMET, FDI, registration of objects, liability, all these issues come into play for the participation of Indian industry or the Indian startup or Indian company into the multinational mission. So thank you, sir. Thank you for putting this in very, very nicely. All these deep space mission, what we talk about, or the very ambitious project, we need able ground support. Without the ground network support, these missions cannot sustain. So my next question is to M. Raghavendra sir from the ISRO. Raghavendra sir is the director of the ISRO and somebody who specializes in RF and microwave. Somebody who has seen the checkout and the establishment of the ground station very closely. And the alumni of the International Space University, and who knows the ground and space very well. Sir, with this multiple ambitious deep space mission, what is the long-term planning and global alliances are being considered at ISRO for the continuous visibility and the connectivity for this deep space mission? What are the our long-term plans, sir?
Thank you, Krunal. As we know, all the deep space missions during their journey from Earth to their destination pass through different geographical areas and for a longer duration. So initially when NASA, JPL took up their interplanetary missions, they set up their ground stations across the globe so that they have continuous visibility. Now in ISTRAC, we have a deep space antenna. We have one deep space antenna, which is going to cater to a certain extent. But if we have to have total visibility and have radio contacts throughout the mission, it is necessary that we need to take the support of other stations, either from JPL or from European Space Agency. Now, both for JPL and European Space Agency, they have their own missions. The number of deep space missions have gone up. So their antennas are also hooked up to support their missions. So in this scenario, it is becoming increasingly difficult to get capacity for supporting our missions. So we at ISTRAC, we have increased the 32-meter antenna. We have increased 2 more antennas, which are 18-meter antennas. So totally we have 3 antennas which are going to support lunar missions and interplanetary missions. But this again is not enough. So we still need to get 24/7 support. So in which case we have to depend on international agencies, and the international agencies are not in a position to give us the support because their antennas are hooked up. So now we have a plan to expand our network outside India, far east and somewhere towards Australia and some towards western coast of South America, so that we will be able to cover our missions 24/7 without essentially depending on international ground stations. On the other hand, there's an increasing demand by other ground station, other agencies for our antennas. Right now, we have supported many of the missions, both ESA missions and US missions. The Intuitive mission, which landed on Moon, that was supported. There was a support given by our deep space antenna. And for the upcoming or rather the Mars exploration mission of ESA, which is already there, they want a support from us so that they can cover up for some of their lack of capacities that are there. That's one thing. And Akatsuki, which the mission ended, we had for a long time, we had a collaboration with JAXA. So we supported from ISTRAC Deep Space Network, the Akatsuki missions. So this way, international cooperation is a must, both from Indian side as well as from the other agencies. In fact, European Space Agency and many other missions are coming forward for a cross-support agreement with ISRO, so that we support them and they support us. Earlier it was on a purely commercial basis. Now it is on a cross-support basis, because there is a dearth of this facility for all the agencies around the globe.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Somebody I was a part of the Chandrayaan-2 and Chandrayaan-3 ground station negotiation with NASA. And I know how difficult it is to get the NASA Deep Space Network support. And increasingly, they are also facing the same problem what you have described. And I think we need a long-term international collaboration strategy to tackle these issues, sir. Thank you, sir, for this. My next question is to Dr. Gauri Shankar, somebody who is the practitioner of the international cooperation, somebody who leads the international cooperation office at the ISRO headquarters. He's also having the additional charge of the Antrix Corporation Limited. So he knows the commercial side of the problems also. And he is also currently chair of the long-term sustainability committee of the UN Corpus. So he knows the sustainability also. My question to you is, sir, currently India is the chair, in fact you yourself are chairing at the LTS subcommittee at UN Corpus. How the global alliance is shaping up at the LTS in bringing up the space sustainability? In addition, how is the interest of the private industry is also being covered at this multilateral platform? I know these processes are very slow, but how are your presence are making a difference there?
Thank you so much. I take the opportunity to thank Chairman ISRO and also the organizers for introducing a panel discussion on international cooperation. It's wonderful to hear about the importance of international cooperation, and also it highlights how international cooperation is important in building the national space program. So with that, coming to the question, yes, United Nations Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, it was from the beginning focusing on sustainability, but that time it was more on Earth sustainability. It had sustainable development goals, Space 2030 agenda, water, land, so many issues it was addressing, but currently and also correctly, last 10 to 15 years, it is focusing on the space sustainability. I can say the long-term sustainability of outer space activities, what Mr. Krunal was telling, there is a working group on that, and that working group is entering into the third phase now. The first phase was helping us to develop some set of guidelines, some 21 guidelines, how the space operators have to control the station, the space, use the space so that it can be made available for the future generation. The second phase of this particular working group has helped in identifying some of the challenges in implementing these particular guidelines. And currently the third phase, which is coming up, is a critical phase in which Mr. Krunal has rightly put how the industry aspects are being taken care of. So this particular third phase is going to have expert discussion, not the working group, expert discussion on key topics like what co-panelists said, the space situation awareness, space debris management, in-space assembly and manufacturing, cislunar space and deep space missions, sustainability and safety of human space flight, and also the important aspect of large constellation and dark and quiet sky. Some of these topics are certainly bothering the global space community, and these topics are going to be discussed by the member state, the countries, but not on their own alone. They are going to bring their experts, basically from industry or from the think tanks. So that way, we plan, the Corpus is planning to get the wisdom or the expertise of experts into this discussion to develop new guidelines and also modify some of the existing guidelines. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The topic, LTS guidelines are being framed with consist, and it's a very painfully slow process. But the helm of the affairs of India is there. It is the most reassuring for the global south and most of the countries. So I know it's a very difficult place you are, but all the best, and I think you are the right person to lead this. Somebody who is very patiently waiting and thinking that all these missions will not work without my microchips. Shrikant Setikare is from the Microchip. I'm Managing Director, Vice President at the India Development Center. and somebody who has been in the semiconductor ecosystem from more than 30 years. Shrikant, how do you see all these missions, what we are talking about, deep space missions and the Gaganyaan and Bharti Antariksh Station and all this mission, how you are going to give us the robust supply chain through very meaningful international cooperations and alliance? What's your take on this?
Thank you, Kunal, for your kind words. Before I say anything, what you don't see in all your space missions is the microchip part. So we stay between the minds of the Martians and the hearts of the humans.
Well said.
Microchip as an organization, we have a long, unrivaled flight heritage of 60 years. We have supported more than 40 space missions, right from discrete transistor to all the way to very complex AI processing, image processing we have supported. So just to name a few space missions in India, pretty much we have been thankful to ISRO for being a trusted partner for most of the critical missions, including Mars mission, and the moon, Chandrayaan 1, 2, and Gaganyaan, and all the other projects we have been very, very quintessential as part of the missions. And if you look at how we have been instrumental in making all the missions successful, coming to the recent Artemis 2, which is the humans, it is the crewed lunar flyby. It has been successfully implemented using microchip life support system, and it supported the Oryx, the spacecraft completely. Plus, it was a very successful 10-day mission. We brought the humans back to ground with all the necessary electronics and systems in place. That's the kind of significant contribution what microchip has provided as far as electronics is concerned. Coming to India's sustainability factor, now that ISRO has created a larger ecosystem using new space with 450 space companies coming up. Since microchip has a long history of supporting many missions, we have the opportunity to support at least 400 plus startup companies with a wide range of 70,000 products we have across various domains. It could be telemetry, it could be payload, and you name it, we have the products to support any kind of applications, right from communications all the way down to image processing. And the recent NISAR has our microchip parts in it as well. So that's the kind of sustainable semiconductor component supplier microchip has been for more than 60 years. So that's the kind of sustainability in supporting all the new initiatives what ISRO or the new space has taken up, supporting the commercialization of the space system.
Thank you, Shrikant. And Viksit Bharat and the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the vision given by Honorable Prime Minister, I think you are contributing significantly by doing that backward integration and bringing in that much needed resilient supply chain in the Indian space sector. Would you like to add something, Shrikant?
Yes. See, Viksit Bharat, we are looking at 2047, but we are setting the ground. So it is so important for us to take the initiative all the way down to the root levels, especially academia and the startup ecosystem that we are looking at. When we are looking so far in the last 3 decades, India has focused on building the IPs, the software portion of the ecosystem. Now we are looking at building that. So knowing to doing is what we are trying to establish today. And what is missing in the academia is the doing part of it. They know the theoretical portion of it, what can be done. So that is something what, as a multinational company, we are more than willing to help the academia, help the startup ecosystem to build that build the necessary complex missions that are required for India to be more successful for 2047.
Certainly, we really need to bridge this knowing to doing gap. With this, I think the first round we all have covered, and this is really T20 batting. You see, less than 45 minutes we have covered the first round, 11 players. But now we are entering into that phase where we have to accelerate. So my next question will be to the 2 to 3 panelists, and we'll go slightly more into the future. In this space age 2.0, the arena of the space activities have shifted from LEO and GEO to cislunar orbit. Recently, US has committed around $30 billion for the permanent moon base. India is also planning a return on moon with a man on moon mission. In this scenario, how do you see the role of Bharat in this cislunar economy, and how Bharat is going to take a lead, or which kind of leadership we are going to provide? I'll ask this question to DK sir, Prakash Chauhan sir, and Karan, to you. So maybe any of you, I think DK sir. Okay, Karan, so being youngest, you are getting the chance.
Well, thank you. I think you set the stage, right? That we are now moving to cislunar and lunar economy. And the nation that has the capability to send material to the moon, infrastructure to the moon, will dictate not only what are the policies on the moon. Yes, we're all working through the UN's now very outdated treaties, but then it is also on what is the long-term investment that one would do when we reach the moon. And not only, I think I'll add that not only we are sending infrastructure to the moon, we are sending humans to the moon. And that means we'll need to assign a very specific role for the humans to do when they are living there. Science becomes a sort of a long-term reason why you are going to continue doing that. I mean, among all the Artemis Accords nation, India has, after United States, one of the most matured lunar program. I think the next shift here is that it being from a government-run lunar program to how in the US it is now very much a commercially run lunar program as well. And so that capability, now India of course has demonstrated with Chandrayaan-3 and coming up Chandrayaan missions. And I think that would be, when we look at the long-term base on the moon, the orbiter thing comes with it, because we are already going to reach cislunar in the process of reaching orbitals, reaching the surface. I do think that in the next 10 years or so, the entire outlook of what is possible from the moon would fundamentally change when this generation would see the first pictures of humans walking on it. And I think that would be this generation's Apollo era, right? That kind of aspiration. And I very much believe that the Indian ecosystem, both through the government side, through ISRO, but also the private companies that would be a part of the cislunar and lunar surface economy, would play a major role in it.
Thank you, Karan. Prakash sir?
Okay, I think it's a very interesting question and really futuristic. The cislunar space is going to become much more desired space, where the space activity will get transformed. See, currently, as you told, we are morely limited to LEO, GEO, and this kind of orbits, and MEO also. But with our experience of Chandrayaan-1, Chandrayaan-2, and then Chandrayaan-3, and the kind of activity which is getting scaled up by Artemis program, NASA is actively talking about setting up a lunar base and the return of humans to the moon. The race for the moon is already, gone. Its race is on now. So we need to catch up. If we have to strategize, what we should do in future, we have already Chandrayaan-4 and Chandrayaan-5, the LUPEX mission, which we are going to do with the Japanese. We are going to land in the southern polar regions, the real south polar region near Shackleton crater. There is a place called Connecting Ridge, and we will do robotic exploration of water and water ice. But beyond that, we also need to now actively consider to build networks for communication. We also have to think about building PNT, capabilities, not exclusively by our own, but maybe in an alliance mode, so that we can navigate safely around the moon surface. A lot of docking and rendezvous missions has to be planned if we have to land humans onto the moon by 2040 or so. So all these kind of activities needs to be strategized, and we need to build global alliances to really achieve this with like-minded nations, as we are working with Japanese for LUPEX mission, and in situ resource utilization, especially in terms of harvesting the water from the water ice, using that resource for human habitability, and building and construction material at the moon surface is also going to be the active research area in which India need to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Someone's fundamental work on the Chandrayaan-2 data led to unambiguous decision that there is a water on the moon, has given a very good understanding of how the ISRO and other activities will play a big role in coming future. I think Rajiv Jyoti sir, I think you also want to add something on this? I'm going to make DK Singh sir's job very tough.
I think I will add only one point, that because this is right now an area where even industry is not ready to invest. The reason is the commercialization of this type of fifth economy when we talk about, that will take more gestation period. So there's nothing like a LEO and GEO and all that is something which is low hanging fruits. But then this will require a lot of R&D, lot of, you can say, even TL3 technologies we have to develop. So for that only, I just want to make a point here that recently InSpace and ISRO have going to make an announcement on the 900 crores budget only for academia for this type of activity, whether for the ISM or the harnessing power from the space, or you're talking about whatever Dr. Chauhan talked about, all those activity, industrial scale activities beyond Earth. We talk about assembly, manufacturing and all those things. So probably those types of we need to develop clusters in India who can, academic institute who can endeavor or who can think of venturing into this, and maybe another 4 to 5 years or maybe beyond that year. We are not very much behind when we talk about this type of technology with respect to the Western world and other countries. So we may be not decade, 1 decade or 2 decades back. We are maybe a few years back. So we have to catch up. We don't have to miss the bus. And this budget, which is going to be announced, should be utilized for this. And we are going to announce this budget through ANRF, not InSpace going to do its own mechanism. This will be done through ANRF. And there it will be hand-holding will be done, ISRO and InSpace will be doing. That's what I wanted to tell you.
Sir, I think very well said, and maybe, sir, InSpace or the ISRO should also consider CLPS, Commercial Lunar Payload Service,
so this is the part
or
of
the CLD services, and maybe India's first lunar company can come up very soon. Singh sir, I know most of the things, but I still would like to have your view, sir.
No, I have a different perspective to
Great,
bring.
sir.
So I see that the ultimate objective of human space flight is to make our species multiplanetary. So the path starts from Leo, goes to Moon and to Mars. Now this is a huge opportunity. On Earth, we ran out of the hard problem to solve. And to do such type of mission, we don't have solution to those hard problems which we have to solve. All those problems are already listed by my panelist. But this is like pushing the boundary of technology and lot of scope of high return IPs. So if the Indian industries and researchers can jump into solving those hard problems of habitation of lunar surface, bringing the cislunar infrastructure, which will support the surface existence of humans for long duration, these things are going to be a game changer. So I see that it is a huge opportunity for the companies and institutions who are in the high tech. They should solve those problems of habitation. Like people say that if you have to stay on moon, you should have a nuclear power generation there. That's a big technology to deploy there. There are safety aspects and so many other aspects there. You need the surface transportation, not the short range rover. So there are host of technologies if we jump into it. So in this context, such a huge problem cannot be solved by one nation. So what I feel that many nations and companies, they have to join hand, share the risk, cost, and the benefits. That's my take on this.
Always bringing a new aspects to the discussion, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. This leads to our space diplomacy. All this cislunar economy or the cislunar collaboration needs a effective space diplomacy. And my question to the a practitioner of the space diplomacy, Dr. Gauri Shankar. Now space diplomacy has become a very regular feature in Indian foreign policy. But still, sir, somewhere always we feel, and that's what I said, I'll put you in top. Do you feel that we need a more projection of India's space soft power at the global stage? What kind of some actions we can have it on this direction? There are institutes like Space Policy Institute in the US or the International Space University in France. Do you feel it's an apt time to have something like that for India?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, India is well placed internationally in showing some success stories and also bringing some acceptability among the global community on learning our experience and also seeking our guidance. Yes, we need to consolidate this particular position and encash this opportunity. So in that context, we had during our Chintan Shiva chaired by Chairman ISRO, Secretary Department of Space, we thought about a concept called Global Space Academy. And I think that has got into importance at government level, and then they also made an announcement in that, and then some process is going on. Yes, in academy, already IIST is doing a great job, though it is told Science and Technology Institute. I am happy to see today that it also produces entrepreneurs. So I was, during the lunchtime, I was just telling that you need to add E in your institute name because you also contribute to entrepreneurship and also space economy. So that context, a institute, a global academy, which can provide a executive course or a non-curriculum based or non-degree based or non-job based degree courses, something like orientation on some of these emerging topics like space economy and policy is certainly is required. And the successful demonstration of Vikram launch, it really presents how India is good at bringing a public-private partnership. So certainly many countries are interested to know that, and having an institute to address some of these aspects certainly will have a better visibility for India beyond what it has already now.
Thank you, sir. I think Global Space Academy will be a very right decision at the right time and in a right direction. Thank you, sir. And when we are on the moon, so many people are thinking to go on a moon. I am sure there will be some congestion on the moon and around. Director Istrak, sir, how do you see that space situational awareness activities in a cislunar orbit or on our own near Leo Geo, and how we are playing that role in a space debris mitigation and the space situational awareness? Would like to have your thoughts, sir.
Yeah, this is a very, very important topic. In fact, I wanted to intervene and tell during this time, when more and more missions are aimed towards moon and habitation on moon, it becomes very essential that we address the situational awareness around moon, which becomes, it's definitely an international topic to be discussed. It is still at the nascent stage. even at the international level, even for US, it's still in the nascent stage, but this needs to be geared up. And at this stage, I think it's now India has to get involved in, though we are already involved in IADC and UN Corpus, I think this has to be discussed, and Indian participation has to increase in making these policies, when they are making policies for sustainability around moon. We need to pitch in and give our participation, because we are still in the nascent stage. So this is very, very important when we are talking about new in situ resource utilization and all these stuff and colonization on moon. This is very, very important. And not only moon, I think even when US talking about colonization on Mars, this we need to discuss this well in advance. Probably we caught up late for our missions in India, but at least for lunar and Mars missions, we should be proactive and get involved right in the beginning.
Sir, Ahmedabad traffic is really difficult, but I'm sure we'll be able to maneuver on the moon, and you will be the one who will give us the guidance on that. I'll come back again to the industry. Beyond the commercial partnerships, how do you see that global alliance of the private players, of the industry, government, and academia can help us use the space technology for the benefits of the society and to build more sustainable future? Gautam, Srikanth, Sujit, anyone?
So probably I can start with it. Now moving from Equitis, which was a commercial one, to Space for Good. So I think over a period of time, we have realized, we need fresh thoughts. And that's where Space for Good was born in the UK in 2025. It was a kind of an alliance between academia, industry, and the government. The idea was to encourage students to come up with ideas which actually help to improve life on Earth, and come up with some, sustainable ideas. And it was quite successful, and we tried to, move beyond the boundaries of UK to India and US. So last year, we had Space for Good event in US, India, and UK. And you'll all be very happy to know that, internally within Viasat, we judged that the best was in India. So we had thousands of students who participated from different universities, and they were mentored by industry leaders, and they came with some certain brilliant ideas, and and this year we are further expanding it to Australia. So this time the Space for Good is going to happen in Australia, US, UK, and India. And the India part has already started. Today, as we sit here, our phase 2 starts. It means thousands of students who participated with different ideas. 30 will be shortlisted today. And there will be, on September 6th, we will have 6 students, who will be the finalists. And they will be mentored by the industry leaders. And on 27th October, we would be having the finals in Delhi. And, these kind of opportunities actually help the industry to come up with really great ideas for tomorrow.
Thank you, Srikanth, Sujit. Yeah.
Hello.
If I can request you to slightly fire.
I feel that the global alliances should come in such a way that the certain countries will be having a capabilities of, they have to focus on the strength. Like the countries, the days are not far. Some countries will be focusing on the satellites, some countries will be focusing on the launches, and some countries will be focusing on the ground activities. Some people working on the payloads and AI. So this should come together as a collaboration with the government, industry, and the academia. This is a good advantage for India, because India, we have a large talent pools. large engineering pools, and our ecosystem, we have a large industries across to us. So this has really helped to make the best out of this opportunity for India. And India also have sitting in a leading position in BRIC. So India can lead from BRIC nations constellation, and it can extend to other likely minded nations as well. And India can also partner with the companies like Japan and for the sample collection. So the Hayabusa is one of the successful model where India can partner, and India can also partner the ecosystem, Indian industry ecosystem, for the exploration, for the asteroid, the nearest asteroid sample collections.
Yeah, to commensurate on the same topic, with the history of how Microchip has supported many critical missions in the last few years, especially the topic that you picked up initially, the habitable environments in Mars or Moon, the environmental study. So we have the knowledge base of supporting such critical missions, whether it is NASA oriented or ISRO oriented. So we are more than willing to support the academia and all the startup companies. In this regard, we have been doing design contests across universities in India to make them understand how critical it is to understand some of the complex technologies. This year we have done 2 such big design contests where nearly 200 universities participated, 200 colleges, I should say, 200 colleges participated in the design contest. And this is how we are trying to inculcate the knowledge of technology into the new space, especially the academia, where we need to build that foundation for supporting the new, ecosystem that is coming up, sprouting up today.
Thank you, Srikanth. Capacity building is always a key area to be looked upon. I think the closing statement I'll ask Rajiv sir, Director VSSC. Sir, what would be the dream alliance for you down the line 10 years? For me, for example, Japan and the Hayabusa, what would be a dream alliance for you? With that closing, we'll close.
Okay, coming to the dream collaborative mission that I am having. Okay, basically we are having different missions going to different planets for scientific exploration, and all those things are happening all over the world. But there is one concept that we have not fully utilized. There is something called an interplanetary superhighway. A transport network is available. That is, through this network, with a very minimum propulsive intervention, we will be able to travel entire solar system. So now some little energy addition will be required. If we can manage that through the solar sail, then we will be having almost a zero energy self-sustained system that will be slowly traveling all over the solar system, visiting various planets and moons along the transport network. So this is a very involved system. This needs a full solar system modeling and a very precise mission analysis, a very good electronics sustainable system. And India is having some expertise in this. NASA is having expertise, and JAXA is also having. If we can have such a mission, NASA, ISRO, JAXA together doing it, and all the scientific data coming out of this mission, if we are deploying to the all science and technology institutions all over the world, then the scientific outcomes that can come from that mission over coming 10-15 years will be really path-breaking. This is my dream.
Thank you, sir. What a closing statement. I think you set the target not only for the space diplomat, but the scientists, engineers, policymakers, everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this candid and very insightful discussion. I think India's global space leadership will have a philosophy of the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and you all are the torchbearer of this global leadership. Thank you, sir. Thank you, my young team at the SAC for helping me to put up this panel. And also our ITLO officers in Moscow, Paris and Washington, they all have contributed here on this panel. And special thanks to Director SAC for insisting to have this panel and putting up these things. Thank you, sir. And I request all of you to give big round of applause to this esteemed panelist. Thank you very much. And thank you for this wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you to the moderator and all the distinguished panelists. May I request Shri Ganesh Pillai sir, Scientific Secretary ISRO, to join us on the stage and kindly felicitate the panelists and the moderator. Please put your hands together as we felicitate them. Thank you very much, sirs. The next part of the program is going to be a very exciting one, the interaction with our Gaganyatris. But before we start, we shall take a short tea and coffee break. We look forward to meeting you again in another 15 minutes. The boxes for mementos can be collected from the backstage. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We request everyone to kindly be seated. Our Gaganyatris have arrived. Guests sitting in the left and the right section are requested to occupy the center section so that the interaction can go on more smoothly. Requesting our guests sitting in the left section and the right section to kindly occupy the center area so that we can have the interaction more smoothly. We request everyone to kindly take their seats as we reconvene and transition into the next phase of our event. We request everyone to kindly occupy the seats in the center section. We are about to start our program. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats as we reconvene and transition into the last phase of our event. There are moments when a national space program becomes deeply personal, when an extraordinary technological ambition is represented by the people, preparing to take it beyond the boundaries of the Earth. India's human spaceflight program is not only a technological endeavor, it is a journey of training, preparation, teamwork, and human courage. Today, we have the privilege of hearing directly from our Gaganyatris who are part of this remarkable journey. Without further delay, I invite Sri Dipanshu Soni, Scientist Engineer SC, Human Spaceflight Technology Division HSTA SAC, to introduce our Gaganyatris. Meanwhile, I request our audience to please prepare some questions. The Gaganyatris will take up their questions shortly. Thank you.
Good evening, all. India's journey towards human spaceflight is a story of ambition, perseverance, and the belief that our place in space must extend beyond exploration by machines. On the Independence Day of 2018, India announced its ambitious Gaganyaan mission with the vision of sending Indians into space using Indian spacecraft from Indian soil. And with that vision began the search for those who would carry this dream beyond their drawing board and into space. In 2019, 4 brave hearts were selected by ISRO as India's first astronaut trainees who would carry the aspiration of 1.4 billion Indians to the space. They successfully completed 14 months of training at the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center, Moscow, and 21 months training at the Astronaut Training Facility, ISRO, in India. And today, it is our great privilege and honor of having two of those distinguished individuals with us. Although they need no introduction to this audience, I'll take this opportunity to officially welcome Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and Group Captain Angad Pratap. May I now request Shubhanshu sir and Angad sir to take their seats on the dais. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, known by his call sign Shuks, born in Lucknow in 1985, his trajectory towards the stars began early with his selection to the National Defense Academy straight out of the school. He has flown the MiG-21 Bison, F-16, Sukhoi 30, and is an experimental test pilot and has also served at strategic operational fronts. Commissioned into the Indian Air Force in 2006, his flying skills and leadership earned him a commendation in 2009 and later selection to the prestigious Fighter Combat Leader course, where he graduated as Best in Flying. In 2025, Shuks flew to the ISS as the primary pilot of Axiom 4 mission and conducted critical scientific research in microgravity aboard into ISS. His extraordinary leadership and courage during this mission did not go unnoticed. On this year's Republic Day, he was conferred with the Ashok Chakra, India's highest space-time gallantry award. Currently, he continues to shape the future of Indian space exploration as head of the Human Systems Integration Division at HSFC ISRO, guiding the critical systems and integration for our upcoming Gaganyaan mission. We welcome you, sir. Group Captain Angad Pratap, known by his call sign Max, has flown the MiG-21 Bison and the Sukhoi 30 aircraft. He is a flying instructor and an experimental test pilot. He has a keen interest in physics and aerodynamics. He has an M.Tech from IISc Bengaluru. He has trained India's first batch of female fighter pilot, a significant milestone in Nari Shakti. He was a part of the BrahMos air version missile first test launch, has test fired India's first anti-radiation missile, the Rudram-1, and has participated in multiple DRDO indigenous weapon trials and electronic warfare in flight experiments. Currently, he is the head of the Cockpit Design Division for Gaganyaan spacecrafts at HSFC ISRO. He has 2,300 hours across 19 different types of aircraft and has completed 6 different types of survival trainings in India and abroad. He is an Ironman, having completed the full Ironman Triathlon 2023 at Subic Bay, Philippines, with a continuous 4-kilometer ocean swim, a 180-kilometer cycling, plus a full 42-kilometer marathon run. He is a trained skydiver, a certified level 4 scuba diver, has completed a 100-kilometer ultra marathon, and has a 7-kilometer non-stop swim to his credit. He is also an advanced level mountaineer. We welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly an honor to have with us two individuals who represent not only India's achievement in space, but also the courage, discipline, and the vision that will take our human spaceflight program forward. I request everyone to give a big round of applause and welcome our Gaganyatris. Now, we would like to hear your experiences, sir.
Check. A very good evening to all of you. I know it is the end of the day, and throughout the day you have been sitting through a lot of lectures and talks. So it will be very hard to keep all of you interested, but we'll try our best. I'm very happy to be here, celebrating the occasion of National Space Day, a day we started celebrating in 2023. And I was just writing something about what does this mean when we celebrate days like these. I think 23rd August 2023 was a monumental day in the history of space exploration for India. It brought accolades because we achieved something which was not considered that it was possible for us. That the surprise element was what made it really unique. So when I was writing that it is important to celebrate days like these because it reminds us of what accomplishments we have achieved in the past. But these are also the days which remind us the responsibility that we have for the future, of what we have to do when we go. So today, when I sit in front of you along with Max, we would share our experiences of what this journey has been, the personal journey of training and then eventually flying to space and coming back, and also try to share it with you and learn the lessons of how it can be used to go forward into our own human space program. So the comparer here told me that I need to share my experience with you in 2 to 3 minutes of the journey that has been. I clearly am dodging that because it is not possible. So I will just give an introductory remarks to you, and thereafter we will probably take it up in the interactive session that will follow. Once again, a very happy National Space Day to all of you who are here and who are watching from elsewhere. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. At the outset itself, happy National Space Day. We all know that we have started to celebrate this National Space Day after achieving this monumental feat of having reached the moon. We all need to understand it's the National Space Day, and it is about celebrating all the people who've been involved in building the national space capabilities which have made us reach this far, that today we have landed our own craft on the moon, and we have the technology to go to the moon. Notwithstanding that, you can see 2 of us here on stage, one of whom has already been to space. Today, nationally and domestically speaking, we are also on the way of getting all those technologies indigenously built in India, which will in fact one day send one Indian all the way to low Earth orbit to start the journey of human space flight. So today is all about celebrating all of those people, and not to forget the Indian Space Research Organization, which makes all that possible for us. So please give a big round of applause to all the scientists, on the shoulders of whom we are actually, piggybacking, and we are able to do and contribute in the domain of human space flight. As far as my personal journey, in 3 minutes, like Shuk said, it's impossible. But yes, the 4 of us, we represent the start of astronautics in India. There will be more who will be joining in, and we hope to lead them by setting the right examples, is what I would say. Thank you.
Now we would like to again hear space experience from Mr. Shooks.
So I guess he won't leave me. He wants to hear me the experience of the journey. What I would like to, in the little time that we have, what I can share with you is when you embark on the journey, when you actually lift off on the top of the rocket, you suddenly realize that your training prepares you very well up to a certain point. But from that point, when you sit in that rocket and the liftoff happens, there is a lot of delta, a lot of difference, because the environment that you experience from that point of time till the time you come back and splash down, it cannot be simulated. We cannot do that. So I had been in the centrifuge training for high Gs. I had been preparing for it. But when that rocket liftoff happened, it was the same G. It was not a higher value of G, it was the same G. But with the sound, with the vibration, with everything associated, it became a completely different world. So the rocket launch looks very beautiful only from the outside. From the inside, it doesn't look that beautiful. It is very violent and it is very chaotic. So that was where the delta started. And when you reach the environment of microgravity, and again, you practice that environment in the parabolic flights that you do, you go through that, but these are just episodes of 30 to 35 seconds. For the first time, when you actually, your body gets exposed to it for a long duration of time, that is when the changes start happening. You don't feel good. Some physiological changes happen in which, your blood shifts to your head, it becomes bigger, your heart becomes smaller, it reduces in size. You actually become taller in space, aapki height बढ़ जाती है when you are there in space by a few centimeters. And this is a fact that excites a lot of kids, and believe me or not, a lot of kids are ready to go to space only because of this aspect, ki height बढ़ जाएगी. No, they are very happy to go to space. So this happens. And then your movement and your cognition also gets affected. Your body reaches the environment of space, but your mind still lingers back on Earth. It takes some time for your mind to get accustomed to this new reality that you have over there. A lot of things, the concept of space changes. You are still I was still trying to walk on the floors while I was in the station in the initial few days, because that is what I'm used to. And then one day, one of the astronauts, she came to me, she saw me that I'm struggling to walk on the floors. She took my hand, took to the ceiling of the module and said, Shuks, walk here. You can walk on the ceiling, you can walk on the wall, this is space, this is not ground. So the shift of your brain or your mind to this new reality, it takes certain days, it takes certain time. And the fascinating part was that I also conducted 7 different experiments, which was prepared by the Indian researchers while I was on space. The coordination was done by a team from ISRO who worked tirelessly to enable these experiments, which were possible to be conducted in the environment of microgravity. It was a very, very good insight to see how a simple thing that we are taking for granted here on ground, it just changes completely when you change the environment. Like I said, I will not have time to share everything, but I would share one episode with you, which I still laugh about when I think about it. Everything in the space station or space is falling. You are in a continuous free fall. So the station is falling, you are falling, everything inside the station is also falling. So nothing falls relatively. So let's say if I'm holding this bottle of water and I let it go, it will stay here. It will not fall, because we are all falling at the same rate. But your mind has gone from Earth. So in the initial few days, there is such a big reluctance to let go of things, because you are afraid it will fall, it will break. So I was not ready to let go of anything. So I would search for people and I would ask them, can you please hold it for me while I do something else? And if these were experienced astronauts who were there on the station, they would actually tell me, ki, Shuks, let it go. Nothing is going to happen. You can leave it. But interestingly, if I would ask the astronauts who were traveling from Poland and Hungary, who were also going to space for the first time, if I would ask them, can you please hold it for me? They would actually hold it and float next to me, because their mind is also working in the same way. They are also thinking about this in the same way. It is only over a period of time, period of days, you get accustomed, you get used to this concept that nothing is going to fall, you can leave things, everything is going to stay where it is. You get used to this idea, you become really comfortable over about a week or so. And when you get comfortable with this idea in space, you come back to Earth. Here things fall. And I learned the hard way. I was working on my laptop the first evening I had come, and I was replying to a lot of emails. And instinctively, at some point of time, I got frustrated, closed the laptop, took it to the side, left it. And you can imagine what happened to the laptop. It obviously fell down. But your reality is dictated by your mind in a very, very big way. Even when your physical reality has changed, it still convinces you otherwise because of the memory you carry. So this transition period when you go to space, about 3-4 days while you are there, and 3-4 days when you come back again, because now you're used to that environment of space and then you come back to Earth. It took me about 7 days, 8 days to relearn how to live on Earth. Simple things like walking, sitting down, getting up, all of this becomes challenging, becomes difficult. So all in all, I think that the objectives of the mission were very successfully achieved. And in the aftermath, it was me who was traveling, but there was a team, a huge team from ISRO, which was also present there. The learning of how these missions are executed from end to end, that was the biggest learning, I would say, to see how human space missions are conducted. And that is taking us on a path which will enable us to do our own missions in the future. So, like I said, it is not enough time to share everything about the mission, but the one thing that I've always believed even before going for the mission is that even though I was the one who was doing the travel or who was going to space, this journey always belonged to all the people of this country, each and every one. And a little calculation that I did during this 20 days and 3 hours that I was up there, I traveled a distance of about 1.4 crore kilometers. That was the distance that we traveled. The US mentioned it in miles, I converted into kilometers, so 1.4 crore kilometers. And if you do a little maths, for 140 crore Indians, it translates to 100 meters for each one of you. So all of you were there with me when this distance was being traversed in the environment of space, and I was very happy to do that. My hope is, we are sitting here celebrating the National Space Day. My hope is, ISRO is pursuing an ambitious Gaganyaan mission. And in future, we will have a lot of people traveling to space successfully, safely, and reliably. And all of you, people who are sitting in this room, are going to be a part of this. We are sitting at a very exciting time, and I am absolutely thrilled to be a part of this at this moment. I'm sure all of you are also. So let us celebrate the past because it has been great, it has been amazing, but let us also promise to our future selves that many more such things will keep happening in the future. Once again, a very happy National Space Day to all of you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now the floor is open for the question and answer session.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Anjum Qureshi and I'm a professor in an engineering college. I am from Chandrapur, Maharashtra. Chandrapur, actually it is a very small place, a very remote place. So I just wanted to ask you, what message would you like to give, especially for girls who are aspiring to become a part of ISRO, but they don't have any guidance, and moreover, being from a small area, they don't have that motivation. So what is your suggestion for those girls?
Okay, thank you for your question. Before I answer the question, you said you are from a very small place.
Yes, sir.
From
Chandrapur, Maharashtra.
Chandrapur, Maharashtra. So when you are in space, everything looks the same. Yes. Whether it is Chandrapur, whether it is Delhi, whether it is Bangalore, everything looks same. What is very visible from outside is one Earth, one planet that we have. So there is no distinction between small and big. It is just a matter of where you are looking it from.
Yes, thank you.
The second thing, as far as motivation, I will give you an example or tell you a story about it. That is all. My commander on this mission, Axiom Mission 4, was Dr. Peggy Whitson, who was the most experienced American astronaut today in terms of number of days that have been spent in space. She has spent 695 days in the environment of space. She is a girl. She grew up on a farm. She went to a college, did biochemistry. She was working at NASA as a biochemist. She applied to become an astronaut. She got rejected. She applied again, she got rejected. She applied a third time, she got rejected. She applied 9 more times and she was rejected. It was in her 10th attempt that she succeeded and became an astronaut. But had she given up, she would never have become the most experienced American astronaut today, right? So my message to you is that girls or boys, for anyone, the only trick is to never stop trying. You know, you have to dream big and you have to keep trying and keep trying to pursue that ambition for a very, very long time. That is the only trick. And I would urge more and more girls to go ahead and do this, because when other girls look at you accomplishing something great, they get the strength, they get the motivation, they get the belief that such things are possible. And I can tell you, if it is possible for me and Max sir to be here, our stories also started in a classroom somewhere, right? So every story starts in a classroom. You just have to have that belief and keep working towards it. As far as the framework, ISRO is working on it, and very soon they are going to, release of what is going to take for people to join this. But I would encourage all girls and boys, whoever is excited, to come and be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, now we would like to also hear Angad sir perspective on this.
Okay, ma'am, I would like to just keep it a bit short. Please understand, I believe in one SG cricket brand. They say believe and then become. Okay. First of all, stop thinking that, oh, I am a girl. I am some underprivileged. Oh, I am from small place. There is no difference. If you're thinking only small, you will do small. You'll think big, you'll do big. Nobody's any different in terms of capability. Okay. Notwithstanding, all of us are born with different capabilities in different places, different economic conditions and things like that. But please remember one simple rule of life. Hard work always beats talent. But the hard work is not only in one particular domain. That desire has to show across everywhere. In the age of the internet, I don't think any one of us has the right to say, though, I belong to a small place and I don't know. So you have to strive, you have to go out, you have to find out stuff, how to become an ISRO scientist. Of course, as far as I know, becoming an ISRO scientist is one of the toughest things in the country right now, because the standards are set like that. But nobody is stopping a particular person to work hard in sitting in that small place. Everything is available on the net. And what I talked about being a girl, again, you have to get that thing. I mean, if you were to ask most of the very senior male dignitaries here, in terms of professionalism, they don't view women any differently than men. So the difference is in our head. So we need to just let go of that. That's all I would say, maybe. Yeah.
Hello, sir. I'm Karthik Ashri of grade 8D from St. Joseph of Cluny School, CBSE. Actually, my question is, why Gaganyatri astronauts are trained mostly in other countries but not in India? When will India come to that stage?
Can you please repeat the question?
Why Gaganyatri astronauts are trained mostly in other countries but not in India?
Okay, I would say that your perception is not completely right, because I have trained only for 1 year in Russia, but I have trained for 2 years in India. And that was the main segment of training. And subsequently, I've continued my training in India only. Okay, so it is not, first of all, let's not have this misconception that Gaganyatris are not training in India. Okay, there are multiple institutes which have been involved in our training. ISRO is, of course, at the front point, because the kind of facilities ISRO has for our training, no other organization in the country has. When it comes to academics, the Indian Institute of Science at Bangalore has pitched in. When it comes to aeromedical training, the Indian Air Force has assisted. When it comes to physical training, yoga training, and there are multiple dimensions. It's not one that I can tell you right now. So there is training which is happening. As you know that the Gaganyaan system, the mission is under development. And of course, if you start comparing one-to-one with facilities which are there abroad, which have matured after 40 or 50 years, there is a Johnson Space Center, there is a Gaganyaan, not the Gaganyaan, sorry, Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center there. But there is something similar which is coming up. It is in the pipeline. There are a lot of works. It will take certain time, that's all. But please don't think that we have trained majorly abroad. The majority of the training has happened in India only. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir. I'm Harish V from Sri Narayana Mission Senior Secondary School, Chennai. So I have two doubts specifically for each of you. For Group Captain Mr. Shubhanshu Shukla, during your Axiom 4 experiments, you have monitored cyanobacteria growth. Did you observe any unexpected cellular morphology or plasma membrane anomalies? And my question for Group Captain Mr. Anga Pratap is, given your background flying complex platforms like the MiG-21, what do you see as the most critical engineering challenge in designing your thesis's manual bank angle guidance scheme where a pilot must handle a capsule's severe aerodynamic lag as compared to a responsive jet?
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. First of all, let me compliment you on coming prepared, and you read up everything and then you have come and asked these questions. So thank you so much. I will talk about my answer, the cyanobacteria. So I took 7 different experiments, conducted them. When experiments are conducted on station, the primary reason is to conduct experiments in those conditions, in the conditions of microgravity. It is a limited space, limited volume, limited systems. So all the facilities to conduct research or to do the analysis are not available on the station. All the machines, all the payloads or the racks which are there, they are there to conduct the experiments, to expose them to microgravity or to do that experiment. That is what is the majority of the station, what is. So when I took the cyanobacteria with me, my job was to expose them to the conditions of microgravity. We did observe growth visually. That was the only analysis we could do in consultation with the team down here. Once the experiment is finished, you take the experiment, you freeze the samples at -80 degree so that the biological life stops completely. And then you transport it back to Earth. Rest of the detailed analysis happens by the scientific investigators who had proposed the experiment. So this is the cycle. So that is why this analysis that you're talking about, this is with the team who prepared that experiment. Otherwise, it will become very difficult for astronauts because they do hundreds of experiments on station, right? To go into details of each one of them would not be possible. So they are trained enough to conduct it successfully, and then the detailed analysis happens on ground. So I don't actually have an answer to your question of what is the detailed analysis. I'm sure the team who is in ground would be able to answer that. But that is the process what is followed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Angad sir.
Yeah, you are from which, you're from a college or school? What?
School, sir.
Which class?
Grade 10.
Okay. I'll try and answer this question from your level, okay? But first of all, my research, the topic that I've taken is involving a bit of piloting is the reason why I had taken that topic. But the real cognitive ownership of that lies with the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center in Thiruvananthapuram, ISRO. And my internal guide, who's here right now, Dr. UP Rajiv, he was there to guide me through and through. In my particular research, it was about building a mathematical 6DOF model in which I've integrated a human, wherein a human being can give certain inputs in controlling the bank angle modulation during the descent. It's a very, very niche topic. I don't know if each one and every one of us will be able to understand, not that we need to understand it also, but I will just tell you that generically building a mathematical model, my basic challenges were in resolving the correct, the forces in the correct frames of reference. That was a big challenge that I faced. And a majority of my time was spent in refining my model. My model did not work for good about 1.5 years. And I was seeking a lot of assistance from multiple institutes, but it didn't. And I made one particular model, I had to junk it, make another one, then again get. So the challenges were primarily in resolving the forces in correct frames of reference. Maybe you can always go back, Google what I'm saying and try and understand that. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Now, due to time constraint, we can have 2 more questions.
Good evening, sir.
May I ask you questions?
Good evening, sir. I'm Shreya Patel representing MIT School, and my question is, how will your ISS experience will help India in upcoming Gangayan's mission? How will your ISS experience will help India in upcoming Gangayan's mission?
Okay. First thing that will happen is we will call it Gaganyaan mission, okay? Not Gangayaan mission. So
Sorry,
this,
sorry,
yes,
sorry.
no worries. It happens. Um, when you learn something in the classroom, right? You study something, you read a concept, and you put it in your mind. Okay, this is happening. This is going to happen like this. And let's say you pick that activity and you start doing it yourself by hand. Do you realize that there is much more to learn when you actually do it by hand, right? There are some gaps, some information which is not written, which you learn when you actually perform it. So that is what happens when you become a part of something by actually executing it. So not just me, the team from ISRO who was there along with me by participating in this entire mission, we have learned a lot of lessons of how to conduct this mission from end to end. And if you know, we are trying to do it for the first time, to launch astronauts on our own rocket, our own capsule, our own vehicle for the first time. So that is why by being a part of it, we learned a lot of lessons of how to conduct these missions end to end. And using that information, we don't need to copy that and put it in our place. We have a lot of very intelligent people in ISRO who are working on it, but it definitely gives you a lot of information and insights of how can we do it better for our own self. So that information is being used and put back into the system right now. The experience that I've gained while being in the space and while interacting with systems, that information is also getting back into the system. So that is how it helps us in achieving our own missions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir. My name is Tanesh Patel. I am representing Visha Vidya Vihar, Mehsana. So my question is, what is the one thing you learn about Earth or humanity after you decided to leave Earth?
I didn't learn anything when I decided to leave Earth because I was still on Earth. But when I left Earth, when I was there, up there, that was the time that there is a change that happens. You know, when you travel outside the planet and you look at the planet, there is a change in perspective that you get. And it is a documented phenomena. It is known as the overview effect that astronauts get when they travel to the space. So when you look at Earth, for me, the biggest shift was that you feel that this planet is your home. This is your home, not a particular place, not a particular region, or not a particular country. And the reason is, I think that all of us, we try to derive our sense of identity from somewhere, right? So when we are small, going to school, for everybody in school, your home is your identity. When you leave your school, you go to a college. For everybody in college, your school is your identity. When you leave your city, you go to a new city. To everybody in the new city, your previous city is your identity, right? You go to work and you say, I'm from such and such place. And then let's say you leave your country and go to some other country to work. Your country becomes your identity. You tell everybody that I'm from India. I'm working here, I'm from India. And as an extension, what happens when you leave the planet and you go outside, the planet becomes your identity. That happens in a very, very strong way, in a foundational way. So I think that was the biggest shift in how I looked at it. You really feel that this is home, this is your planet, and all of us are in it together. We don't see each other, we look at each other from being in different countries, but all of us are in this planet together. So that is the biggest shift that I had when I traveled to space. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Now,
Good evening, sir. My name is Pratibha, and I am pursuing my apprenticeship in ISRO SAC, and I belong to IAF BRAD. And my father is working in Indian Air Force, and that too in Bangalore. So my question is that being a Gen Z, it's very difficult to stay consistent. So can you suggest some ways through which we can stay consistent?
Yeah, what is the exact definition of being consistent as per you? Then I will accordingly answer. I want to be sure that what I'm answering is what you want to know.
Actually, like when we see some person and then we see that they are our idol, like we see them as our idol. For example, a student who is in class 10, he decides to be an astronaut or a scientist. But then when he comes to 12th, he has different plans. Okay, then he again joined college. Then he changes something else. So, like, my aim is to go into FCAT. I want to join Indian Air Force, Army, or something like that. So I'm not able to be consistent around that. So,
Okay, so your question is about consistency in maintenance of the original aim,
yeah,
right?
originally.
I'll try and answer that from my own journey. When I got selected for being an astronaut, my understanding of astronautics itself was very different than what I had thought or what I think now. So it is part of the journey, okay? Please understand that life will never be what you think today. It will change 1 year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years, 4 years, depending upon both your professional as well as personal requirements. You'll have a family, you'll have children. Your priorities will change with time, okay? And with time, you will have better understanding of life. So first of all, accept those new realities, okay? And please remember, life will never be straight that you can give 100% performance every day. It will always be a sine curve. So the original question that you asked, how to stay consistent, I thought that probably you're talking about performance. There is none of us who can, just because I'm an astronaut doesn't mean I go and if I keep giving an exam every day, I'll keep scoring 90% or 100%. It's not required. And that's the harsh reality of life. Most of the people who are great achievers, there are phases in which they are not at their level best. So there will be a trough, there will be a crest, and that's all about it. As far as the maintenance of the aim is concerned, it has got to do a lot with your own personal determination to prove yourself by getting that one milestone. So it depends on how strongly you want to achieve that milestone in life. If you really want to prove yourself against all the critics that you have probably in your family or in your workplace or all those people who really don't value you as much, you will surely continue to be consistent with your aim and you will get it one day. Okay?
Good evening, sir.
Now, due to time constraint, we can't take any more questions, but we will be hearing experience from Angad sir.
Okay, that was a little abrupt, but my experiences, of course, I have not yet been to space. My experiences are all about a person who's still waiting to go to space. Notwithstanding, let's understand one thing. When I joined the astronaut program, I had two perspectives of being an astronaut, which has changed over time. Initially, I thought that it was all about a lot of knowledge, primarily in the academic domain, and of course, the added capability to go to space. But over time, this has changed. Once I joined the astronaut program, I realized that once they select you, they already check that you are very good in multiple fields, and then you get exposed in multiple fields after selection as well. You get an opportunity to develop yourself as a person in multiple fields. So you should be a person who is willing to be performing in multiple fields, and you should be a person who enjoys multiple fields apart from your own core area of expertise. So once I joined the program, I realized this thing that I need to be a multi-dimensional person. I also realized that it is going to take years and years of waiting for that first flight to happen. And it happens in every astronaut's life, that first flight. And I know every astronaut who has probably not yet been to space or who has been to space as well will share this, that the journey before and after is definitely different. I'd rather put it this way, that I've been very lucky that my first flight hasn't happened as of now, as yet. And consequently, I'm still pushing myself in growing myself across multiple fields. One of the basic things that I realized in this journey is that you are no special or different than any of the other people. It's just that there are multi-talented people who are available and you were lucky enough to get selected amongst them. There are still a lot of us sitting here who can be wearing this jacket and becoming an astronaut. So you need to, again, keep your feet on ground and just identify yourself at your workplace daily as just another person who's working alongside you and contribute, try and contribute equally till such time the space flight doesn't happen. So the space flight will eventually happen, but that doesn't mean that you keep thinking or overthinking about that. You contribute, try and contribute just like the other people who are there at your workplace in your domain of expertise. And I believe that while the flight will be only a few days, the years of work that you will do on ground is what will really define your legacy as an astronaut. So all of us here who wish to aspire to become an astronaut should remember that it is ultimately, people will associate with you with your flight, of course, but it's a lot of work on ground which will matter, and you should be prepared mentally to not only after becoming an astronaut saying that, oh, I'm supposed to be going to space, so I will just do that. No, there is a lot of other work definition for you on ground, and you should be prepared for that. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Sir, can I have one last question? Yeah, thank you, sir. Good evening, sir. My name is Satvika Suraj Mahalakshmikar, and I'm currently pursuing aerospace engineering from MIT ADT University. And my question is, what was the one moment during your journey to space where fear genuinely took over, and how did you push through it?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I think it's an easy question to answer. I think very honestly, when the 9 engines on that Falcon 9 ignited, that was those few seconds were the moment when I felt कि भाई सही किया है कि नहीं. That was a moment of doubt. That was a moment of fear, just for that very short time. And the reason for that is, I think, because the image that I had in my mind of how a launch should feel was very different from what was actually happening. It was much more powerful and much more dynamic than what I had imagined. And it happens to everyone, right? In your life also, there will be moments, in others' life also, there are moments wherein you are frozen, when fear kind of strikes and you're not able to do things. So how, we also fly, both me and Max, we have been in the Air Force, we have flown for a long time. And then eventually, the space flight also. There are moments in aviation also when, something will happen which will be very scary. You'll have fear. And the way to deal with these situations is that if you look at it, fear is always rooted in future. What if? What if this fails? What will happen if this doesn't work out? Or what will happen if I'm not able to do something? It is always in the future. So the trick is, if you can remove yourself from there and bring yourself to the present. What can I do now? What is in my hands? What is in my control now? So in that launch also, when it happened, I immediately started thinking, what is my next item to do? What is the next checklist item that I have to call out? What is the next button to press? What is the next thing to look at? What is the next call to be given? Just one next, and you keep moving. And you realize within 8 minutes, you are in orbit. And the fear is no more there. So the trick is to remove yourself from the future and just focus on what you can do in the moment. I think that takes away a lot of anxiety and a lot of fear. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, may I just add to the thing what Shuk says? I will try and break down fear a little bit scientifically. Please understand that fear is nothing but discomfort with the unknown. So all of us can actually reduce that discomfort quotient by becoming more aware of the dangerous environments that you may be subjecting yourself to. But even in case of Shubhanshu, it was his first flight. And like he said, he's seen different things in different element sets across multiple simulators, but all of it is happening for the first time together to him. Please understand, fear is also your sense of survival. So allow fear to be there. Till such time you will have fear, that survival instinct will be alive. So if it is happening, it's good. You're alert. So don't consider fear as a taboo, especially in context with operational context. Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Sirs, you have made us proud as an Indian. We are really glad to have this interaction. We express our sincere gratitude to Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and Group Captain Angad Pratap for sharing their time, insights, as well as experiences with us. I would like to invite Dr. CVN Rao, Director SAC, to kindly join us on the stage for the felicitation.
Thank you, sirs.
To conclude today's program, I now have the honor of inviting Dr. Abha Chabra, Member Secretary, Local Organizing Committee, to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
क्षितिज के पार एक नया आकाश है, क्षितिज के पार एक नया आकाश है, हमारी पहुंच में अब हर एक सितारा और खास है। भारत की इस पावन धरा से उठा हर एक कदम, भारत की इस पावन धरा से उठा हर एक कदम अनंत ब्रह्मांड में हमारे अथक परिश्रम का विश्वास है। सभी को सादर प्रणाम, सादर नमस्ते। As the member secretary of the local organizing committee, it's my profound privilege to propose the formal vote of thanks before this august gathering, a galaxy of visionaries, experts, and young youth of the country on this landmark celebration of the 3rd National Space Day being organized here in Ahmedabad. Today we started our day with the luminary presence of Honorable Union Minister Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji and Cabinet Minister, Government of Gujarat, Shri Arjun Bhai Modwadia ji. And we are very thankful that they have joined here along with our Secretary DOS, Dr. Narayanan sir, Dr. Pawan Goyanka sir, Chairman in Space, and they have spared their time for, and we are very thankful for their luminary presence today morning. Sir, I am sincerely thankful to Secretary DOS, Chairman ISRO, Dr. Narayanan sir, our leader, for believing in us. Sir, the SAC team, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to organize the 3rd National Space Day. We are very thankful to you, sir. My deepest gratitude goes to Dr. Goyanka sir for his insightful keynote address. Goyanka sir address had set an inspiring tone for today's national celebration while encouraging the youth and the young students, innovators, towards the vast possibilities waiting in the cosmos. During the day, we had exciting panel discussion. We all witnessed very exciting, engaging panel discussions, which were very beautifully crafted during the day schedule. And we had the presence of the experts from the various domains, from industry, from incubators, ISRO leaders, our distinguished scientists, and researchers, faculties, academia. So I am thankful to each one of them for sparing their time and sharing their experience, wisdom, and knowledge with all of us. Thanks to all our panelists and experts here. I place on record the thanks to the Skyro team for their presence in today's event. They are the icons and they are the inspiration to the youth and innovators of the country. And I am thankful for them for sparing their time and reaching us in today's event. A special note of appreciation goes to our Gagan Yatris, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla ji and Group Captain Angad Pratap ji. We just saw that how students are excited, how youth is excited to know about the experiences and interact with them. We are very thankful to both of them for sharing their journey and their insights with us. Thank you. Thank you to both the group captains who have joined us here. हमारी भारतीय अंतरिक्ष कार्यक्रम की जो पूरा कार्यक्रम है, इसको नई ऊंचाइयों पे हमारे को ले जाने के लिए हमारे इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स, आज इस पूरे समारोह में आप सबने देखा हमारे इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स जिनकी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है, एक एग्जीबिशन और एकेडमिया से हमारे फैकल्टीज रिसर्चर्स फ्रॉम वेरियस इंस्टीट्यूट्स अक्रॉस द कंट्री दे हैव पार्टिसिपेटेड। हम उन सब की अमूल्य साझेदारी और उत्साहवर्धक पार्टिसिपेशन के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं। Thanks to all the policymakers, the scientists, the representatives from the various user department ministries, and for their enthusiastic participation, not just in today's event, but in our whole journey as well of Indian Space Program. And definitely organizing this event, and today's is the main event what we have celebrated. However, if we go back few days back, when the whole almost a month we had a series of activities under the zonal national space day events in each of the organized by each of the DOS ISRO centers across the country, and that is where the whole spirit of National Space Day goes and penetrate with the countrymen. And here, yes, definitely this event has been witnessed today in this by this August gathering here. Organizing this event of this magnitude is an uphill task, and I express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our director, Dr. C.H.V.N. Rao sir, for his exemplary guidance, vision, and very meticulously discussing, reviewing, and guiding us in every step in organizing this National Space Day event. I express my sincere thanks to Rao sir for his guidance, support, in every step of planning and organizing this event, motivating each one of us in organizing this event. The whole team, sir, is thankful to you. Words are not enough for me to express my profound thanks to all the senior centers directors, the DOS ISRO colleagues who have come across the country for this moment, joining us here. I am really thankful to each one of you, and definitely organizing this event is a big responsibility. So we had a very robust team at SAC, and words are not enough to express my gratitude and profound thanks to all my committee members of all our SAC team members. And extreme hard work has gone behind organizing this event. All the subcommittee members, chairs of the committees, members, technical staff, volunteers, CISF personnel, support staff, and all the support which we have received from the local authorities as well. आप सबकी उपस्थिति ने और सक्रिय भागीदारी ने आज इस कार्यक्रम को सार्थक और सफल बनाया है. और behind every successful event lies the weeks of tireless efforts and seamless coordination. So thanks, and I request all who are present in this in this hall to please give a big round of applause to the organizing committee members who have been working tirelessly for organizing this event. Difficult to name each and everyone, but my heartfelt thanks to everyone. And yes, I must say that yes, today, while we are at the close of the 3rd National Space Day, this National Space Day is not just a celebration, but it is propelled by innovation, united in collaboration, and driven by bold aspiration. As India steps into space, not just to reach the stars, but to lead the world towards a brighter, विकसित भारत. आज हम इस सभा से यही एक संदेश और यही प्रेरणा लेके इस कार्यक्रम को समाप्ति की ओर लेके जाते हैं. और मैं अपने हेडक्वार्टर से सभी सीनियर्स जो आज हमारे बीच आए हैं, जिन्होंने इस पूरे प्रोग्राम को हमें ऑर्गेनाइज करने में हमारा मार्गदर्शन दिया, उन सब की भी आभारी हूं. और इसी के साथ आप सबका धन्यवाद करते हुए और आप सबको एक बार पुनः फिर से हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करते हुए मैं आप सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूं. और जोरदार तालियों के साथ मैं चाहूंगी कि हम सभी इस कार्यक्रम की एक जो आज हम क्लोज कर रहे हैं, नेशनल स्पेस डे, तीसरा हमारा अंतरिक्ष दिवस, इसके लिए आज हम यहाँ पे इस समाप्त के क्षण पे हैं. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone. A big round of applause to everyone who have participated, supported, cooperated और प्रत्यक्ष एवं परोक्ष रूप से सभी से प्राप्त सहयोग के लिए मैं हृदय से आभारी हूँ. सभी को सादर प्रणाम एक बार पुनः और आप सबको सादर नमस्ते. Have a safe journey back home. The participants who are returning home, we wish them a very safe, happy travels. And yes, last but not the least, may I request our chairman, Narayanan sir, our director sir, organizing committee members, to scientific secretary sir, to kindly join on the stage for a group picture. Please, may I request chairman sir, please, I request the dignitaries to come on the stage for a group picture. Please, sir, we request your gracious presence on the stage, and I invite the committee members to please, the local organizing committee members and the other committee members who have really contributed for so long, and they have been together with all their cooperation, hard work, we could make this event complete and successful. Thank you, everyone. I now invite Chairman sir, Director sir, Scientific Secretary sir, dignitaries to please come on the stage. Sir, I request for a group picture with the organizing committee members, please, sir. Sir, may I request for a group picture? May I request for a group picture? I kindly request Director sir, our SMC members, senior members, committee members, please join on the stage for a group picture, sir.
I thought they are going to switch off the mic.
Thank you very much, ma'am. From achievements to aspirations, technology to talent, and national capabilities to international cooperation, today's program has reflected the breadth of India's space journey. Somewhere in a classroom, in a small town, in a science lab, there is a young mind watching today's celebrations who will one day decide the rocket that takes India to Mars, or the satellite that predicts the next flood before it happens. And that is the true promise of this theme: innovating with confidence, collaborating without boundaries, and aspiring, as always, for global space leadership. Towards a Viksit Bharat. Jai Hind. Jai Hind.